Just getting weekly jobless claims coming out for the U.S. week over week, 196,000 versus 190 expected there. A little bit higher once again this week. That was 2 in a row. To the upside, coming off that 183 print that we saw last week. That's really the only economic number we'll get today. Coming up tomorrow at 10 a.m., Michigan sentiment numbers come through at 10 o'clock. As I said, that has a portion of it that is inflation related. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Market overall trying to bounce here. Back to the upside we go. 1.18 right now currently for the NASDAQ. The S&P about 0.75 coming off a ton of earnings. So many to get through this morning, most of which were actually not that bad. Pepsi, nice beat right across the board. We'll talk about that coming up. Obviously, Disney with the big headliner after the close yesterday. We got a firm heading in the opposite direction. Unfortunately, Tesla very quietly having quite the week here, up more than 6% so far. Tesla looking to extend gains from yesterday as well. We'll jump right into things. It's Thursday, February 9th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at how things are shaping up so far this morning. Positive, as I mentioned, coming off a bit of a volatile session once again yesterday. 1% right now for the NASDAQ, 0.6 and 0.5% for the Dow, back to the upside. More weakness down here. Yesterday we had a bit of a choppy session as well, but Bitcoin and Ethereum back to the lower end of the range once again on that daily chart testing support. Hope your morning is shaping up well. Sharif here with me as always. Going to be an interesting day here as the market looks to find its footing once again, coming off of, as I mentioned, a bit of a volatile day yesterday. An absolute ton of earnings to get through today. What are you looking at?
Yeah, speaking of earnings, kept my eye on Disney in the aftermarket yesterday. That had the effect of pushing the futures up as they rallied well into after the bell and overnight. Keeping my eye on this jobless numbers and what it's gonna mean for today's trading. By the way.
Yeah, a little bit bigger than expected, or wider than expected there for the weekly jobless claims. But overall, the market's still holding on to some key levels here, guys, as we continue along in this really nice uptrend. Back to the top end of the range once again. We'll look at, as I mentioned, that Michigan sentiment number coming out tomorrow. Really the only inflation-related data point this week. A ton, though, of earnings to talk about today.
One of them that we're going to talk about today, well, first of all, I was just in Bed Bath & Beyond. It ran the first stop level at 285, so that's the first time it's actually stopped out in 3 days. 2.5 days. Whatever. We'll call it 3 days. It's just a pre-market. I'm going to look back at like that 320 level is the big one from yesterday. Just jumping right into it because we sat in the short in Bed Bath & Beyond 2 days in a row. This is the day that sitting in the short and pre-market actually hasn't worked. It's up 10%. The earnings that I'll be watching, I mean, obviously we'll watch a lot of earnings today. Disney, good quarter. I almost said fantastic, but I'll give it more of like the good. Definitely going to be a strong one to watch. This is going to be tradable. Uber's back on board as well. I mean, a firm is 17% short, and it just broke a resistance level, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit of a squeeze before it finds its way back to the downside. I do believe it's a short at some point. I believe the same thing about Robinhood, but you don't want to fight it too hard. At some point, you got to be able to give it up and look for a new reentry. So there's lots to look at. Google is still relatively weak, so beneath that 100 mark, still looking for shorts in that range. And I don't want to forget about BABA 110 like I did yesterday. Good level at one, Alibaba. Oh, and yeah, you already mentioned how strong Tesla is. Tesla has been gliding to the upside, but there's no like 10% day, 7% day. It's just slowly grinding its way to the upside, almost lulling you to sleep as it heads toward a 210 level here today.
I have to say happy National Pizza Day to everybody out here. And yeah, so replying to Paul Mark right now, I don't know why that just zoomed out right here. He says that, whoops, I get out of there. We actually talked with the Wall Street Journal yesterday. Right here, I'll send one over if I have a huge day. Don't send something over this big. That would be the first thing, because we just, quite frankly, that's a little bit of big
yeah, that's
pizza,
ridiculous.
right there. But anyways, yeah, happy National Pizza Day to everybody, and it should be a great one. So let's keep on rocking and rolling. I just took a Bed Bath & Beyond short up there at 88. We're short at 84 right now. We should have our trade trade
we should rotate
cast
it.
working there at the bottom. Hopefully that'll show everything up there. And you guys know what's good. Shout out to my friend Nelson as well, because last year when I was in Miami there with Nelson and some traders there, I talked about Win, man, and Win right now is really rocking to the upside. Win's been having a huge monster move, and it's really just this bottom of 55 up to 110 right there today. So a double since October. Win really working. I'm excited for it. Okay, here we go. So Bed Bath & Beyond still stays in the pocket for me. I wrote down here that we're not doing anything, even deciding about anything until $3. I'm actually going to put that up to $3.10 right now. So we're back into the short. While we're still in the short on Bed Bath & Beyond, we got a great fill up there at 88. Let's see what happens. We actually want to punch more short if we break down through 75. So what was my number one stock yesterday? We're going to see if we can't rinse and repeat that here again today. Bed Bath & Beyond still making some lower moves here.
All right, just seeing a note on Coinbase, guys. Barron's with a note on Coinbase, the CEO talking about the SEC and a crackdown that could possibly hurt Ethereum specifically. Not sure if Coin is moving on that, but we'll have a look. First segment of the show is always brought to you by Surge Trader. Traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, whatever you want. Simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use that promo code there on the screen. Get yourself 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. As we were mentioning, a ton of earnings to get through today. It was probably the busiest day of the week. So we'll talk about a few here just to kick things off. Good look for some of these casinos this morning, most of them to the upside. Optimistic outlook and forward-looking forecast from Win and MGM helping the casinos. Not a lot of volume behind them so far this morning, but worth a note. Mattel, on the other hand, downside in a huge way, coming off a forecast that was worse than expected. And quietly as well, Pepsi up nicely on a beat for PEP.
Yeah, for these casino stocks, they've really suffered over the past little while with the cost of acquisition problems, with them giving promotions to users to kind of elicit new users to sign up. That hasn't been profitable for them, so they've been kicking the can down the road with respect to profitability. Mattel saying demand lacked in the December quarter because of higher inflationary prices. Pepsi, though, raising prices on consumers, making up a better margin, but also hurting demand, but able to squeeze out a decent earning, Brendo.
Yeah, I saw they pointed towards higher fuel costs, obviously, for shipping. A bit of an issue, but nice forecast for Pepsi. We'll get into this Robinhood story as well. If you missed it, they approved the buyback of the shares that FTX owned. But, I mean, they're going to have to maybe get in line, I think, guys. Those are going to be tied up in lawsuits, it would seem, anyways, for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, so maybe they're able to buy back those shares at some unknown date in the future. I don't know. We'll see how that one goes. But I think, look, Robinhood, it's gotten really boring, to be honest. And the reason that they actually did okay with the earnings had everything to do with raising interest rates and net interest margin. The core business is kind of suffering, obviously, a little bit. So, I think we got to respect the fact that, okay, it's making a nice bounce off the bottoms. I know what I would rather do today. Simply look at the double top at 1150 and say, I don't think we should be above that. So I'm just going to short into that move. If it goes up there, great. I know where I can be wrong, and I don't have a trade outside of that. Maybe it goes all the way down to 10 bucks. I mean, 10 bucks, okay, fine. Maybe it's psychological support. Might take a trade down there on Robinhood. If we get it, we get it. If it never trades up there, then I'm not trading Robinhood today. I don't want to be short here. I just want to be short off a resistance area. I just don't think it should be popping too far based on what I see in the report fundamentally and just on the chart technically. You got one good level as far as I'm concerned, so I want to wait till there.
Yeah, just wait to see what Robinhood winds up doing off the open. I mean, it could absolutely run. It could squeeze higher. It's only 7% short float, so we'll just have to watch it. It's only done 193,000 shares. It's not huge, but it was a nice move upside, 1120 or so. Could be that breaking level log. So I'll wait for Robinhood. I haven't traded that in a very long time, but yeah, the daily chart, it's really on a run there in the last little while, but so is every name, right? So $11, $11.05, $11.50 maybe as a top spot as well. So let's wait to see what's happening right now with Robinhood, but up 5% right now. I'm gonna wait. Like 12 1250, we get up to there. I think you want to short it, but I don't know if it has it in it today. It's NASDAQ up 1.1%. We'll watch Robinhood, but it's not on my radar.
Not to mention one, CGC also out with their earnings this morning as well. Bigger loss than expected, more layoffs to come for Canopy Growth. Coming through with their earnings this morning. Let's talk about Tesla here, as we mentioned, kind of grinding to the upside a little bit all week long, to the tune of more than 6.5%. Took out 200, as we mentioned yesterday on the show. There was this minor note in 2021. There was that deadly crash in Texas. The probe comes out late yesterday, in fact, showing that there was no evidence of any fault as far as the Tesla autopilot is concerned. What a week, though, for Tesla.
Yeah, we were talking last week who was going to hit 200 first, Meta or Tesla. Tesla already blew that out of the water. But it's a good headline to have, though, Brendel, because they're charging $20,000, Canadian dollars, for their full self-drive, and for their enhanced autopilot, just $7,500, not that much. So if it's not a good headline, they're not going to sell any of those.
Yeah, pretty impressive yesterday as well, with Tesla now making up 10% of all vehicles sold in the state of California. The Model Y, I read as well, is now the most popular vehicle sold in the state of California, right across the board. So the march higher continues here.
Yeah, it's definitely a march. It's not like you look at what happened to, so we got to 200 before Meta, but you look at the way Meta got there. Meta one gap up, 150 to 180, then it holds that channel between 180 and like 197. Tesla, it's been more of a grind. Like, it's been steadily climbing, and unlike Meta, it broke out. Yesterday, we finally got that 200 break. I was kind of thinking, okay, you got the 200 break, found support just around that 200, double top, let's go, 203 long. Now I want to be patient with Tesla. It's already starting to roll back over here. So I don't know if you get a 210 at the open. I feel like the dip buy's coming in before that. I'll look at that previous high, 203 into 200, and that's the buy zone. It closed at 01, right in the middle of that buy zone. So 200 to 203. I need it dipping down in there. Either it dips in front, never breaks threes, and then that's where I like the long off the open. Or if it's too weak, wait for it to get into the buy zone, not breach the bottom, and look for a bounce in there. I don't want to be chasing it too far. There is an EV name that I haven't traded in a while, that I feel like we haven't looked at in a while, that gets pretty spicy today. Well, it's at a good price area. So NIO gapped down the other day, couldn't hold that 11 area. 3 days in a row now, 3 days in a row, 4 if you want to include today if it happens. You got 1110 sitting right up here and a 1050 bottom. So one of these days, we're going to actually either take out this top, and then maybe we get a big run, or we could have a flat bottom breakdown on NIO. So that's one's on my radar. It's been a while since I focused or looked at this stock. I'm definitely looking at NIO today. That 1110 looks pretty solid for a breakout level. I mean, it's also a resistance, obviously, so you could short that if you want. I'm really just looking for the long break, actually.
Yeah, Tesla, I wrote it down here. It's the #1 name on the sticky note. I just think you break out through any sort of pre-market high right now, if the market can hold, which it seems to be doing right now, up 1.2%. I like Tesla. The strength has been absolutely unbelievable. It's been believable, but in this name, as it keeps on marching higher and higher and higher. And like Brendan said, I don't know if it's been a quiet march up for Tesla or just a pretty strong one. Every day, it just keeps on bumping a little bit higher, a little bit higher, a little bit higher. So it is sneakily getting to levels where I wonder if people are going to start taking profit. I was talking with some traders this morning again. There's a lot of people that are long $105, 105 is the bottom, but 110, 125, 130, 140, 150, whatever, all the way up. And now you're up to 210 with more good news coming. So they had that lawsuit, whatever, dismissed there on the driving. I forget what that story was. Was that a California one as well? Yeah, Tesla's autopilot there in Texas. That's what it was. No evidence of any fault or anything like that. I'm looking at 203. So if we dip down in here, I want to be a buyer at this 203 level. It's where the 50 period or where the 200 period is. Here it's at 202, but that 203 high that we sort of put in yesterday at 3 o'clock or so, that's a level that I want to see if we can retest that. So we're going to sit down here. I'm sitting right now at 203.50 to look for a buy here on Tesla. It could fall through. Excuse me, it could fall $3 and then we'll have to look at it. So let's wait to see that, or we wait for that pre-market level, whatever it's going to be. So right now, again, we apologize for all these wicks, but 208 looks pretty good, 208.50, whatever that level is. Let's let it settle down. Worst case scenario, if you missed the pre-market high, you still have a very, very key level of 210 that you can absolutely smash. So that's something that I'm going to be looking at right now. Tesla around that 210 area, pretty exciting, or a dip into yesterday's highs, 204, 205, 203, something like that to watch out for. So the thing about Tesla for me is let's not panic when we get in. We know it's going to move around a little bit. So when you get into position, just stick around, hang out for a bit and see what happens.
All right, not a lot of volume behind this move, but worth a note here. Dan Loeb's Third Point Capital with a stake in CRM, Salesforce. That was a nice pop anyways, aftermarket yesterday, back to 173 for CRM, up 2% on that note this morning. There was this yesterday as well. This is Mark Benioff tweeting about, Einstein GPT coming to a Salesforce platform near you. So 2 days in a row here, a nice move to the upside for CRM.
Yeah, and that's the fifth activist investor who's now taken a stake in CRM. It's like the favorite thing for billionaire active investors to get into. Elliott Management, Starboard, Value Act Capital, and Exclusive Capital. Those guys are the four others. So 5 now, Brendo.
Yeah, another one of these stocks, guys, that has had just a huge move off its lows from back in December, I guess it was January, 126 up to 175 now.
Round numbers there. But more importantly, what I like about where the stock is, broke the 200 period moving average. It's through this. See this level? This is like 165, 170. 167, I should say. Break the 200 period moving average. You take out what was effectively the bottom channel. So like there's your bottom channel. It's a wide range. You've taken that out and found the top of that previous channel for support. I always like that. So, maybe it looks more like you want to buy in front of those levels. Like that's that 167.50 to 170. And that looks pretty good. You're finally breaking out of that. It was doing nothing for 3 days in a row. So it looks like it's set up for the dip buys. But I don't know, like if it dips $3, if CRM dips $3 today, that means, okay, well, Tesla probably gives you a dip buy. Microsoft probably gives you a dip buy. Just looking down my board, maybe NVIDIA gives me a dip buy. And I'm probably going to be in those places before I'd be in a CRM. It doesn't mean that's invalid. It's just you got to pick your poison, right? And I don't mind sticking around with the names that have been successful to a certain extent. I do like some dip buys that are set up. CRM is as well. Just probably a few other ones that look a little bit more enticing. Like the last example there, Microsoft. It's also clearing out a level. You've got probably like the mid 60s in there again, like 65, 66, breaking the channel, holding even on big weakness in the afternoon and gapping above. Yeah, that looks just as well set up for a dip buy, and I think there's just a little more potential with that. You got to pick your poison. There's nothing wrong with CRM. I just feel I'll be somewhere else. And it's also strange. I was saying to Sean, how often do I hear people say CRM Salesforce? I've done it before myself, but it's like we don't say TSLA Tesla, but we do say it with CRM all the time, and I always wondered why.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just say Salesforce or CRM, but TSLA. Okay, well, you know what I do say Google all the time. So that's one.
But there's a reason for that because you are trading Google,
right.
Not GOOG.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think it's because like people don't realize they think Salesforce maybe should be SF or something like that.
It should be.
Instead of CRM, right? The customer relations management there. So, all right. I was looking, we're talking a little bit about AI here. I picked up some Google in the long-term portfolio again and just added to more and more of the pain right now because Google is my number one holding and now bumped up. It is a big move down. We're going to talk a little bit about AI. If all this stuff rallies stocks, I mean, let's just wait to see. They own 93% of search or something like that. Now that's going to go down because there is going to be some transfer over into Bing and everything like that. But 96, 97, this kind of an area right here, I feel like we're going to have to go back down to some of those lows maybe in the market if we ever going to see 86, 87 again. So I'm not thinking that that's anytime soon. So for me, for Google, I really, I like the buys here. And it's not on the sticky note for any key levels because I don't really think we're at anything yet. But this 98.50 down there, if we continue to make moves lower here on this name into a strong market, I'm buying this over and over and over again. If you just stuck with Microsoft, remember Microsoft Microsoft came out and they you know, they had a good quarter. They had it actually went down on their quarter, but since then it's really rallied to the top side here to the point where you're not even out that much money. Like the NASDAQ and even on Apple, right above 150. If you're buying high quality names in this environment, I think that's the right thing to do rather than throwing money at a C3 AI or something like that. That's not that profitable. So I say if you're going to be in the AI space, I think you do want to stick with Microsoft and Google, and now Salesforce enters the room. There's so many names. We had Alibaba yesterday. We had Baidu. They're all just going to come through and start talking about AI. I'm just waiting for this guy to wake up and start mentioning some AI into Palantir. I think that's going to be one of the next names here that could possibly go. PLTR, just trying to find out when they're reporting. Feb 13th, post-market. So it's going to be a good Valentine's Day, I think, there for Palantir. Let's wait to see if they can say something about AI as well, but that's Feb 13th. So coming up pretty soon right now. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting moment of time here for all these stocks. Let's see if they can capitalize on all this, you know, artificial intelligence momentum.
Yeah, just checking on Salesforce as well, guys. March 1st for Salesforce for earnings. Luis Barbado with us from the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain, to give us a look at what he's been dealing with this week. It's been a wild week, once again, as far as small caps are concerned. A ton of these little tiny... I mean, we used to get excited, Luis, maybe you can touch on this, about 1 million share floats. Now we're talking 450,000, 750,000 share floats. It seems to never end.
Yeah, it's true. Every time we're looking for more and tiny floats sometimes, and also being aware of the short float on these stocks and institutional ownership. So a lot of going on in this market. Yeah.
We got to touch on Bed Bath & Beyond here. The unwind, it seems, continues. They closed this $250 or $225 million offering yesterday. More to come on that front. I mean, it's up here in the pre-market, looking like it might be in for a bounce today. How are you going to approach this?
Yeah, it's always a tricky stock. I always tell to my students to never go front side on this one if it goes up, and never go front side on this one if it goes down, because it always gets a little bit worse. If it goes up because of the short float and because of the belief that the company is in bankruptcy, the short squeeze are very, very difficult. But if you take the backside and the probability of offering, as the other day, it can be very profitable stock, of course, but really aware of not going too early on this stock is very dangerous.
All right, a few other ones from earlier in the week. I mentioned that 450,000 share float, which was MSGM, that sport or motorsport related company, back on the move a little bit yesterday. Have you been looking at that, and how?
Yeah, but mainly we look for the sympathy on this one, AGAM. It's a little bit cheaper price, smoother movement, with the level 2 giving you more confidence and more edge of what's going on, where they are pushing. So we have one side on MSGM, but we're trading MGAM because it's safer. And as I say, it's more probably to forecast what's going to happen in the level 2, and it gives you more risk management. That MSGM, but it was crazy movement.
Good morning, Luis. Sharif with you here. I've been watching you for a long time. Big fan. Finally, nice to actually speak to you. I have a question for you here about WLDS. It's a leading gapper today, up 71%. Your eye's probably on it already. I'm wondering how you approach this. Are you looking for an ABCD pattern breakout, or are you looking for a VWAP, hold and reclaim? How are you doing this one today?
Yeah, first of all, we're taking care of this one round level. If it holds over $1 and it, as you say, reclaim VWAP, we're going to test this 120 resistance. If it breaks there and hold with level, we're going to try for looking for this long pullback. But the most likely, in our opinion, is to test this 120, 125, and then bleeding the rest of the day under $1 again. We have seen this pattern very often last day. So this is our approach on this one. 125 resistance level might break for a sort of squeeze and then retest below $1.
All right, Neil, just passing along another one here. ICU, appropriate ticker for this one as it's medical related. Gets up here to 7, comes back through 6.5 on an FDA nod, it looks like this morning. Positive results on one of their trials. But ICU, what do you think here, Luis?
Yeah, very interesting stock with positive news, as you say. this break of 650 has been important. 640 was a level around 3 weeks ago, more or less. So we believe this is going to be a strong stock. Let's see if we see some consolidations in order to break this $7, $8. We have a huge gap up to $26. So above this 630, 640, we have a lot of room to go to $12 and $26 in months probably.
As we head through the back half, I guess, of earnings season here, still a few names as far as those that reported today that are setting up here for interesting moves. Anything on your radar as far as earnings names today?
Not so much, because, you know, the sector of IA has been so crazy that we are focused on this sector. We're trading very actively AA, SI, VVI, and Sound. All these 4 tickers, we are trading very, very actively every day. The most profitable, probably because of volatility and volume, is AI. This is the main watch for us for the last week, but also it's a very interesting situation right now in SI. It's a triangle for a multi-day break. If it breaks below, I think $16 right now, let me check. If it breaks below 1720, 1730 on the way down, we could see a movement down. But if it holds this triangle for a multi-day break above 1850, we could see another run today on this stock. And also Sound and BBAI, sorry. These 4 tickets are very, very active, and a lot of trades and a lot of volume there.
Yeah, it seems like every day we get another one, you know, jumping into this AI-related group. AI itself, C3 AI, gapping back to the upside this morning. I mean, this 26 and a half area ended up being a bit of a zone yesterday throughout the midday. How are you going to play that one today?
We play very active on this one. A ton of trades every day because it has a lot of volume, a lot of possibility to scalp this one. I think we have a level, important level on 28, 28.50. This is the important level to break if it wants to keep going higher. And then next level is like $42, $43. So every opening is very sharp on the movement up. So we are taking distance from the first 3-5 minutes and then see how it reacts around these levels, 28, 28.50. But as I say, it's a lot of volume, a lot of scalping movements in a minute, 2-3 minutes movement. So it's very interesting stock to look. And it's, in our opinion, it's a little bit the guide for the rest of them. VVIA, Sound, VGX, a ton of different stocks. These are moments to be very aware of the sympathy tickers to jump from one to another during the day.
Yeah, it seems like it's taking the lead as far as AI-specific companies go. We see Microsoft and Google obviously jumping in the group here over the past couple of days, so we'll see how it plays out. But great information as always. Luis Barbado joining us from the Day Trade the World floor over in Barcelona, Spain. Have a great day. Best of luck.
Thank you, Brendan. See you later.
Let's maybe just jump right into some analyst moves for you this morning, guys. Upgrades and downgrades. I haven't seen this name in a long time. Coupang on here. Barclays with an upgrade. New York Times had a nice move, 12% this morning. Sentinel One, Cosmos to the upside. There's a firm. DraftKings downside. Uber downside. EA to the downside as well.
So first things first, we love Luis on there. He definitely dropped some good insight. I'm looking at SI as well, Silvergate, but that's a flat bottom break around here. That's what we call flat bottom. I get it, triangle. That's probably the actual technical term, is that, you know, just sort of descending triangle there, and then you get a break. But we call it a flat bottom break. It's one that I know I'll be looking at to be sure. I already took one shot at a firm. I think I had maybe 8 separate shorts on a firm, but you can't really do anything about it. It just got to this 13.6. You got to watch out for the short float here. It was not a good report. However, 17% short means it can squeeze. I was in at the 40s, got out at 60. If it does hold the bottom end of this range, I'll probably re-engage the shorts. But the next level I like is 14.5 on a firm. So that's a lot of room for it to go up before I would take another shot at that. The downgrade doesn't matter to me. The quarter, the economic conditions, the fact that, like, you know, everyone gets a bump when usually they get a bump when they do some cost cutting. Not a firm, because there's some structural issues with this business. While they'll be in trouble, credit is going to be a big concern the back half of the year. And last I checked, that's a real problem for a firm.
Yeah, credit. Well, a firm downgraded there. I mean, they also had obviously the report there, so downgraded off of their report. One name that we haven't talked about too much recently is DraftKings, and they were on that list as well. Look at the 20-minute chart here. We went up to 18 for some reason there, but I'm looking at this 1780. I mean, if you think that some of these names that are a little frothy here recently, DraftKings would be one of those names off of their bottom at. Remember when it was at 1150? I said this could be the buy of all buys down here, and now it's up to 18 bucks. So it's moved a lot to the upside, and there it is right here, straight up. This is what we talked about, man. We talked about DraftKings coming right back in here to 1150, buying some of that, and then boom to the upside. So I'm not in DraftKings and wish I was, but for now, on that downgrade, to me, that makes a lot of sense. It's just up too far here. Plus, you're running into Super Bowl weekend, which, you know, it's always a fade the news type of move there. So, you know, I don't think this move has anything to do with Super Bowl, but if they're going to get downgraded off this 1780 level, then I think that's something that we want to watch. So let's watch out for 1780 right now coming through for DraftKings. So that's a level of concern there to go short. So I'm going to try that 1780 right there, short for DraftKings. Give it up to $18 today. So this is, I don't know, like I said, I don't know what this dark pool was at 7 o'clock this morning, so not worried about it, but I am worried that we touched 18 yesterday and then faded right back down. So if the market gets any bump today, which it looks like it's going to, and I didn't even see who downgraded it. It's a trade idea right there, 1780. We are going to be looking for some shorts today, obviously. So I do like that one right there, 1780 on DraftKings. Let's see if that one is a fade play, and we did get more short there. It's too bad that we didn't get an 89 here on Bed Bath & Beyond. It came all the way to 88 and filled. We were waiting at 89 again to get another fill for Bed Bath & Beyond, but we're still multiple levels short right now. We're short until, I'll talk about this now because I probably won't be in Disney or anything like that for a while. I'm going to be short. This is 310 up here. We could break 3 and then watch out what happens at 310. So we could be in for quite a big losing trade here in Bed Bath & Beyond if it does continue to make, you know, high side moves, but we'll wait for it. We are waiting for the imbalances to come out as well. For right now, there are no imbalances really in the market. Disney with a small buy. We're going to talk about that very, very soon. Neo right there with a small buy as well. And then AI. I know there's a lot of you guys in AI as well, as that continues to be a meme stock every day, it seems like, and especially recently and today. A beautiful bump up right now happening as we speak. AI just bumped $1 right there straight up to the upside. So yeah, this name getting spicy again. There's my Palantir, but not much on here. Let's go over to the big board, or the desk over now with Brennan. Here we go, BBBY coming back in a little bit here. I'm not taking anything out. I actually want to go more short if we break lower through it. Well, not even through 80. Let's see about that going more short, because now we've averaged in quite nicely to this, and we're going to see about yesterday's lows, 260, 265 here. Let's see if we can test that area. That's where we'll start to get something out here on Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah, right on cue, a headline here, guys, for C3 AI, new Air Force contract just announced there. So that was that pop to the upside. Mission critical AI application for U.S. Air Force crowdsourced flight data program. So that just popped up for AI. Also worth noting, Bob Iger coming up on CNBC here momentarily. So, I mean, the call was yesterday. Probably not going to say anything outside of what we heard on the earnings call, but worth a note, anyone watching Disney. Arun is not with us today, so Sharif's going to have a look at the overall market.
I'm going to put my Arun hat on today, guys, and give you my best shot here. 4130 is what the level that's screaming at me in the face. It's levels that we've bounced off when we were above it, and it's levels that we've rejected off when we've been below it. So 4130 yelling at me here. If we make our way down to 4130, I'm a buyer. I did bought Tesla and a bunch of other big caps yesterday on that retracement down here. If now we break above that 4180, I want to say that 4175, I'm going to be looking for a close above this level today. I want to see stair stepping up. Having a look here at the daily. Look at this, guys. A bit of an inside day, an engulfing day yesterday where we didn't break out through the highs or the lows of the previous day. So I'm looking for a higher close today, either to make a higher high or a lower low, and, you know, show that we're not really consolidating. So that's kind of what I'm looking at with respect to the futures today.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know this morning. If you haven't done so, hit that QR code, use the link, watchlist.tradertv.live. You can enter your email as Fahad did in this great video and grab the watch list for free every single day from us. Right on cue here. Yeah, it looks like they're just starting this conversation, guys. Bob Iger again on CNBC right now. I just saw a note on Lucid as well, just quickly. Certain Lucid Air models going to qualify for the $7,500 tax credit. There was actually a move down initially, but right back up here for Lucid. Let's get into Disney, though. Pretty good report right across the entire thing here. Parks did really well. They lost fewer Disney Plus subscribers than they had forecast. So, yeah, nice look for Disney.
Well, Brendo, how do you cut spending, which is all the hype right now? Be more efficient, be more efficient. How do you cut spending and add subs? It's a difficult thing to try to balance, and that's what Bob Iger is taking on now. I like the dividend ad, though, even though it's going to be nominal. It's something, it's income paying, so it'll get into a lot of people's portfolios that way.
Yeah, just seeing a move to the upside here, guys. Maybe as people anticipate some comments here from the CEO.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, like, okay, you want a growth company, and everyone looks at the streaming side as a growth aspect of the business, maybe not to be focused on a dividend, but they've got parks, they've got cruise, they have all the other side of their business is doing absolutely fantastic, or sides, I should say, because they're not splitting into three, they're focusing into three divisions. It's just everything about it has been strong, and this is a good quarter. I don't want to call it like absolutely great because it feels like there's still a ways to go. We'll see if they say nothing's happening with ESPN, but you're splitting that is one of the three divisions on its own. I could always still see something happen in the future, regardless of what they say there. But Disney today, I like it above this previous channel. Like 117 area, 117.50, probably down to 116.5. That would be a target dip buy zone. I want to be careful because when you're getting comments like Iger on CNBC and conference calls in the pre-market, there's not always enough liquidity. But at the open, if it holds that level, that's the area I like the dip buy. We'll see if it takes out a top at 120. I'm really looking for the dip buy given how much it gapped up. And we'll try to go from there. We're not talking, I'm just going to quickly go to Netflix here because it's not on the board. Netflix, we already got the news of their the password sharing. They've rolled it out to 4 more countries. Canada here is one of them. It's inevitable that it's going to go everywhere. I just like the fact that it's finally, once again, breaking out what was like the head and shoulders here, the 66, 67 area. You're back above. Dips to 370, but I didn't want to have orders out there. I know I want to be long if it's down at 367 for sure, so I'm just going to leave that one in there because I'm taking that long regardless, whereas the 370 bounce, a little more nuanced at the open. But I want to be long Netflix. Took it off in the afternoon, held on to Tesla in the afternoon, took this one off and regretted it. And then, of course, it ended up closing at those highs, now breaking out. I do like the longs in Netflix here today, although I'll navigate any dip to 370 a little bit cautiously.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to finally see a company, they're cutting. Well, I mean, there's lots of companies, but unlike Zoom and things like that, you don't want to be in a name just because they cut jobs, but it's nice to see that they did have a revenue beat as well, and we know that Disney can make some money. I thought they added subs, but I don't know. Maybe we have it at they went down to 2.4 million, or I'm going to double check that number. But either way, nice move up here. I'm not gonna trade it today, so I don't know if you guys want to look at it. I still feel like if you ever drop down to some of these lines that are a little more dramatic, these 200 periods, that's something to look at for me. So I'm just gonna wait here and hold off, right? I mean, a lot of the jobs that they probably cut, they might have been jobs that they just added, thinking that there was going to be a flow through here from COVID. Thank you, Randy.
Thanks, Randy.
Right now, Randy, what do you think? The market's up 1.3%. So do you want to do the honors?
Yeah.
Let's do the honors. I joined you, by the way.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. We just, oh, my mom just texted me. Oh, that's nice.
It's like you tap it, you get a message.
Yeah, exactly. All right, cheers.
All right. Oh, cheers and coffee.
Yeah, so now I have a Samsung watch, I got the Apple Watch, I've got the other watches there. We are having Kevin O'Leary. When is Kevin O'Leary? Next week, I think, 2 weeks.
I think
Kevin O'Leary's gonna be coming on, so I'll have to impress him
this month
with a watch at some point as well. So we'll see. But yeah, we're excited to have Kevin O'Leary back. We'll talk to him about crypto and some of that FTX ongoings, and then he's all over New Hampshire and things like that, I believe it is. Or is it Delaware or something? Businesses being created there.
Well, that's
tax
the place.
reasons as well. So Yep, I will be wearing. I don't know what I'll wear that day. Maybe I'll just wear this.
The Apple Watch, because he made a comment about the Apple Watch.
And then he's also red strap, so I'm going to bug him about copying that as well. That's Neil. People want to know about your watch, but you can tell them yourself if you want. I don't know.
Well, I mean, this is my lucky trading watch. So, I wear the TOG, and I do have a Whoop. I'm not one of those, I wear, it's a fitness tracker as well. It's the one I tend to prefer, so I do wear that every single day. We were talking about tracking sleep patterns the other day.
Yeah, that's why I got this.
It's important, man. It's good
I had
stuff.
an hour 20 of REM sleep last night.
Everybody's different, is all I'm saying.
6.5 hours of sleep or something like that.
But you beat me. I got my first non-green recovery day, according to this thing today, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I got to study all that. I don't even know what that stuff means, so I'm going to...
You got to read up on it.
I know. Yeah. Apple Watch does that stuff.
Yeah, they have like booklets and
oh man, it's gonna be
PDFs.
all right. Let's go. All right, let's move on and go to the next name.
Yeah, I was reading a note late yesterday, actually, that was saying the last month was the biggest inflows into crypto in more than a year. So we'll talk to KO coming up on the 15th, guys, 15th for Kevin O'Leary back on the show. Let's go on to Tesla. We messed it. You got me.
I wasn't gonna say, but I heard it.
I hear you now in my ear, and I can't get over it. Tesla. We talked about it a little bit to kick things off this morning. Minor headline in this 2021 Texas crash that came back suggesting there was no evidence of the autopilot being to blame in this.
Yeah, like we mentioned on the top of the show, Brendo, when you're charging $30,000 for a full $20,000 for a full self-drive and $7,500 for advanced autopilot, it better work. So the evidence by the NTSB came out and showed that the driver of the Model S hadn't engaged any of Tesla's advanced driver assistance features. He was actually going 67 miles an hour in a 30 on manual drive.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a sad story. Alcohol was involved in that as well. But for the company itself, no fault to be found for Tesla, guys.
Other day? Yeah, yesterday. Oh, sorry, we're just talking about Bed Bath & Beyond because it's still SSR, even though it's going up right now, so you can't hit the bid.
85 there, but...
Yeah, you have to wait for an uptick on that stock. I think we talked a little bit about Tesla, but I'll just sort of go back. I still like that 03. We'll go into here. Like if it dips down, previous highs into 200, anything in that range, I like to dip buy in Tesla. If it takes out 210, I'd rather see it holding above 210 and trending rather than just take the first break. So I'm staying away from the first break on this. Although you mentioned Lucid now qualifying for those the tax breaks, that actually puts them on the radar. I always see the new version, which I'm not in. Has that thing where you can just do the drop-down menu. So when I screw up, whether it's NASDAQ or New York, I don't have that problem. So Lucid is now going to be on my radar. However, if you slap the 15-minute, it's near the bottom end of the range. That's good. 11 I like. That's a good level of support there. But you see kind of the chop zone that we have. Like it needs to probably break out 12. That takes you back into like the 1260 to 13 area there. Or maybe it dips off 11 even. So this one does set up. If it gets strong enough, you could see an interesting 12 area break on Lucid. Put that one on the radar after the news Brendan brought about them getting qualification for some of those tax credits. At the end of the day, regardless of what you think about them, that's a positive for the company because subsidies are a big part of the EV space right now. So that's a good step for Lucid.
Look, I mean, I just think it's like you come at the king and this is what's going to happen, right? So Tesla obviously got burnt the last 3, 4, 6 months to the downside, like pretty bad. But it's a complete like V-shape, U-shape, whatever you want to call this recovery, right back to some of these highs. We just took out this December high of 198. Let's just call it 200, and now we're above this level. So, I mean, Brendan's already talked about it. You know, they're selling more cars than anybody, and it's not even close. And I still think they're going to go higher and higher and higher. The thing is, you want to get into a price war? Not with Tesla. That would be the worst thing that you could possibly do because, again, they still have that sort of feel of a higher quality. I mean, I know people are going to say, you know, they're not made with the highest quality, and they're not. I mean, their cars aren't going to really be competing with like the Lucid Dream or anything like that, as far as I've been reading. But, you know, people still love their Tesla, and I know the resale market's gone down a little bit, but that's because it's just become cheaper to buy a new one. and they are producing cars at record rates right now. So hey, if you like this industry and you think that Tesla has something to do with it, then you might want to stay long this name. I don't know if you want to get long right now. The market is pretty frothy. I mean, the S&P back to 4,300. It's not right now, it's 4,150. But if we get back to 4,300, that means that earnings, the market is trading at 19.5. That's way too high. There's so many companies that are way overvalued right now. Tesla may be one of those. But hey, you don't want to step in front of this train or electric truck, bus, cyber truck coming through. They also have their transport coming through. They have so many new ideas, the robot, things like that. Apparently they're going to electrify Fahad soon. So, I mean, I just feel like Tesla has a lot of upside right now. And, you know, to short it on a day trade, fine. To short it for a week or two, fine. But I really like Tesla up here, up 3% today, keeps on motoring, play the momentum, and let's just stay long on Tesla, not even think about a short. So my first bid is down here at 203, 204. Plus, we're looking to break out through the pre-market high, whatever that happens to be. So I'm all over this, man, and let's just wait to see what happens. I don't think you want to start a new position up here, but if you're already long, let it go. I mean, you can let this thing go and then get out at 200 if it breaks back down below. I don't know. You guys tell me. I'm not swinging Tesla. I hold a little bit of it for my long-term portfolio, but yeah, I really like the name. And we do have Daniel Shea coming on later on today in the afternoon, and I know she's a huge Tesla fangirl. So we're going to talk to her about Tesla and what she thinks. So Daniel Shea coming up today at 2:45, and she's going to be all over this Tesla trade. Trust on that one.
Yeah, the return of Miss Shea to the show. Looking forward to that. Let's talk Affirm destruction here to the downside. There's not much to say on the positive side of things for Affirm shareholders today. I mean, is there a trade here, do you think?
I mean, look, from the technical side, let's look at it from this way. We just made a bottom. This is the breakdown area, the $16 area, down to that, I want to say, $12.64. These are the fibs. Where do we retrace to? Are we going to come back to the 50 period around 14 bucks, or are we going to come to around 14.50? We're going to retrace. They announced a share buy, or not share buyback, but a cost-cutting measure. That's what Wall Street wants to hear right now. So we'll see.
Yeah, it was 500, not a lot, but I guess it's 19%. It looks like of their workforce. So not nothing either in this environment. That seems to be the norm these days. I was sitting here watching that move when it happened after market yesterday, and there was no liquidity. So the fact that we are seeing a bit of a retracement makes some sense here, but Neil, give us your thoughts. How far can we go back to the upside?
When you have a name that's, okay, first things, I did just take a Google short or Alphabet short right off of 100. I'm just going to show you the chart quickly. We always try to talk about positions and our trading ideas, and Google was weak yesterday. I'm looking at that 100 area. This was when it broke 100. It tried to get back above 135. That's where I want to give this to. So I'm already starting into that. I do have an obvious sort of stop area. I'd add, if we fail that level, that 135 at the open, I would add there. Now, I've already taken one shot in Affirm, and it will not be my last, I don't think, today to the short side. But the first level was when it broke 1360. I said, okay, it doesn't break the low, 17% short, down 15%. It's got a chance that it could go squeeze on you. If it does that, I'm looking back at 14.5. If it fills the entire gap, I'll probably be short up there again. You can make the case for the long just on a short covering basis. The 50 periods is down here at 1250. That would make some sense. Maybe you get a bit of a bounce back off that. I just think at some point the sellers come back in. Regardless of valuation resets, the fundamental aspect of this business is in trouble when it comes to credit. I don't see anything getting better for them for this year. I'm not seeing how they could possibly improve this year. So really you're talking about like a squeeze type bounce, short covering bounce, and those tend to fade out at some point. That's what I want to be here for. I've already taken one swing. It'll be multiple. If we hold 1360 here at the open, maybe I just short that level, go back to the 15-minute, maybe I short this level again, or wait 1450. If it gets to the top, then I'll take three shots at it. I don't want to have the end of the day come around and I've traded 10 different price levels. I want to trade 3 price levels with the possibility of 4 if there's a bottom break at the 50 period on the daily.
All right, I just mentioned to Fahad that the position board is not working again, so hopefully you can stick with us and we will get that up and working again as well. I have not looked at a firm today, so yeah, not much happening on that front. The only position that I have is Bed Bath & Beyond, and it's a short rate here at 84. So we'll wait to see where that goes from now on, but I'm looking at, okay, let's just talk about something else here. Amazon's going to be coming up on the big tech spot, but this is another name that's on the sticky note for me. Amazon back down here to 100. I really liked what I saw at 100 yesterday. It had so many opportunities to really tank through, and it didn't. Obviously, it did in the morning. We were short this name again, and we look to go short again on this if we get up to here, 103, 104. But for right now, I'm actually looking to test along through 100 here, or back at 100 on Amazon. So that's something that I'm looking for as well as this day goes on. But yeah, nothing for a firm on me. I mean, I'll be over there and trading it. It's just, like I said, man, I'm a new trader here. I'm trying to like focus on trades that I know have a bigger potential for me. And I haven't really traded a firm, nor do I like trading stocks that have reported. So, all right, back over to the desk with Brendan.
We get to big tech and talk a little bit about Amazon. Quickly here for Hood, the only thing that seemed somewhat positive was they announced this buyback of the shares that FTX owned. I mean, there's obviously many lawsuits that are going to have to come between them and those shares, and it's almost like get in line for those shares because a lot of other people have also staked their claim to them. So, I mean, yes, Hood is up here, but does it stay higher?
I don't think the fundamentals are good in this report, Brendo, to be honest with you. Yeah, they made more money in the quarter, but they made more money from fewer users. They have the lowest active user engagement in 6 months. And the reason they're making more money is because those users are using margin. That's not sustainable for me, and I don't like the look.
Yeah, I mean, to be expected, I guess, with what the market has done over the past 12 to even 15 months. But, I mean, they're benefiting, I guess, from higher interest rates, guys. Is there a positive here?
But you just said the one positive. They're benefiting from higher interest rates. So, and long term, I don't know how good that's going to be for them. Sharif made the case. If it gets to 11.50, I'm shorting up there. That's pretty much it. Like, unless it gets to $10, which at this point it would have to drop 10% after being up on the report. I think that's unlikely. I don't think that buyback, even if it happens, who knows when it would even happen. So I don't think this is going to be an exciting one unless you get a squeeze to be faded. Then suddenly it becomes an interesting name because I can't see it sustaining any kind of buy level. So 11.50, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, for me, I just saw Hood, again, an earnings name, so I'm not going to touch it. But, well, I mean, what I mean by when I say that is I don't want to have an early opinion on it. I want to see any key levels or something like that because, like, I look at the Robinhood report, and although it's great, like, you hear what Sharif was saying there, and it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know, is good news bad news? You know, less customers, more margin. Like there's a bunch of things involved here, and I don't trade Hood enough to know about what to do here. So let's wait for a key level to develop. It looks like right now, like in here, 1080, 1060, where we had some action yesterday off this report, and then a bump up to 1120 with that floor of 1080. So for me, I think this looks half decent right now. 1060 back here. So I think if any kind of a dip down, yeah, now Robinhood, I mean, might be the name. So I think we can look at that today for a possible build down here at 1060, 1080. So let's see if it falls down. Like I said, if there's going to be any shorts in the building here, I already have Bed Bath & Beyond. That's really the name that I want to look at. And then we're going to talk about big tech soon. I think Google has a chance to continue its short pull, although I bought some yesterday in my long-term account. And then I do want to see Amazon if it gets up to that 103, 104 area. So I do have some shorts in the bag today. And then we talked about Lucid and Tesla. Those names seem to be a little bit frothy based on recent moves. Rivian was up yesterday. Shopify was down yesterday. So there are some decent names, but here we go. Let's see if Bed Bath & Beyond, it just made a little move down here. We are going to get the imbalances in 2 minutes for the NASDAQ. Yeah, this coffee, even this new coffee
this one's not good either.
Doesn't taste good.
That's so I knew there was something up with it.
Yeah, if anybody wants to go out and buy coffee, we can expense that. But yeah, nice. I still got mine from the morning, so
yeah, lucky,
I might have to hit that up pretty soon. But nice move down here for Bed Bath & Beyond. In about a minute, you're going to get the imbalances, so let's see. I'm not taking it. We're short at 84. Unfortunately, my positions aren't showing in. You know what? Maybe if I just take one
a fill.
I'm going to take one fill here at 80, and then it should. populate. There it is. Yeah.
see?
So. Of course, I got out of 1% there or less, but here we go. Now Bed Bath & Beyond starting to make that move down, so we can hopefully hit it for the first time here today. Temporary spin the money there. And I did want to give a big shout out to Fahad again. The guy is working super hard to get that board fixed. So big shout out to you, Fahad. Thank you so much for doing that. And thanks for all the patience with our viewers as well on that position board. We've said it on the show. We're back and forth with new software. We're doing some different things here. So, sometimes technology don't play nice. But look at this. Here's a level right here. I want to thank Fahad Prad for all that patience.
That's the same buyer from the morning.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. This guy has not left. This trader has been sitting here on the bid at 277 all morning long, which is why I took that short at first at 80, thinking that they're gonna slam this guy. There it is. See you later. He's gone.
He's
right
taken
now.
100K already earlier though.
Yeah. And that was another. What did we just see there? 300 or so. So probably about 500,000 shares being bought here at 277. Remember, the one thing about this is that I'm gonna take a bid here. So the one thing about this, Phil, here is that it's SSR still. So the fact that someone's hitting this are people that are long giving this guy shares, this trader shares. So there it is. We take another fill right now, stack it up. We are trying to go more short now on this break, but hey, we'll see what happens with Bed Bath & Beyond trying to get shorter.
All right, let's move on to big tech to wrap things up here. Just a note, Disney back to the downside here. Bob Iger still speaking on CNBC, so there was a little bit of volume that came in there downside, maybe on some comments, but still holding that pre-market low so far. Here's the note on AWS teaming up with S&P Global. I mean, just another contract for them announced today for Amazon. It has been a little bit on the weak side of late. All of these, notably, gapping to the upside this morning. Microsoft, obviously, ton of headlines this week. Google as well, ton of headlines this week. Which one are you going to point to?
Yeah, I got to wait till after the bell, Brendo. I got to see what's relatively strong. It looks like we have a new candidate every day. Meta strong one day, Tesla strong the other. So let's see what 9:30 brings, and then we'll ride this wave.
Yeah, Amazon specifically, guys, back to the upside here after a couple of down days.
So just a couple of things, like that buyer in Bed Bath & Beyond has been filled several times this morning, and it just it bounces off of where he takes the position. So it goes down a couple cents, and then it kind of recovers. So just keep an eye on that, because someone's kind of buying up shares. Once they're done, if it breaks a level and then it doesn't rebound, I think it's going to flush again. Obviously, we're holding shorts. I want to go Meta first, 180 to 183. I don't know if you get a flat bottom break, but you guys can see the level. It's sort of obvious. If you break this, there's a huge gap to be filled. That support, 83 first, then 80. Those are the two levels I'll like in that regard. But it's Alphabet. That's the one I'm in. And that's the one we like for the short today. Relative weakness, but it's about to test the channel. I'll zoom in on the 15-minute. It's about to test the channel up. And if you break out from here, I'll acknowledge the strength, at least off of the open. I'm looking to see it get back beneath 100 before I take anything out. And 98 was a pretty distinct bottom on Alphabet there. So watch out for this one. If it does hold 100, there's a kind of like Meta. There's a huge gap that fills to the upside after yesterday's flush. So I don't want this getting through these pre-market resistance levels, which is pretty close as we speak, with only 2.5 minutes to go.
All right, right now, let's just keep on going through right now here. Google, yeah, nice upside move for sure. Bed Bath & Beyond has fallen back down just a little bit here. So let's see if that wants to continue to make moves downside here and set 274, 275 right now for Bed Bath & Beyond, continuing to make a move down. Let's just see what happens here with the imbalance locator. I want to have a quick look to see if there is anything that anybody wants to talk about. I did get a message last night about this imbalance locator. It's part of our feed here, so you want to look at that. There's Tesla. I just saw Tesla there as a sell. So watch out for Tesla right now. It does hit that sell, so there is a little bit of a move downside right now for Tesla from 209 straight down to 208 on that sell. There's AI with a buy, so that's trying to dance around as well a little bit, not doing much. Disney with a buy. So again, not doing much right now, but it is a buy in there. Is that chart right? Yeah, 929. Okay, yeah, we're getting close right now.
Oh, goodness.
Didn't realize we were that close.
Oh, we have a minute and a half.
40, yeah, it's still okay. But anyways, that's what the imbalance locator looks like. And then, yeah, that Google move, wow. I was thinking about a short on this name.
It just turned.
Okay, it just turned. So yeah, okay. Well, so we do miss that short, but wow, what a move upside for Google. Like hello, right up there to $100.50. Let's see what this Nasdaq wants to do. Still taking out highs. I don't want to be short Nasdaq or Google if Nasdaq is ripping. So we'll wait for all of these trades. It's more the longs that we're looking for. A buy in Microsoft is probably going to work out today again, as that name just continues to make higher highs right now in this market. And then the other one we have on there is Amazon down to 100. And then the Microsoft dip buy, which I'm not sure we're going to get. So, yep, let's get ready to rock and roll here, man. It's going to be a great day. Microsoft back down to 271.50 or something off the open. Maybe it's a buy against that 270, but be very, very careful with Microsoft. It can be pretty violent. With only 30 seconds left to go, my eyes are going to be on Bed Bath & Beyond, as it's the only position I have.
Yeah, I rang the register in 100 broke on Alphabet, and we'll wait for the open before we make a next move there. We got about 20 seconds to go. Fahad's going to be on the bell. We've got some dips in Tesla happening. Hopefully we can get picked up at 203. We like that for a bit of a bid. Let's go Bed Bath & Beyond to that downside and be cautious with a firm. If it takes out the high, could squeeze to the upside. I'm looking 1450. 3, 2, and 1. Ring it, Fahad. What the? See, I told you that was happening again. What the? Did you do that?
All right, let's go. Yeah, so there goes Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's see how low it wants to go, man. Now we're into 271. Let's take out some bids right now at 271. So we are ringing the register on that one right now. Bed Bath & Beyond continuing to make a move down. Let's see what happens. You need to, yeah, that light needs to go off like ASAP because obviously
honestly,
we can't focus.
I can't even focus, guys.
But okay, right now, Bed Bath & Beyond to the downside right now. Mark, if you are around, please come out here. Thanks, Brad and Fahad, for getting that. We had lights gone wild right now on there. But okay, here goes Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's just continue to watch it. Nothing else really moving. The Nasdaq's coming back in. Let's watch out for that Google tank maybe incoming.
I was just able to get 99.30 something in there. Is it rolling over off that 100 level? My eyes are
wow. It is really tanking there.
Yeah, so it's really tanking. It just got through 99, 98. 98 was a big level yesterday, so watch out for that as a potential bounce. Sorry if I'm like, my eyes are kind of messed up right now. Meta kind of coming back down, and I want to look at that 183. That's the first level of support. BBY did catch one, but watch out for a firm. This is why you have a stop. Up to 14 now. It looks like it is squeezing here. 1450 is the next level that I want to have. And Tesla is the other one we wanted to monitor. That's coming down pretty decently. That 203 is why I want to pick up the first bid. And last one, but I think certainly not least, Disney on the earnings. It's starting to come right down. So I want to pick up a dip buy. This is the area we thought it could dip to. There you go, like 116. I was looking 116.50. This could be time to put something on in front of said 116 on Disney, but it is coming in rather heavily.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to put anything on. And these earnings plays, we'll continue to watch them. But here goes Microsoft is starting to flush right now.
Goodness.
So we actually get a 271.50 fill right there. We're going to play this down to 269. So it's an early start here for the long on Microsoft. We don't have a maximum position or anything even close to that. So let's hold out here on 269, 270 for Microsoft. So we're going to hold out. Again, not a big position, but we are in one now for Microsoft. So let's see if it can hold off of 269. That's really the level that I'm focused on. Man, we still have these bad wicks, but it's kind of yesterday's levels. 270 is the key level, but 269 is where we're going to get out if we are dead wrong on that name. So right now, Microsoft trying to go. Bed Bath & Beyond did make a move back up to 80 and then another move back to 74. So we took some more out there. Let's continue to watch Bed Bath & Beyond, but really all my focus right now is on Microsoft as that's where my shares are.
Yeah, we'll go jam just to get that 116 bounce, not 16, 116 bounce on Disney. That just got back up to the 17s, took it out. Well, not all of it, took the bounce because it's a heavy move. The market's coming in. I'll stop out underneath. So look at that. It immediately took that stop out. When you get that rubber band action, you can't even see that candle so thick. When you get that rubber band action, take the scalp trade, and if it continues down, find another level. I'm a little bit surprised by Google. It already came down to 98. So I didn't think it would be that quickly that you'd go 100 to 98, but it has happened. If it cracks 98, kind of watch out below here. I'm looking to fade the next bounce to the upside and looking for a 99 entry point. That was really quick, but hey, you got to ring the register. It is Super Bowl this weekend, so I'll try to hit the Gronk spike a couple of times there. And Bed Bath & Beyond, Sean, it did make a bit of a bounce, and that's on the NASDAQ. But it did feel like that was a weak bounce. That 75, like it got back up here. I'm like, oh yeah, it's going to rip back into the 80s. I want more shares of this short, but I'm trying to give it back into the 80s where the fills have been the best. I'm going to run out of patience soon, though. Was that Brendan?
A little low float name starting to go here. HPCO popped up late in the day yesterday, trying to extend this game as well. 1 million shares on this. Hempaco taking out the highs, 104%.
Where's Softy?
All right. Yeah, Softy's still going to the downside. That's the only trade I have on right now is Microsoft. It's still bouncing around. It's fine, but it is starting to get a little weak right now for Microsoft. We're going to look to see, like, you know, what sort of is bouncing around here, relative strength versus relative weakness.
NVIDIA's strong.
We're going to check out, we're going to check out our trade ideas here. It's Win right now with huge volume. It's going to be all these earnings names. Bed Bath & Beyond,
right.
Google as well with big volume down there to $98. So let's just continue to watch out for some of these names. I wonder if Google is at some point. I know you were in it, but yeah, that's down. That's down huge right now. Google, man, again down. I mean, huge, 1%, but it is a big move to the downside right now. Trying to bounce off yesterday's bottom of 98. I think this is worth a long as well down here. But then I'm long Google and Microsoft, so we are praying that the NASDAQ gets back to the upside. But hey, let's try the shot here on Google. Looks depressed down here a little bit. We'll just buy those 22s I think we got. Yeah, we're long 22 right now on Google. 98 doesn't hold, man. We'll be gone, and then we'll re-look at this one later.
Yeah, and then some relative strength in NVIDIA, once again breaking out, super strong name, kind of like that Tesla. It's been grinding higher. Double top now at 229, so watch out top side here if it takes out 229. I'll try to go the dip buy route. I would have looked for it. If we got 225s or 220s, be all over it. But now, looking at that 227 level, NVIDIA, as usual, the strong name in the chip sector to watch. Okay, we're at 280 now on Bed Bath & Beyond. Looks like that's the place to catch the bid or catch some offers again.
All right, let's go ring it a little bit here Google could still fail. We took some out in the 40s there, guys. We took 20 cents. That's about the risk because here it goes. Now it's gone. So that was about the risk to reward right there for Google. So took a little bit of profit, dumped it out. We will not be positive on it because we didn't take enough on that. But here goes Google right back in. Now, the thing is, we don't want to, this is what I'm saying. We tried that to try to get a bottom in case the market rallied. Now that it didn't, let's forget about it. This name is continuing to flush like crazy right now. So let's watch out for Google heading back into the downside. Affirm still down 13%, and Brendan on the ones and twos.
GTLB, GitLab, with job cuts coming through this morning, straight downside on this, 7%, reducing their staff by 7%. GTLB, straight southbound.
Okay, I mean, I guess, you know, we don't see that normally straight southbound, so we'll find out
Usually you go
if there
up.
is more from that. I'm going to take a long in Apple here. Strong today against the market, trying to go higher. 153.50 could be a good stop spot here for Apple. I just don't know, man. The market is still up 1% and fading out, so I don't know if this long is going to be right or not, man. You got to look at this level right back down here, 12,260. Let's hold out on any sort of long ideas for now, unless we get a lot of or more of a dip opportunity here. So I'll take some on Apple, but let's wait to see this 153.50 and see if that holds. 153.50 on Apple.
Yeah, we're going to go with this one. At least some things are trying to hold to the upside. We got the 227 dip buy. It held pre-market lows. Then you got this nice little dip into the breakout price. Already went to the 50 level. I'm going to scalp that out because it's a relatively weak name. And then Disney held 116 again. So, you know, held 116. We jump back into that same price, get a scalp out, and then we're going to try to hold on. But this is downward trending. All these are downward trending at this point. So want to respect the fact that that's true. If it makes a fresh low, I am out of Disney. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to adjust my stop right now. We do this live, just adjusting my stop order. Do not want to get caught off guard in a gap fill back into the downside. Speaking of filling gaps to the downside, Meta is threatening to go lower here. 183, that's a level I like. It's running into that trouble. And then lastly, no breakout on Neo. That 1010 level ended up getting, whoops, I'm just going to cancel that. Don't need a 10 bid. That 1110 level did not get broken. 1050 has been the support, so watch out for that. Disney working to the upside and NVIDIA, but I'm kind of mad about Alphabet. I was looking for a re-entry. I didn't actually get it. I thought it would go a little higher after that 98 bounce. Did not. Now it's headed lower. And now I want to short the 98 level because that was the key support level from yesterday. So if I can catch a short back in front of 98, that's what I'll look for next in Google.
All right, so we took Apple long at mid-80s here, waiting for a dip. Okay. Okay, waiting for a dip down. There it is right there. Like, what the heck was that about? I was just like, should I get some out at O's or not? And then Apple just gets to the downside. So, yeah, let's watch out here. Apple's starting to make some moves downside right now. We're going to get out if it breaks 50. Like, that was look at this sharp candle, almost as if, like, what just happened right there on Apple.
What?
So, we'll wait to see. I don't know what that was, but we were just getting some out at 90s. I was like, what should we get, a 96, a 97? I don't know. And then we just had a huge move to the downside. So let's watch out, man. These longs are definitely in trouble here. We're still fine. I mean, we didn't really do anything yet. Our Microsoft is broken back down below as well. We're waiting for longs on that one. But yeah, it looks like Apple's having a problem getting higher here right now. That little tick down, I don't even know what that was about. Hopefully we get a move back up. We'll be able to get out of some of these because that was a strange one. I actually might take some out here at 65. Let's just do that. That was literally 10%. But yeah, this one looks like it wants to fade out. I don't know what that move was on Softy, guys.
Yeah, so here comes a firm again. We stopped out early, and then it got close to 1450, but didn't pick me up. That was too fast. I was looking for those longs. We were trading, obviously, some NVIDIA and some Disney at that same time. Now I want to try for the short again. I want the highs, but the consolidation might be the thing. It went to our next level, and now it wants to consolidate around 14 even. I'm going to go for the short just above 14, kind of playing over under there, and see if we can't get that one going back into said downside. Alphabet looks... I don't know. Well, go back to Alphabet when it gets to 98, but NVIDIA is starting to churn back to the upside. That just took out the high, so the dip buy was money. It's about to take out that 229 double top, so I want to continue to buy dips instead of playing the break. We'll hold on to these shares. Next dip in front of 227.5. In case we get it, I want to check back in on Tesla at some point, but NVIDIA, that's a strong name in its own right, and if we can play this trend to the upside, let's go for it. Oh, Tesla's going to get to that top.
Oh my God, I don't have my...
Tesla didn't go anywhere near that 03s. It looks like it's churning toward that 220 level.
Yeah, crazy times,
Wow,
man. I didn't even realize that. I thought I had a Microsoft bid down here, even lower than this, but I guess I do not. So yeah, Microsoft is falling down. This is where I want. I mean, this is not where I wanted. We started it early, but you can see by my average price, it's 271.50. So we've done a really good job, I feel like, of averaging into this trade. But that doesn't mean that it's going to work. We actually were able to get something out of Apple there as it went into the 70s again, and then it just fell back down, and we got out on that 50 break. So there goes Apple back down to the downside. So yeah, nothing working in big cap tech land for the long. But look at the NASDAQ. We just took down. Yeah, look out below here. We just took some levels down. But look what else is printing right now. It's Bed Bath & Beyond. So here we go, man. This was the name that, we had to be in for sure again today. It is on the sticky note as another short up into that $3 mark. So let's start cashing out more as Bed Bath & Beyond just now starting to head to the downside. So yeah, let's put out some more bids, take some fills. I'm still bidding 68. Oh, I got it. Okay. We just got a 68 fill. So that's so far so good on that one. But yeah, big move there to the downside for Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's see if it can hold it. But other than that, man, yeah, things just keep on falling in. Apple did take that level, so now we're going to have to look for some lower bids right now on all this, man. Tesla might be a name to look at because that was the one that we wanted for strong side, but nice dip down here in the market.
Yeah, that NVIDIA came... break 229, slam back down. We're immediately getting the reload there. Oh, I'm going to get a little more aggressive trying to get any kind of a pop to scalp out of this, just because this is going. That's a huge wick. This is one move, and then $2 to the downside almost in a flash. Like somebody dumped it above that level, and I reloaded around that 50 level instead of around 27s. That's about 40 cents, I think, too early. If you reverse this move, it can get pretty ugly very quickly. The good news is, at least I was short of firm when this was happening, and then the second I saw that, I got my stop on this, so I should be okay. I was short of firm, and then I was able to get more shares. Remember I said if it pops back, we'll do the over-under at 14? I got that fill. That's pretty lucky because it spiked up, didn't clear the high, and I was just sitting there. It picked me up. Now you're going back down. If the market flushes, a firm should be in trouble. But what an absolute crazy reversal that was on NVIDIA. Yeah, you just got to be able to get out when it moves there. I wish I had something else to the south side, but I don't. So out of NVIDIA, they'll actually take about a 20-cent hit just to be able to regroup on that and look for something else short because that's what it's shaping up for. Still in Disney longs because that's somehow holding up.
All right, yeah, Tesla. We said we go over to the Tesla, so we just bought a 206.45 out 207. That's a quick 50 cents there on Tesla, still holding 2/3 for more. I still want to look at that level that we wrote down on the sticky note as well of a break of the higher side. We took down 209. That could be coming into play right now. Also, looking at what we talked about in the pre-market, 204. So I want to get long here down to 204. If we break, then we want to get out of Tesla. So I don't, that's 203 right there. Maybe we could hold for 203, but we just took a third out. So far so good here on a move backside now for Tesla. But just be very careful with it. Don't have any clue on this market now. As you can see, I've averaged into this name. I still don't feel in trouble here yet, but if 269 breaks on Microsoft, then I mean, I got to get out. It's too much trouble for this name to the downside. I wanted to be in it because it was up today. It's still up, but it is puking. Microsoft is straight down.
Google's down 3%.
Yeah, Microsoft's down $5
what?
Here. Yep, $5. Well, $4.50 from its high right now. I don't know. Like I said, the market's, you got to look for shorts instead of longs, but 269 coming in here for Microsoft, guys.
So, wow. Okay, so I like 66, 67 area on Microsoft. It's got a couple dollars to go, but I'm in. This sucks. Google never came anywhere close to give you a 98 entry. It's down to 96 and flushing at this point. Oh my goodness, that's gonna. By the end of the day, that's going to look like the worst out possible. Okay, so 96 is a bit of a level here. 95, definitely a bigger one. Maybe there's a bounce to be able to get into the short side of this. All I got on to the short side is, well, I mean, Bed Bath & Beyond, but, I mean, that's Bed Bath & Beyond. Affirm back down to 1350. I'm going to take another leg out. This was the pre-market breakout price. So we allowed it to stop out at that pre-market breakout. Then we waited for 1450, shorted that. Now we're in the money about 70 pennies. Well, actually, it's just bouncing all over the place, 70, 80 cents. I want to see the low of the day. If it never breaks the low, there's only one place to go from there. If you can't figure out what that is, then I can't help you. Disney is holding up at 116, so this one's showing some signs of strength. But again, another gap fill, threatening to the downside. When you pop the 3-minute up, it looks a little bit better, because it's bounced a couple of times off this. This is a re-entry for me. We took $1, stopped out, got back in, scalped 50 cents, and still holding it. I'll play the longs off this only because it's holding up for now, but this market, not terribly strong. I felt I got a bad wick on NVIDIA out there. And you know what? It was actually, I did get a bad trigger out. When I got out, it actually hadn't broken, but then it broke anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. And then it bounced off 226. I'll look for this to be the actual bottom here and then the pre-market lows. But yeah, market needs to bounce a little bit to get short entries on Google and get some of this Disney out.
All right. Okay, good. Yeah. All right, Brendan, I see that. That's fine. All right. So a nice little move back here for Microsoft off that again, we were waiting at 269.25 to get longer because I didn't want to extend this too badly there in case it just kept on tanking, which the market is now rebounding a little bit. So my long is just right here, man. It's at 271.16. So we're not even out of the money here, really. Well, we are, but it's completely fine and manageable now for us on Microsoft. So I do have a target. I did put an out here, didn't I? 270.85, so or 88, sorry, and we just got, because that's where that period was right there. It looks like we just touched it. Wow, we touched 85 and I'm at 88, but that's okay. We put an offer there to get something out just in case we needed that. So that's what that is. But look what's happening right now on Tesla, man. Spin it right now for this. Tesla, huge win now. $1 in the money right now for Tesla. I'm waiting for 208 right here to get another piece out. So 207.95 is my next out for that. But see that top we just made, 207.70? I'm switching my order and putting it right there. 207.70 for Tesla. Pretty excited about that trade. Let's see if it can continue to go to the upside, man. I mean, I need this market to rally. It's more the Microsoft position that I'm more concerned about, but Tesla, let's put an offer there, 207.70 to make that $1.30. You got to make some money here somewhere today, guys.
Yeah, we're getting the bounce on Disney. I don't know if it gets to the high of the day. If it curls at 118, I'll cover. If it breaks out from there, trailing stop and let it go to 120. Let's just see how far this one can go. Refreshing on Bed Bath & Beyond, and then I want to get to this HPCO as well. So bouncing off 265, that was a bit of a thing yesterday. Just go back here. This high, we're around 270, 265 area. So you're getting a bit of a bounce on Bed Bath & Beyond. I did take another leg out down there. If it gets to that bottom, I will get on the bid again. And I don't know if you're going to talk about HPCO, Brendo, but a lot of people have been mentioning this runner. Up low 200%, has already halted twice, making a charge at the high of the day once again. Brendo.
Paco, yeah, no, I mentioned that early on. A little low float name. There's really no significant news on it. I wanted to talk about a few of these Chinese names popping up this morning, including this one. Xpeng, guys, is presenting all week long at an auto show in China. So a little bit more volume on the relative side than the rest of them, including NIO. But strength across the board for Chinese ADRs once again today.
All right. Yeah, Chinese ADRs. We'll look at Alibaba and whatnot, but there we go. We just got our Tesla fill, so that was $1.30 on that fill. Yeah, because we actually got 65s there. So we get a 65 fill right there on Tesla off of this long right there at 206 and change. So good trade there for us, or for me anyways, on Tesla. And yeah, let's see if we can continue with that momentum here. We keep failing on this high side of Microsoft. So you know, it looks like we're going to be wrong on this name here, trying to buy some dips in it. We've been buying the dips all morning. The NASDAQ is trying to get back to the 50 period. If that blows, then for sure I like this trade, but that has to happen first, man. And I don't know. It just keeps on ticking lower. Those fills right there, 83, like that's back to back. I was at 88, so we've missed it a couple times. So let's just switch our order and go something a little bit less than that and take a piece out here. I'm going to try to take out 20% if we get back into this area, just so we can get a better average price. Right now, my price is fine. It's 271.16. It's, you know, we're out. Well, we're out 70 cents on Microsoft. So, yeah, let's just keep on watching out for that one. Microsoft on my radar. And, yeah, not too much danger, but I am trying to get a piece out right here if we can, just because I can't be foolish with this. I'm trying to hold for longer for sure. But honestly, man, there it is. Every time, we just saw 70 there. Every time it keeps coming back up to this level, it doesn't go. So let's take out some risk. We've hit Tesla, $1 in the money. We have Bed Bath & Beyond, which has been a great trade for me today. And then Apple fell through, but other than that, let's just hold out hope that Microsoft wants to go here.
Yeah, you're going to see I'm now out of Disney there. We rang the register on this one. Good level at 116, ends up holding. But I said if it got to 118 and couldn't break it, we'd have to get out of the, well, I didn't have to, but I would get out of the position, go back to that low. If it hits the bid again, I'm going to try to take that 116 long as it holds. It did make a bottom at 75, so that's where I'm going to place my stop. And I'm going to look for that getting close to Alphabet here, getting back up toward that 98 level. So I'm looking for the reload on the short. Should not have gotten out that quickly, but that flushed a little faster than I was anticipating getting into a pre-market. Never even got a full position, to be honest, up there. Brendo, what do you got now, bud?
Just seeing Unity, guys, with a nice move today. There was a move after market and also this morning straight through to 42. Looks like they made an update to their platform specifically aimed at gamers and developers of gaming. So heavy volume behind this for you as well.
Oh, and you won't believe this right now, but we have a chicken dinner winner on Microsoft finally, as this one's trying to go right now. But chicken could turn into be coal or whatever pretty fast. That would be bad. You don't want to eat coal. But right now, Microsoft did just go back up. So we took a couple. Yeah, I don't know if it would have killed you or not, but we did take a couple outs there. Just trying to see, like I said, man, just trying to see if this name wants to go. We don't have any more targets now for the out, but right now, Microsoft is trying to look a little bit juicy here, trying to get back up. We do have a winner now, net in our account, so that's why we're talking about that. Let's go, Microsoft, man. We wanted this name long. We grabbed it a little too early. Remember where our average price was, 271.16. So if you're still rocking with it, you still got it. And now it's back into the money. So let's go, Microsoft. I'll take another piece out here like in the 30s. And then we'll let this thing hopefully continue to go higher than this, back into 272. So right now, Microsoft continuing its flight higher here. Watch out. This is why we're getting it out, man. We're right at these levels right now. So good hold all the way back. Could have panicked and got out, but we did hold that name back up to 271.50. It just got to go now. So this is what we're looking at, Microsoft. It's go time. Let's get back to Greensville here.
Yeah, the NASDAQ about to go back toward the top. So this is 12.72. You're bouncing right back into those highs. I have Google up because if it fails those highs, look where Google is relatively. You're nowhere near the top. So that's relative weakness and kind of in a nutshell. I'm going to take this curl here. I want to take shots at this to the south side. Like, this is definitely one of the names I want in the short bucket. So it didn't quite get to VWAP, didn't quite get to 98, but the market makes a lower high and Google makes a lower high. Then I want to be short Alphabet when it happens. I keep going back and forth. Let's say Google. Sometimes I say Alphabet. You guys know what I'm talking about. If we get to that low, 96 is a good level. So I do want to be getting something out in the middle, something out in front of that bottom, respecting the fact that 96 did put up a pretty decent fight, at least for now. NVIDIA, I want to go dip buy. So now that I got that position on, we'll go dip buying on NVIDIA here. This is 216, so 226 even. I'm trying to get out in front of that. If it holds 226 even, we'll go for the dip. I probably was too aggressive, or greedy, I should say, and not taking anything out in front of 229. Anything close to 28, we're definitely going to take it there. But as I said, find your relative strength and weakness. NVIDIA relatively strong, Alphabet relatively weak. You just missed my bid. Like, give me a break.
Let's go. Oh, no.
Just going to, there we go. No, it'll go right to, I bid 80s, and then it bounced at like 81, 82, so I just kind of stepped up in the middle there and got some out. So we'll ring the register again on Alphabet, this time try to do a better job of holding that one. It's weak. Regardless of what you think about it with regards to AI, it's getting punished because of that demonstration yesterday, so just kind of joining the trend and holding on. And then Affirm here, I'm looking for a reload on the short of Affirm. I'm not yet at the point where I want to say, okay, well, this is the peak. Yesterday, I was like short every single peak. I'm not at that point because I think there's still more short covering that could be happening. So I want to see it develop the trend a bit more. Otherwise, I'm still shorting off of the high of the day.
All right, so I don't know, man. I mean, you guys just saw Google rip right back up. We actually got a 35 fill there for Google. So, sorry, you're talking about Google. For Microsoft, back up to the upside. So we are getting lighter now. We only have half of what we did have initially. Remember, 271.16. So we're right here, right now. We did a great job, I think, of averaging into this position and really taking off some risk. So that was a good one for us as we continue. And look, man, I'm on the same names. I've traded 3 names here in the last 20 minutes as we continue to go. So let's watch out for that one. I did want to talk about something. There is LSDI today. Brendan's going to talk about this in his happening now, but it's a NASDAQ name coming to market. So we're going to find out. I have it here.
It's the biggest Chinese one since DD.
Yeah, exactly. It's MDMA for the PTSD market right now.
Oh, that's a different one.
Yeah,
sorry.
They've only raised $8 million. So this is going to be a light one right here. We don't have the quote yet on this, but apparently it's 10-10. Brendan's going to have more information on that coming up for happening now. So that's going to be something to look at right now. And there goes Tesla trying to go back up to the upside. So check that out, man. LSDI. Co-led by former CFO of Amgen, Disney, and Starwood. So something to look at there coming through. LSDI ASAP on that one. Okay, but again, another fail upside on Microsoft. I'm going to put one more out at 30 and go from there, man, and we'll see how that goes. So here it is. Did we just get that fill? No, we did not. We're in here somewhere. Where did I just put that at? 26. So, okay. Hopefully we get up to 26. A random price there. I don't know why we did that. But here we go. Upside. I always want to get rebates, so that's a nice little trade right there. All good so far here today. Good hold there.
Yeah, just got the dip on NVIDIA here. Let it tell you where the support is. So it told me that the support wasn't at the breakout price at 27s. It made a low at 26. We grabbed the dip buy there. We'll this time get some out in front of VWAP. I'm going to clear out of it if it gets to 228 just because I get to this point where I'm always like, the market doesn't feel as strong as I want it to be. So even a strong name, I want to get out of Dodge here. Make a decision halfway, make a decision full way there. Google is headed back down toward the low. So it's kind of bouncing off 96 again. I'll give it one more shot. If it bounces down there and does not clear out, I'll get out again, look for another re-entry point, which is either a 96 break, that could happen, or push back up. Bed Bath & Beyond, haven't been talking about it too much because, quite frankly, there hasn't been too much concern with the short. It's now bounced all the way back into this high. That top is 290. If 290 goes, I got no issues getting out and getting back in at a higher level. So want to respect the fact that it's catching a bid here. If 290 goes, I am out of Bed Bath & Beyond and looking for a re-entry point.
Shoot.
Yeah, it's on one right now. Like, it held that 265 and it's going. This has been a different story than yesterday, where you were holding shorts and Bed Bath & Beyond was not threatening you at all.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, good, great call on all that stuff, man. But you know what else has been really money right now? Let's go, man. Stick with your freaking guns on this one, man. There it is, Microsoft, right back up to the upside. We did get out of half for about flat on that trade, like we talked about it. But there it is. Now the bump goes up to the upside. We always say we should have held more, but in this case, I don't know, man. That market was pretty sick off the open. We wanted to go to the strongest name that we could possibly think of. That was Microsoft. There's probably others, man, but stay in your damn wheelhouse. And guess what else? Let's go. Bang for you, Henry. Bang for you, whoever. Bang for Tesla. Tesla up to 09 again, man. We're long at 0650. So yeah, buddy, here we go, man. We're doing it again on Tesla today. So it's a nice move upside 208, 209. Let's just keep on this name, man. We could get out at 209. That was a spot that we were debating, but there it is, long at the bottom. We could have just got out at the top. Let's get a little greedy here today, guys. Let's see what this market wants to do. Greed sometimes is good. Not sure if it is this time, but we're going to stay on Tesla right now and see if we can take that level out and then really get excited about what we got here.
Yeah, so I took my stop on Bed Bath & Beyond. It's wick the top. I like wick tops for entry points. I'm just going to go to NVIDIA in a quick second, but yeah, I like wick tops. I'm going to get back into it. I'm going to take my stop out where it is every single time, try to limit damage every single time, and then re-enter if it sets up for re-entry. But I'm kind of saying NVIDIA, great. It's doing this range-bound thing, 26 to 27 to 28. Let's just ring the register on it and then move on. Disney just took out support, so we had that support level that we liked. It was a good one. We were able to get a couple of bounces off it, but again, it hits my stop. I'm out. I'm looking for the next trade. If it's down around 112, 113, so be it. I'm looking to buy dips on Disney, not anything else, is what I want to do. Like if something's just trending, hold on to it and look for re-entry points. If something tells you you're wrong, get out of Dodge and look for the next trade. Google looks like it's okay. Affirm is now back to $1 in the money. It's flushing. I'm looking low of the day here on Affirm. I'm now at that point where I think Affirm can safely be shorted at the lower high. So I'm going to go for lower highs and then shoot all the way to the low of the day here. Affirm and Google, very, very safe on the short side of the train. Was that Brennan?
I believe so.
It's so...
Hey guys, just like that, 10 o'clock, half an hour in the books. Let's have a look at how things are shaping up on a positive start to the day for the overall market here. Nice green board. 0.67 for the S&P, exactly the same for the Dow right now. 0.65 for the Russell. It's the 2,000 leading once again as far as small caps are concerned. These two, however, the NASDAQ 100 and the composite making up most of the strength to this point. Full percent already for the big ones, trying to lead the way back to the upside. Yeah, a notable IPO coming up this morning, guys, as Sean was mentioning. Lucy Scientific Discovery, LSDI, going to make its debut on the NASDAQ this morning. 7.5 million shares priced at $4 per share. LSDI. We'll watch that one when it opens coming up this morning. Walt Disney, we talked about this morning. Robinhood as well. It hasn't been a good start to the day for either. Disney, downside, just took out that initial low, 116.5. Was support initially, no longer. They didn't like the comments, apparently, from Bob Iger on CNBC this morning. There it is. Nothing yet, but action to come, guys, this morning on LSDI on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we'll definitely be looking at
Great
that
call.
one when
You
it does
got to
open.
look at those ones.
You
man.
have
Good
to.
management, low float. We like that coming into
There
market.
isn't a... Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say probably the same stock as you, man. Bed Bath & Beyond right now is starting to go back up to the high side. We took one more fill up there at 95, and we're going to use $3 as our out. It's touched it a couple times. Look, man, do we want to be in this for the long run? Yes. Are we in the long run? Yes. But at the same time, we've really made a lot of money on this name, as has Neil, over the last couple days. So if today is that L, then today is that L on this name. But we don't want it to get too extended because you don't want to give back the money that you've already made over the last couple days. So I'm going to be very careful with that $3 break because we know that if it breaks that $3, that could spark, again, a huge squeeze back up to the upside. I'm not going to go long because I don't know if that's what's going to spark it, but I am going to be there in case that does happen. So let's get out, regroup, and then just simply put, go from there on Tesla. I was looking at Tesla. That's why my eyes are on the other side here because I'm looking at Bed Bath & Beyond, which is faded back. We're actually now almost in the money on this trade as we're short at 87 now on Bed Bath & Beyond. Microsoft's ripping to the high side as well. Yeah, everything's going really well for us, including right now Tesla trying to take out 209, giving us a big trade here, man, today. So hopefully you guys enjoy the show and you enjoy some of these winners that Neil and I are putting on for you. And I hope you guys have had some success in what is National Pizza Day here today. Neil privately asked me if someone wants to send a Hawaiian pizza. No,
I didn't.
I know, just joking. Right there. We'll probably talk more about pizza during the midday show because I know Luca.
I could go for a pie.
Yeah, we can always go for pie. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll get one here today for that. But, I did see the lunch today, Neil, is Jamaican me crazy beef patties. So hopefully those will be good there. I heard Rob is not a big fan of them over there. But look,
It's the ones they get.
yeah. It's not about beef patties by any stretch of imagination, of course. There it is right now. Tesla just breaks though, guys. So nice move to the downside here, or upside, sorry, for Tesla. Just broke, just touched 210. We're on this one, guys.
Yeah, so Tesla breaks the high. Google breaks the low of the day just now. So broke the 96.20 low. It's through 96. I'm going to do the up-down thing where if it can't hold here, you could get like one of those break the level, hold, and then come back up. So I'm going to put a trail in this. So I'm still in the short, the re-entry from 97 quarter-ish. And if it goes above, like, say, 20s, the previous low, I'm just going to get out and look for another re-entry point. Otherwise, let's hold on dodge. If anything, this could be a re-entry. But I'll let it consolidate. Like every time we're getting in, it's like curl into resistance, flush, curl into resistance, flush. So I want to make sure if I get into it, it's a point where I want to make a decision. If I get out, it's a point worthy of making a decision there. So my stop is going to go above 96.20, trailing stop that is, and then we'll see how far this one goes. 95 is an option, obvious level where I probably have to make another call. Brendan again?
Remark Holdings trying to get going again. If you remember yesterday, they were tweeting. The company was tweeting about AI. Here we are, 17% once again today for Mark.
LSDI was the name that we're talking about. But the thing is, it's on the NASDAQ, isn't it, Brendo? Because for right now, we don't have
I couldn't find anything
on here. So we're going to wait. It is LSDI. We're going to wait for that to open up here today. And that was what Brendan just talked about. So if you are looking for, low floaters again here, this is going to be one, another one here, PTSD. That's all the rage right now, talking about trying to fix that up. So we'll wait to see right now in that name. But Microsoft did take a dip by. I was looking at Softy. I still don't want to do anything again until down here. So this is not something that like I'm comfortable averaging in on by any stretch of the imagination. So right now we're just going to sit on our hands a little bit with Softy and see if it goes. We might have got a false break on Tesla, but but here it is. Just chugged water, man. You got to stay hydrated. Hydration Nation, what's up? This broke through 209. Let's just see if it can hold higher. We've got a great price down here at 206 and change. So right now we're at the highest spot we've been at all day, thanks to this name, thanks to Microsoft. I mean, it's unrealized, all of these trades, so we got to let this go. And then part of the problem, which is why my net isn't mooning or anything right now, is because of this one. And it's not gone back down in. We did get back to flat. Remember, we are short now at 287 on this name. So 287 short right now on
Bed Bath & Beyond.
Sorry about that.
So just bouncing off the low here, and this is what one of my concerns with a firm. When you gap down that far, if you don't break the low, and the aftermarket bottom was 70s, 1270, 1280 was a higher low in the pre-market. If you don't get through this, then it's probably going to make some kind of a little dead cat bounce, for lack of a better term. It just did an up and down at 13 even, so I don't want this going all the way back into VWAP. Going to trail this one here. I would have rather trailed it beneath 13, the stock under 13, but it's telling me it's catching a bid at 13. So I'll go 13.40 with the trail, and we'll send you guys back into Brendan. My trail's in on Google, which is trying to make a bottom here. Could have found life down there. Brendan.
I was just trying to find Fahad because this just popped up in front of me. Veru, ouch. 20.5% after a wider loss. They reported downside big time here for Veru.
What the hell, Fahad?
20 what? 26%? Right. Oh, it's a $5. Oh, Veru's $4. Oh.
Yeah. Well, ever since Fahad, this is all joking aside because we're trying to be reasonable here. Ever since Fahad stepped down from the Veru board.
Did he step down on November 9th?
I don't know if he stepped down or was forced out. I don't know. But we're just playing around there with Veru and our guy over there, Fahad.
It's not a good-looking chart.
This guy creates a lot of content for us lately. Unfortunately, some of the content has been regarding his feet lately. So that was pretty fun the other day right there. All right, we just took another one right there. Spin it right here. This is net. If you've taken every fill of mine, the long on Microsoft is not at 270.10 where we have it now. Remember, we do like first in, first out, that kind of accounting stuff. So you're going to have to, it was 271.16 was the average price on that. So, okay, let's go have a party right now. Oh my God, it is Tesla and it is Rip City right now. This is the number one name on the sticky note today, and it's Print City. Oh, you want to know what the number two name is? Bang! It's Bed Bath & Beyond right now, and that's a nice little move to the downside here. Again, man, Bed Bath & Beyond, we've just been hitting this short all day here on BBBY. We put down that we wanted to make sure, look, early shorts and out right there. Then we let it rip up to that $3 mark. Boom! Just take it down out here at the 50 period and watch it go. But this is the trade for me right now. Tesla, be very, very patient. Let it fall down off the open. Buy 206. Get some out at 207. Get some out at 208. Now watch it moon. This is on the sticky note. It's Trader TV Live. It's sticky note. It's the stock market. And there's Tesla, $5 in the money. Microsoft, $1.70 in the money and going. And then Bed Bath & Beyond, let's see how much lower this one wants to go. But man, Neil, this is another great day here on Trader TV Live.
Yeah, this has been one of the cleaner days today. Like, the market's giving you ranges. Someone in the chat just asked about Meta. I said bounce was 188, 183 and 180 were the two levels. So do nothing, do nothing, do nothing. It bounces off of 180, it looks like 183 quarters, right at this close price. Second I see that, we're engaged. Allow it to make the move. Wait for it to get to a key price, then take a shot at it to the long side. Now I want to look at 184 once it gets up there for a bit of an out, and then we'll see how far it can go. Maybe it gets to VWAP. It's a relatively weak name. It just ticked 184 and did like an over and under thing. I'll just get on the south side of 184 and then see if it gets to VWAP 185. That's been a strong mover. You already talked about Bed Bath & Beyond, so no need to go over that one again. But NVIDIA, which we're long, fairly aggressively this morning, it's now trying to take out that high. If it does not get through that 229, rejected it huge. I was in it when it happened. I still think it can start making higher lows. I'd rather not be always playing off a support like this. You want a trend to be holding higher lows. So if it doesn't make a higher low here, the trend could get busted. But we just rang the register on Meta, on the dip buy, and now we'll go to Brendan again.
A little Chinese name that popped up yesterday on some AI-related headlines starting to get going here again. I know, surprise, surprise. $2 just taken out there on a volume spike, guys, for the ZH.
It's still not there.
What were we looking at?
No, sorry, I'm just going to go. We took this out on Meta, but I want to remind everybody of one thing. This is a downward trending stock. So when you get a nice little dip buy in here, congratulations, but you want to be careful about a reload. Like, it has to bounce off my support level and show me there's still strength down there before I get in again. I waited for it to bounce the first time. I will wait for it to bounce again. Do not need to get greedy. Alphabet, which we're holding short, it's now in this consolidation area. I'm just looking to see if it makes another channel down, holds here. I have a trailing stop above 30s, or sorry, 25s. If it breaks out, fine. Our second short will give something up. Otherwise, we're headed back down into 95 even. Clearly a relatively weak name. I might have missed my opportunities to get more Affirm here, but if it gets down to the low of the day, I do want to get out in front of said low. That's $12. Yeah, if it goes to 19, that's a problem. 19 or $12.80 on Affirm. We did get out the first time. We got back into it to the south side, and now we want to be very patient. I keep forgetting about that I know you guys are talking about this HPCO. I didn't pay for locates on this. Up now 330%. They're like it's like a hemp tobacco something combination. If you're interested in what they do, some people aren't. $4 is the big level. I meant to go over this on the daily chart. Huge level at 4 and approaching. If I see it make another press and then halt around that price, I'd be looking to pay for locates up there. So be careful with that one. $4 monster level. And thank you so much for the super chat. Bloody Masters, $2. Monday Tesla 200. Feb 10 calls.
Good one.
2K bagged. Yeah, Tesla to 200. Great move, and it just continues. This stock is on an absolute tear. Ooh, I forgot about Lucid.
Awesome. Yeah, that was good idea. Look at Microsoft. Nice upside move for MSFT right now as well, man. Oh, man, ye of little faith is this dude over here because we had Microsoft. We just started it too early. We had it down here, man, and look, our price was $271. So now you're up, you're $1.50 in the money. Obviously, we don't have that much left on this trade, but still was a banger. I like the trade. Would I make it again? Of course. I would make it again if it comes back down. So we're going to just try to play that patient game, like we say over and over again. Play the patient game with these stocks right now. No idea what we're going to do in the market, but we do have ideas on what stocks we want to play, right? There's a reason why my two number one stocks today are Bed Bath & Beyond and Tesla. So both of these stocks right here on the sticky note. The reason why I keep going over this is because even yesterday when I was talking, anyways, I was talking with the Wall Street Journal a little bit about Bed Bath & Beyond yesterday, and I just said, you know what? Forget the story about Bed Bath & Beyond. The real story is Trader TV Live and what we're about here. So that's what we're doing, man. We're giving you free information every single day. Trade ideas that we're talking about here. Neil and I both, everybody tweets out here. That's a good one. That's a good one. Plus, we have our watch list. So is it rocket science that we're long right now? No. We wanted the long. The only thing that takes effort, time, and confidence is finding the levels, right? So we let Tesla dip down in there. We could have easily been long right here on a break, but I told you, we're changed, man. We're changed. We're waiting for levels to develop, and we're waiting for patience. So there it is, boomed up to the upside right now. Tesla's a banger. It's my #1 stock. Bed Bath & Beyond, the same damn thing. We take that short, and now look. So yeah, all good up here, and I hope you guys are having a great day, man. Thank you so much, Sneaky Pete Vaporizers. We're vaporizing this market right now, and I hope you are too, Sneaky Pete. That's a sneaky little super chat right there of $6.99 Canadian. So let's go, man. You love the energy. Well, guess what? It's never stopping. So if you don't like it, go somewhere else. Let's go. Trader TV Live is here to stay, baby.
And we're not going anywhere. I like the Sneaky Pete name. I know what that's a reference to. That's a great show, by the way.
Show, yeah, exactly.
Why did something's getting?
It's some horse racing.
Someone just got bounced on the chat for saying Tesla's going to 100 pretty soon. No, you can pull something like
they
that.
Got bounced
if
for
that's
that?
Like, yeah, I don't know why that got blocked. Look, if you think Tesla's going to 100, then you want to make a fundamental case for being overvalued. I got no issue with it because on some levels it is, but it's momentum to the upside. As a day trader or a short-term trader, you're looking for momentum to the upside or key levels. Like that's what we're going to be focused on here. We always talk about those ideas, and quite frankly, if you thought it was overvalued, you've been right for a while, and now it's catching a bid. So we want to respect that. I want to respect the trend. And the trend here I was going to say NVIDIA, on Meta has been to the downside. If it gets to VWAP, I'll look for that curl. It's kind of in the bucket of Google or Alphabet at this point, where clearly relatively weak. That does mean if it fails 185, I'm going to try and take it. It looks like it's trying to fail it right here. But it was a good bounce. We waited for the key price level, allowed it to make a buy first. Once the bidders came in, I joined them instead of standing in front, and then we'll try to take that 185 out. We'll see what happens with Alphabet there. Bed Bath & Beyond, look, it's worked, but it's another higher low here. So, short, stopped out, re-short it, back down to 265, short, stopped out, re-short, higher low. So I'm going to take more shares out in front of VWAP, respecting how it kind of looks strong here on this name. And NVIDIA, that's the long we're in earlier. Now it wants to try to take out this high. This is a higher low that is happening, not the one I wanted, down around VWAP. I still want to bounce in at VWAP here, but if it's a tight level in here, I might just take the long near the tops. There's nothing wrong with joining the trend, even if it feels like you're not getting the best price. And another sign for the market being strong, I just got trailed out of Alphabet. So we had the short above 100, got to 98, we shorted 97.30, going to be out here in front of 96 for another buck. Great trend, but if Google catches a bid, it can definitely help this market to the upside.
What's up, DJ Khaled? God did Tesla today, man. Yeah, this has been what a rip here for Tesla, man. We are now $6 in the money on this trade as it continues to go higher and higher and higher. And again, man, big trade for me today as Tesla tick, 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 tick. Boom, right there as it keeps going to the upside. Now Tesla, no, maybe I could still be in this when we have Daniel Shea coming on later on. So we'll watch. What? GMBL delisting notice.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I didn't even realize it was all the way
10
down here at
cents.
10 cents anyways. What? How come
there's no trade
Why
there.
didn't we? Why don't I know more about this? Okay, this has been dead for a while. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I thought it was a little bit higher than this, which is why I was like, delisting notice, we better go over this. But yeah, it's been in trouble for a while. So thank you, Brendan, for that little recap there. Just came in our chat, and I was like, oh my God, something's delisting?
LSDI has a quote now.
We got it. Oh, LSDI has a quote. So let's go back over to that quickly and have a look. There it is. Yep, so quote, 10:10 was the expected start time for that. So let's see if that opens up on time here.
Yeah, that's going to be key. Like, will it open up? And just looking at Google here, do I want the long off this bottom here? The market is pretty strong. if it gets back down and does like an over-under around that 96, that can set it up for a bit of a long, but I don't want to break trend just yet. I am now all out of Affirm. Flush that one down the toilet. It caught a bit off the low, so when the market goes higher, shorts are great, but you know, at some point, you got to be able to give it up. I think I want to go for the over VWAP and the lower high up here at 1380 before I reload this name, but I still like the short. It was a relatively, you know, it showed you the level. Like it squoze at the open. I like that. Got to 1450 or ish, right around this level, and then once it was down, there was your consolidation, run to the high, and then short it back down into the bottom. Love that setup. I'll take it every time I see it. And we haven't looked at other chip names other than NVIDIA. I saw someone talk about Micron. It's NVIDIA that I like, and now it's starting to come back down. So let's go for the lower high. At this point, I'm looking for 227.50, something around VWAP here that's going to make some sense to me. But it could break the top. And if it's a top break and the market takes the top, it's going to be worth it on this name.
All right, just talking with the professor here. Now he's done his, morning meal over there. So
17 eggs.
Yeah, 17 eggs, 14 tuna cans, and a couple of live chickens that he sacrifices in the back before he comes on air. So that's the secret, man. That's the secret right there. He learned that with his CMT. You know, they told him
That's what they teach you over there.
Yeah, that's what they teach him over there. So, okay, I don't know, man. What do we think about this Tesla, guys? You tell me in the chat. What should we do? Hold it? Get out? I'm looking at this 210 level right now. Back into 210 as possibly getting some out, but I don't know. What do you guys think, man? Let's say here. No, I'm not doing that, Kaiser. You're crazy. All right, let's keep on going, man. Get out, hold it. Coinbase getting hit.
Coinbase getting
everybody.
smoked.
This is what happens. I mean, look, I love everyone's opinion, but now why did I do that? It's like 50-50 now. Hold and get out. So I think the people that would say hold are long, and the people that are short would say get out. So maybe I backfired myself there on that request. So yeah, I know it's not. No, this is not greed. It's not greedy. Like I'm already out of 2/3 of this trade, guys. Like if I was greedy, we wouldn't have even took profit on here. There's a difference between being greedy and being confident and being, you know, things like that. And it's just like when we're making a call like this on Tesla today, like I said, it's the #1 name on there. And we actually justified why. The momentum is here in Tesla. Why would we ever get out of this trade if it still has huge momentum to the upside? Like now it's $7 right now. So yeah, man, I mean, we are cashing in on this. It's a big, huge day, man. We're leading the way here with Tesla. And I mean, it's just going to the upside and keeps on going. So right there, hold Tesla. Thank you, YOLO when FOMO right there. Talked about that. Let's hold it. So yeah, let's go. We actually watched a Simpson episode last night, the YOLO episode with Homer. So yeah, maybe we will YOLO that. Why would we sell? Yeah, you're right, Sad. Let's just keep on holding this one. 218 coming for Tesla here on the chat from Barkin. So what's up, Barkin? Yeah, Tesla back to 150. Well, I'll be out before that happens. So, all right, let's just keep on holding this, man. Tesla's a monster winner for us today. Thank you for participating in the sticky note. And wow, Tesla right now, this guy is on one, $7 and still moving, $1.50 on Microsoft. And more importantly, I think that was a call for Brendo.
It was.
Hey guys, we'll get you caught up on what you need to know in small cap land so far today, as always, as well. Make sure you do take a second, smash the like, and subscribe if you haven't to the channel. Here we go. Hempaco. Everyone talking about, I love this name. Everyone talking about HPCO today. There was this was a few days ago. Okay, so this was February 6th, but this story involving Snoop Dogg is being circulated again, it seems like, on social media for this one today. So HPCO, yeah, huge move to the upside. Daily chart is pretty bananas if you zoom out a little bit. Yeah, it's crazy. Gene was another one we were talking about with Lewis this morning. If you were with us in the pre-market, $5 million register offering comes after market yesterday. That gaps it up to 190 straight southbound so far for Gene. We're watching Bed Bath & Beyond. Not a lot of action so far again today. Some of the support from yesterday coming into play. There was the ZH, little Chinese stock that was mentioned yesterday on some AI news. It opened and just absolutely collapsed, headed back to the upside once again. We also talked with Lewis about C3 AI, back on watch again this morning, back downside again this morning as well, along with BBAI, both on the AI front. Guys, back over to you.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at C3. Well, I did look at C3 AI, just very very briefly. It's down again today. The shorts were pretty solid. You had to wait for them and made another double top. I should have been all over this at 28, but you pick other names. We like the firm better. So and the firm was just as good. So if it's going to continue that trend, yeah, I don't mind looking at this at like 26.5. That's where you close, 26.20. So right in that range, it makes some sense that you can start fading it out. It's like a sell the news event. Like this is down, Alphabet's weak. You know where the weakness is in the market, and you want to try to stick to that if you're shorting. I don't want to be paying for locates. I'm pretty sure this one is free. We've been ignoring Coinbase. I know they had that SEC thing, and there was a talk about a crackdown on staking. Here's a 200 period on Coin. I mean, look, it's breaking down. This is a big level of 65, which is trying to take out on the daily. And so in this bounce, if it fails here and doesn't hold, get back above and hold 65, you could see another leg down and have a 10% type of day on Coinbase. So I don't want to ignore this one for too long. It's a little more interesting. Like, it's okay, gap fill, fail 70, 65, just another major void here if it makes a fresh low. So I'm going to start looking at that Coinbase short, add that to my list of weak names in here, but I'll give it a chance to hold 65, which is trying to do. If that doesn't happen, then I'm probably going to go into that short. Meta is looking fantastic for a bit of a bounce. Whoops. What is that wick? For a bit of a bounce off that 183. I haven't been able to reload yet. Looks like it's headed into VWAP. I'm going to try to get some more on the bid here in front of 183, if we even get it on Meta. You never really know. Sometimes if it's going in the money, that means you can't get more shares. NVIDIA, no top break yet. But I'm being patient. I don't want the long here. If it breaks a high, fine. Still looking for it to put in a lower high somewhere around that 227, 50 to 228 area, wherever it happens to bounce. Look for the consolidation. Let it make the level, then you get in. That's what I'm waiting for here on NVIDIA. We can be patient with this. It's already been good, but it could have been a heck of a lot better had I been scalping out that 229 originally. Let's see what happens with NVIDIA. Bed Bath & Beyond is kind of calming down again, so the short looks okay. And Affirm. Yeah, so Affirm just rolled over after me getting trailed out here. Yeah, I'm just going to take a shot shorting right back in at the same levels.
Yeah, that's this market right now. Nice move to the downside. So it looks like we might have hit a top there. We were $7. That went up to $2.14 for Tesla there. So we were just watching it. And again, we're trying to read the market a little bit on that, but we definitely didn't do a great job there of getting that last piece out. But we're still trying to hold it out for this move. Just trying to find some numbers. Like normally I'm using the 50 period here as momentum break, but this is upside here for Tesla. So I feel like another test up there at 214 might get us out. And then, look, I'm with you guys, man. You can't be too greedy. And I think Neil and I do a good job of talking about that, taking out some winners. Generally, my problem is, and I'm trying to work on this, is to try to hold something a bit longer, right? And I think we did that, but you could see right now I feel like,
Meta just broke.
Yeah, the market's falling down.
We're breaking down, man.
Yeah, so maybe go over
just held.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any shorts on right now. I'm going to have to find some. I've just been looking at this. So maybe 212 we could just get out here. What is that bottom wick? Nice move. I don't want to get out on the move down here. I'd rather be wrong on this than get out too early. But 214 looks like good. I mean, $2 back in. We're long at 206. Maybe we could take $6 clean right now. So let's just continue to watch this for a minute.
So Meta just slammed back down into 183. You'll see I have 32s as an average price. It just held barely 10 cents below. Thank goodness I don't have stops at even dollars, although sometimes you just lose an extra 10 to 15 cents when you put it underneath. I missed a firm on the short. I was trying to grab that. I did get Coinbase. I was pretty lucky to have been on Coinbase when this happened and it failed 65 because I wasn't even looking at the darn thing. And then I would have missed that move. I'm out of Meta now. Back into only shorts, but there's no Google in there, which sucks. I do have this Coinbase, which we just put on, and then we'll see if I can get back into a firm. Or Google's for sure. This is one that I know, market flushing again. I got trailed out of that as well. I'm looking for that new short. I'll probably go into this right around 96.25 just to rinse and repeat. Just stick to the names that are weak for the shorts and look for the dip buys where you can find strength. Although that last move into the market to the downside, look at the candle. It's like allow it to make a level. If it doesn't hold VWAP, you don't have to just be sitting there on the bid just because you think it might bounce there. Wait for it to actually bounce. So if we bounce here on NVIDIA 226, I'll go long there again. Otherwise, let's get out of the way of that freight train till I see buyers step in. I'll join them, and then we can go for that rebound.
Yeah, I'm sort of thinking the same thing right now. Let's just be careful. Like Tesla 211.50, I'm going to get out if it breaks it, man. We'll put 550 in our pocket and sort of say that, damn it, we should have took 7. So that's okay, whatever. If it's not okay, I always want to maximize the profits on every trade that I do, especially ones that we're talking about. And whoever said sell, remember when we were talking? There it is. So we'll get out, man. We'll spin it anyways. That's a great trade for me there. I'm happy holding it. Normally, like my outs would have been 209, 210. I think we did a pretty good job holding it there. I could sit here and justify all I want, but ultimately, there's the out. We should have done better on that out, and I'm here to tell you that right now. We should have took that 214 once we saw the double top rejection, but now we sold it and now we're gone, so all good in that. And look what else is printing. Holy crap. I almost said a bad word there because
Bed Bath & Beyond.
Bed Bath, yeah, exactly right, Neil. Bed Bath & Beyond printing to the downside, man. We got to get some fills down here, so let's take them. We took some 80 fills because we were nervous about it, but right now Bed Bath & Beyond is printing again. So the two top names off the sticky note are the two names for me today. Bed Bath & Beyond and Tesla and Microsoft. Microsoft falling back in right now to 270. Let's pick some of this up right here too.
Yeah, now low of the day, fresh low of the day. Congratulate. Whoa, I shouldn't have hit that one. That's kind of a good, it's supposed to be positive for, no, it's because Coinbase hit the lows and I hit the wrong graphic. We'll do this one for that. I don't like hitting the congrats Bitcoin when you're getting like a 9% down move in Coinbase because people probably aren't happy about it, but through the low of the day, we got fortunate with that curl. I was watching the stock when it rejected 65. I actually had to pay all the way down. I tried getting it at 64.50. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's just, there were no fills down there. So if it breaks the low of the day and holds to 63, I want to make sure that I'm joining the trend at better entries than what I got here. Look at every rejection. It's like, that's almost $1 before you find liquidity to get in. Kind of did the same thing again. I should have reversed on Meta. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. That 183 level. The next level down is 180 for me. Last I checked, that's a pretty wide gulf, which means there's room to be in this short. I'll give it a shot to get back into 183, and then I want to short off of this. NVIDIA, which we were patient waiting for the bounce, it's putting in the bounce at 27. I was looking at 26s here, but it's trying to bounce off that 27 level from earlier. I'm going to be very patient. It feels like that could be a bit of a fake out, and I'll look for the key level down here at 226. So market trending down. That means wait for your entry point at a good price instead of starting too early. Hold on to your shorts, hold on to your butts, and find a way back into a firm, Neil. It's SSR. I did miss that curl. We got Coinbase. That's what I was watching when a firm pulled back into the lows. I want anything in front of VWAP. I'm going to be shorting a firm if I can even get it at this point. And lastly, the first short of the day, oh, I missed it as well. Google making fresh lows. I was able to get it early, was able to get it here, did get trailed out, missed that curl. I guess it's just a 95 break at this point. Either we bounce back and give me an entry point here off 96, 96 quarter, or we're taking a 95 break on Alphabet. It has been an absolute flush, and this is the first time it's dumped like this, and I wasn't in it. Brendan, and good timing for the crypto update.
Hey guys, yeah, there was a move to the downside on that note this morning for Coinbase. Let's have a look at it, shall we? The CEO coming out this morning warning that the SEC may consider Ethereum, some staking crackdowns to come, may consider Ethereum a security, which did actually cause a bigger move in Bitcoin to the downside than Ethereum. Interestingly enough, 22.5 gets taken out to the downside back to 22.200. This is a daily chart, so we're still holding on to key support here for both of these, BTC and Ethereum itself, just back to 1,600 and change, but still well within this range for both. That's a look at the board right now. 1.3, 1.2. Shout out to Binance for the board. 22,639, 1634 for Ethereum, but pretty mixed. 2% right across the board, either direction so far, guys.
I was going to say, we got to send Binance that clip, and then they could sponsor. So shout out to Binance there. Thanks, Brendo.
What up, CZ?
Yeah, what up, CZ? What up?
The SEC won't let me be.
Well, the SEC might not let CZ be soon, as you just talked about that staking, and that's a pretty dangerous thing there because
yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying part of the benefit of crypto is your ability to capture 3 or 4%, some kind of a yield by staking, and so that's if they get rid of that, I do think that is a problem.
I'm gonna say one thing. Notice how quickly on the ball they are with some things, and then you watch, I'm just going to say, and then you watch the Madoff, And if anyone,
still gotta watch
if
that.
you haven't, I'm not going to go any further than that, because when you watch the Madoff thing on Netflix, which I think is fantastic, let's just say it's going to grind your gears. I'm just going to leave it at that, and you guys watch it yourself, and I might have said who you're going to be mad at when you watch it, but anyways, that's
You said J.P. Morgan.
well, that's one. That's not the big one. That is not the big one. We've already talked about it. You know exactly who it is.
Spoiler alert.
There's 3 letters in there, but anyways, I don't want to spoil too much. Bed Bath & Beyond broke VWAP here, so maybe we're back toward the lows. I like it if it gets down to the bottoms. We're just catching a bit of a bid in the market. NVIDIA wanted to hold here, so I guess we're going for there. It looks like we're catching, like you said, I thought we'd get 226s. It doesn't happen. You can't be dead right about these things, but you just look for that turn and then try to join it. I'll go long on the higher low if I can catch it, because that's a strong name as far as I'm concerned. And this pop, if this is a good pop, should give me a chance to get short a firm if it has any juice left in it. I think I can get a short and a firm off that little bit of a pop. But relative strength, weakness, that's where you want to go. 210 just bounced on Tesla if you're watching that. And I meant to go to Lucid just in case it was catching a bid with the other EV names. No, it's not. It really, really isn't. However, Lucid, very, very interesting low here. The week low is 1111. It just bounced off 1111. That's a pretty key price. I want to check out where NEO is, because I know 1050 is a big level there. But I'm going to take a shot at Lucid, not breaking out 12, but bouncing off of 11 here. So sometimes you go off the low because you know exactly where you're wrong, get a wick bottom into support, and look for a VWAP retracement. Did it on Meta. It worked until it didn't. We'll try the same here over on Lucid for the first time in a while.
All right. I was just tweeting out here that I have FOMO now on Tesla for giving it up. But whatever. A win is a win. And, we debated holding on to this. Congratulations if you did and you are part of that crew. Because I got out at 211.50. Like Neil said, look where it dumped down to 210.50. So I was like, I saved myself $1, but we could have got back in right there. And that's, again, not looking at the 50 period, not doing other things. I mean, you could always have excuses over and over again here, but looking at Bed Bath & Beyond, just missed that reload. So all right, Tesla's my #1 stock today. Next to that is Bed Bath & Beyond, and then we did pick up that buy there as well in this name, and that is Microsoft. So we do have a Microsoft bid right now as well, and we're looking at that name to see where we want to go with Softy. I just put an offer up here at 271, hoping that comes through. I don't know if we're going to get a 271 fill or not, but that's where we're looking. And then honestly, if this market keeps on tanking down, we will have a look at that Tesla bottom again. But for me, I'm going to leave Tesla alone and look at this bottom. I'm much more interested in Microsoft off of 269. These wicks, but 269 kind of goes back. It's back into a few days. I'm going to have to get a better chart for you, but 269, there it is right here. That's 267, 268 right there. That's 267. So 269 is where I want to do it. Amazon's back to 100. Okay, good call on that one, Neil. I'm going to go over there as well.
Yeah, so it closed at 105 cents, and it just bounced off 106 cents.
Okay.
So, I mean, look, wick bottom, bounce off 100, higher consolidation. I mean, that's a setup. I mean, I'm taking the same setup on Lucid, which is I don't want to say questionable, but relatively weaker name here. Come on, give me a break. I should have punched in first. I never just punch in first. Like, it's ridiculous. It's like you're sitting there, you're explaining the idea, and you get in the habit of starting to talk through the entry and the setup and where your stop is going to be. And then you end up like I bid, and then I try to cross the spread, and now I'm just sort of sitting here looking for a fill in the 30s, and I don't want to chase it up to the 50s. So if I get filled in here, there's your wick, finally. I paid 34s. If I punched in when I started talking about it, I would have got 10 cents better. If it breaks the low, I want to be out, but that's another wick. I think we can get to VWAP here, even if the trend holds to the downside. I think we can get to VWAP. One more for you there. I got Lucid, got Amazon. The other one was Google or Alphabet, bouncing off 90. Oh, not quite 95. Okay, close. It's close, but not quite to 95. We'll be a little bit more patient with that. I'm out of this. I missed that re-entry. That was the only re-entry to the short that we missed, and that kind of sucks, but it happens. You're looking at something else. And then NVIDIA, I wanted to pick up a long here. Now it's through VWAP. I'm going to cancel that. If it comes back down, you could see the low. So I want a higher low, or maybe it has to just start holding VWAP. But we have Amazon now, so we'll look for that one to give us some juice to the upside.
Yeah, that was a great call down there for Amazon for sure. All right, let's just. I mean, I'm still waiting for Microsoft. That's why I didn't dig into it, man. I just like if the market was going to fall down, then we needed to wait for a better opportunity for me to get longer on the tech names. But yeah, that Amazon. Look, not only that. I mean, I like it, but Amazon. I'm so stupid because Amazon rate on my sticky note is let's go long at 100. On Amazon. So that was the bottom right there. So we will try it there. I can't believe I missed that note on my own sticky note. So let's go long right now on Amazon and just try it out a little bit here because that was a long that we identified earlier. So I don't need to do too much work on this because I've already said that I liked it. It's just so stupid that I missed that long. I'm glad that you had it there for Amazon. And again, we're waiting in the 90s for Microsoft. It just went to 75. So yeah, maybe there is a little bit of an issue here with Softy. But that was a good call. Glad that you have that Amazon. I'm looking to get longer in that as well. Let's go over to a stock that we lost on earlier, but we lost a cup of tea on this, and that was Google. In and out so fast right there on Google. Now down to, wow, 95. Jeez, man. Down another 4P on this one. Yeah, we'll be fine, I guess, at some point. But right now, I bought more Google yesterday. It's a long-term play. Like, I wasn't stressed at 85.
Yeah, who cares,
I'm not stressed now either. I'm just looking at this market and how far down we are right now on Google. We can go to a 20-minute chart. Like I said, we've sort of exploded back up through here, but you're not really there yet. We got to break back above 96 for me to get too interested in Google. But that is a move downside. And look, man, we also do have 20 cents in the money on Bed Bath & Beyond. So let's not forget about that trade as well. Bed Bath & Beyond making cash here again today on this trade.
Yeah, we'll go for this. For now, I want to say it's a perfect setup, but it's not necessarily going to be a flawless trade unless this gets to VWAP on Amazon. So we got halfway. Now we got to go all the way to the upside. Lucid was the other one. And a weaker name here, you always got to be careful with a bottom pick. It really has to set up for you. So two things have to happen. A, it needs to bounce off a significant level. That's the first thing that happened on Lucid. Sort of explaining why I'm going long a garbage stock today. And then you get a nice setup. You get that nice little hammer wick bottom there above, and then the carry through. So again, I want it up to VWAP. I'm in at 17s, giving it to the bottom 1-to-1. I mean, 11-10 in at 17. My first out is at 24. Ridiculously predictable, I know, but that's the way I like it. Down to 11, and if it gets to 11.30 to 32. Obviously, I like that as well. But the other thing about that is I love the symmetry. Like, that ends up being support anyways. It's weird how those things work out. And then if it gets to VWAP, we take another out up there, just kind of trying to put orders in. So in case it floats up, Lucid, not a stock that I'm giving it my primary look on. And one level of concern for me short Coinbase off the lows here. And it just, I don't need to have a bid here. And it just bounced off 63 even. So what I want to do is, if it breaks 63 here, hold. If it bounces off 63 here, tight trail at 63.5. Don't want to get caught trapped on a squeezable name short at the low of the day when it's very close to 10% down. Brendan, what's up, bud?
A little low float name popped up in front of me here. Versus, we were talking about a couple of days back, just broke 110 back to the upside on a volume spike there. It held $1 again this morning. Not much follow through on this, but worth a note just to keep an eye on for Versus.
All right, well, you take that stock, it's you versus them on that. I like Versus. That was a new meta play, wasn't it, I believe, or AI play, sorry, for them. Okay, so now we're in. We're long at $100.28 right now on Amazon. I'm just going to give this to 100. If it floats down, it floats down, and we are out. This was an idea, again, that we had on our sticky note, and the reason why, we talked about it yesterday or this morning, and it's just, I was pretty happy that this stock, once it, first of all, that move in the morning, which is not even the morning, it's right now. I mean, we could still go to the downside, right? It's only 10:40, but it's just like, I was pretty impressed here that we held this 99.50 area. So I'll get out if it breaks back down through 100, and we are average, we're here to average in. We don't have our full position, so we're down here in the teens to get more shares, but I feel pretty comfortable with this name here today, and watching it at that $100 level. So there it is, man. We're instantly in the money now. 10 cents on this, and let's just see if it can get upside a little bit more than this. So right now, here comes right back down. So I'm not getting anything out until we get back up here at least. That's $100.80. Let's hold this off a key level and see if the market wants to go. If it doesn't, fine, we get out. But that's my plan of action here on Amazon. Just check back in on the biggest and the baddest of them all, Tesla, still hovering around that spot that we got out on. So I don't mind this trade either for Tesla, but for right now, I'm going to leave this alone until it drops a little bit further here. TSLA. L to the A. All right. Looks like it's sector watch time. We're still waiting. Oh, before I go over there, we are getting close to getting more softy. The market is falling down again. We took a very small bid there at 270 flat. We're waiting for 269 to come through. If 269 breaks, we're out of of Microsoft, but we do have a much bigger bid, just making sure that I do before I throw it, at 269 quarters. So let's see if it gets to the downside. That is Microsoft, Brendo.
Hey guys, I'll show you a green board, which is good to see after the past couple of days have been pretty red for the S&P 500. Nice 0.5% almost move here. For the S&P, there are a few individual names coming off earnings that are standing out to the downside. BAX, STE, IFF over in the materials group, and the SEE also reported down about 6%, 17% move though, obviously offsetting that and then some. Healthcare stocks are weak. AbbVie with a better than expected post this morning in the pre-market. Not a lot of volume behind that, but they did report. Biogen being dragged along with that, so some of the pharma names back to the upside today. This RE down here in the insurance part of the financial sector reported as well, lifting some of the insurance names. Banks are strong. Consumer discretionary names making up the biggest portion of this advance today. BWA, there's an EV portion to their business that's doing better than expected, so 8.3% off earnings. Tesla's here, 4.8% quietly again today. GM, Ford, and APTV. MGM and Wynn, we talked about the casinos a little bit. LVS being dragged along with it, 2.6%. And then up here, MPWR in the tech group, semiconductor. It's the clean energy names back to the downside today. ENPH and SEDG. Everything else, though, positive, which is good to see for the market, guys. Overall, tech leads for the S&P about 0.5%.
You said Win there, and it's like, oh yeah, Win. I bet you that's setting up for something. Up 6%, but look at, this is my 15-minute, look at 110. So pre-market level, breakout. Now look at the wall that sits at that 110 level. Like, I'll respect that. If it wants to hold 110 and tell you that's a bit of a bottom, here it comes into the double bottom as we speak. Not a ton of volume, but the market holds here and bounces. I mean, why not take a strong name? So I'm going to try and get something on this. Instead of only bottom picking names, I want to try and get something in front of 110. I know if it takes that out, then I can just have an obvious stop. You have a good risk reward to the high of the day, and you've got a trending stock to the upside. Lucid just gave me some more fills to the downside. So I guess Lucid's coming back in. Yep, that just came right back into the lows. I know exactly what I'm doing down there. And that is getting out of the way if it makes a fresh low on Lucid. Move, get out the way.
Neil,
this is trending to the downside. It's similar to Amazon. Like, you're going for a bottom pick. If it takes out the low, you slap a fail on it and go away. But until it breaks, I'm still in it. Rinse and repeat if you get an opportunity. But Win also, at least that's a relatively strong name. I didn't mean to say Lucid was a junk company. I just meant to say it's down 3.5%, obviously weaker than the market. So you had to explain the reason why you want to long in something that is that weak. And it did set up on a multi-day low. Let's see if it can actually hold it. Coinbase, it's still bouncing off of 63. So unfortunately, okay, it might break it here. If it breaks 63, I'm putting a trail at 63.5. I might just put a trail on it anyways, because if the market catches the bid, I don't want this getting to VWAP on me. I had to chase the short by 50 cents too much.
It's not too much. Right now, we'll go bang for that one, as there it is, man. We did have that long on Amazon, and we've cashed it out a little bit out. We're out of half now. We have the 11s long. Remember, we did start it up here at 30, so we'll keep taking some pieces out here on the upside. There's a 34. I mean, we are really banking on this, and this makes me feel happy. Why? Because this was a name here that we were like, you know, we wanted to get this name in for us there, and we missed that first take on this. So pretty happy that we're able to have it right now. That is Amazon back in right now for the long. We're long at 11s. We just took a 34 out, so definitely feeling that trade right now on Amazon. Let's just hold it. I'm not getting out of this, so you know, we'll just wait to see then. If we're not getting out, that means we're holding it. So Amazon right now, trying to get back in here, going back up to the upside. We sort of gave our targets before on this name and where we were looking for it. So Amazon right now, back upside. I'm looking at 80.
LSDI's open.
LSDI's open. Okay, do you want to go over to it? I don't have it up.
It opened at $4, it looks like, and immediately came back into the downside. So you kind of want to see where these will settle out. And let me look at the level 2 here, because the chart is completely useless on the first day of an IPO. Like, all you're going to see is one bar. But you're seeing no real size on the bid. Like, first things first, does it open and break higher? So if it does that, you can look for the open price as support. Here, you're not seeing it. I'd like to see a bid come in at like an obvious level, like a 3, and then you just try to scalp in front of it. But for now, there is nothing to see. About 200,000 shares worth of volume, and not a heck of a lot in terms of bid support, which is the first thing I'm looking for. There was supposed to be another one, HDAI, Chinese name. I haven't seen anything on that. Maybe that one actually hasn't come to, I thought it was going to be on the NASDAQ, but maybe that isn't coming out today. I thought that was going to be today as well. That was another big Chinese name. I'm in Amazon. My next stop, my offer is, oh, I just got filled.
Boom.
I was up here at a 150. Next outs are going to be up there around VWAP. So looking for it to break the channel, get up into VWAP. Let's go Amazon, catch that bid. Lucid, I hope you catch a bid as well. It's starting to get back into the upside. That wicked the low, held the low, and now back in. Let's see if we can't get some in the 20s, because that's a weaker name. Obviously a much weaker name is Lucid, and I don't want to ignore Coin, because it just, again, bounced off 63. Just broke it, got to 90s. I don't want this getting past 63.50 on me. This could easily squeeze back to the upside. Got to respect the fact that it's got a sizable short interest here. And if it does, I want to short 65s. Short 64 is a long way away from that to hold.
All right, I did, now we're kind of cooking here with Microsoft a little bit. It just got back up to 50, so let's put an offer here near that. We're at 45 right now, so if we can get it, we'll take it. There it is. So we'll take another, we were along at 17s there, so 30 cents or so on Microsoft. Let's take it and see what happens here for Softy back in one more time. So that's going to be a play that I don't mind, but we'll try to hold it, man. We are holding Amazon, obviously. We took it out there as well at 43. We do see higher highs coming for Amazon, so I got to get my offer out there. There goes Softy right now. That's going to be a great trade back into the long. We talked about waiting for Microsoft. It didn't dip down far enough for me to do too much about it, but still pretty happy with this trade right now. Once again on Microsoft, back up. Let's go. Let's give me this, man. We'll take 40 cents again. There it is. Like, I don't know, guys. I want different graphics. I don't want to hit it. Let's just hit something else. Let's just do this one right now today. We are absolutely el fuego today, and this is going to be one of those days where we're going to look back and say, why don't we use more shares? But that's every day for me. I gotta get one of those trading psychologists, I think. But Microsoft right now, nice move up. There it goes, man. It's blasting right now to the upside. Big moves, man. 270, 271. 271.50. Let's go. This is great. Great trading today. Again, thank you for joining us. I'm not even going to look at the likes. I'm going to assume there's 5,000. Let's just hit the like button as much as we can. We don't have a poll up, but we don't have enough likes. There, look at this. There goes Amazon again into the 50s, Neil. This is a good trade here as well.
Yeah, give me more on Amazon. I want at least into the 70, 80 range. I am going to scalp out Lucid because it's a little bit weaker, obviously. So you see a lower high here. I want to respect 11.25. Ring the register. Make sure you're paying yourself because the market is trying to make a bounce, but give yourself some room to hold on if you do get a bounce. I don't know what you're doing with Tesla here, but Tesla 210, it just keeps bouncing off this level. So let's start thinking about 210 as support on Tesla. It's just giving you this range and giving you $2 or $3. Maybe it's a little bit late to that party, but I'll take a shot at it anyways. I never got the dips that I wanted on Tesla. If I get a chance to play 210s, we'll go for that. Affirm, you're right. Beat Fanatic. Thank you. I love you guys in the chat because I haven't been to Affirm in a while. I have my offer sitting waiting for Affirm to go higher so I can short it again. Well, if you try to short the pops, a little birdie told me if it never actually goes up, then you don't get more short. So I did get out of Affirm. Now I have to sit here with some FOMO as it approaches low. But I don't want to short this. The low aftermarket was 1270. It could easily bounce off that level, and I'm looking to short the pop wherever it happens to go. Wait for that curl. Be patient. If it's going to trend all day long, there will be other entry points. I want to make sure I'm waiting for those ones and not getting too overly aggressive. And then the only other short that I'm still in, Bed Bath & Beyond is trending that back down toward the bottom, but respect the low. The low that it puts in the morning, typically speaking, holds. So if you look at Bed Bath & Beyond yesterday, once it bounced 250, it never went any further. So wherever I see it hold at noon, I will respect that for the low until it says otherwise. Brendo and Money Talks.
Hey guys, back to the downside a little bit so far for the U.S. dollar today as we head towards CPI coming up next week. The 15th, we'll get the next inflation reading for the overall market. Probably due for a little bit of a pullback is the dollar after quite the move off the lows. 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row straight to the upside. We had that little bit of a doji there in between those 4 days higher. So 0.5% right now downside for the DXY, 102.8. Everything else nicely green though on this board. 0.5% for the euro, the Canadian dollar as well, 74.5. I had a look at those minutes from the last Bank of Canada meeting yesterday. There was no movement in this as a result, or nothing really to see. So didn't miss much. 74.5 for the CAD. Pound 7.76 to the upside, back above that 121 key area on the daily chart. If you go out to a daily chart on the British pound, still negative down here. BTC 1.5, 1.2 for Ethereum. Ripple holding up a little bit stronger, guys.
So if you're watching that LSDI, that IPO, it did just halt to the upside, believe it or not. I didn't really see any big size or anything at $3, but it did bounce off 315, and the charts are kind of useless on the first day, and halted at 375. Very light volume, though, so be careful if you're trading that one. Very, very light volume. I'm going to look for a re-entry and win here. It just feels like it's one of these names where I don't want to have too hard of a stop. I see it bouncing. It did stop me here. I mean, that's a kind of a tight stop when you have like $2 worth of range. And if it holds the 110 level, I'll give it another shot. But what I'll do is just get in for a smaller amount and then not add to it until it's actually trending back to the upside. So wait for strength. Once I see strength, go for it. Maybe we get 210 on Tesla. Maybe we don't. But NVIDIA, we never got 226. Now it's continuing the trend up. If you were to draw it, sometimes I feel like you should just draw the trend lines.
Yeah.
Because it's like, maybe I would have actually gone long if I drew that. There's a bounce. We actually got it here, coincidence. And then here's your other bounce. And you keep respecting that trend line on NVIDIA. So that'll be somewhere in the 227 range. That if it breaks 227, I get out of Dodge. But I'll sit down there sort of respecting that. And we'll see if we get a dip by. I got away from this one, and that was definitely a mistake to have gotten away from the longs in that name. I'm back into win. I'm looking for any pop to short on a firm because getting out of this has kind of sucked, obviously, and it continues to trend into the downside. Sometimes the best shorts are the ones that you have trouble getting into. The best longs are the ones that you can't get filled on the bid. That should go without saying, but I'm saying it anyways.
No, but it is a good point. I mean, sometimes it's like,
It's always true.
That's why I try to take trades a little bit against me at first. And I think we had a good example on that on Microsoft today where we knew we wanted the long, but and then sometimes you get in too early, right? I mean, that's where I'm trying to do a lot better with my sizing on these trades because, if you get in too early, then you're forced to get out because it starts breaking. And then I think to myself, oh man, do I really want to take this hit or whatever on this name? And then it's just like, I'm wrong. And then boom, it hits your pressure point and you're out. Well, that's why we wound up putting this on down here at 270.11, giving us that average price of 271, even though we started it at 272. So we kind of did pretty good here, getting that middle price, taking it back up to the upside. And here's another example of that, buying early, knowing that we wanted this move back. And then here's another example, to be honest with you, right here on Amazon, where we bought it early, but then put 3x our shares down here at 110, at $100.10, which is where we're long right now. So that gives you that opportunity to, once it pumps back up, to take a little bit of profit out there and hopefully capture some. Here comes right back in again. So now that we're saying this, I want to put, now that it's fallen back in here, I want to put another bid right now at 15s. We got it. So right there, like I was saying yesterday, man, there's not too many traders that are going to really expose like this, where we're getting in, where we're getting out, what's going on up here with all these trades. So I want to thank everybody for your continued support here, but we still have our stop order to get out on Amazon if it breaks back down below $100. So that's why you take profit, man. We're positive on Amazon, but if it breaks 100, we will be slightly negative. So just a quick update on that. So let's get another piece out here in the 20s. There it is. There's the reload again. Let's go. If we can get this out in the mid 20s, we'll take it for a little bit there. We were at 23 there. It stopped at 22, but I think we can get out at 23. So there it is. There's another class right there and averaging in, but we could still get fallen out, but we'll see here on this move for Amazon on the reloaded. So let's see.
So we only have 4 minutes to go. So we're back at 2 o'clock every single day. So if you enjoyed it, stick around. The midday is just as good, if
There's
not
Amazon.
better, a lot of times here. We have one last thing before we come back to some trading. I want to say here, though, daily chart, I'm long in front of this on Lucid. Understand, if it breaks this, it's a big level. And it's a huge gap fill if Lucid takes this to the downside, obviously at 11. But let's get some earnings on the board there, Brendo.
Just saw that LSDI reopened again, guys, after that initial halt for that one. IPO, if you missed it this morning. Here we go. More fintech, more ride sharing to come tonight.
Or else we would have never heard the end of it. Okay, Enbridge, man, you take my money every month, but I own you, and now gas is free for your boy for his whole life. So thank you, Enbridge, for that. I really like that. PayPal can go to hell because of the move that that's had recently. Not recently, but in the last 2 years, PayPal's been an absolute destruction. So I look to see what PayPal can do today. We'll see about job cuts and things like that. That seems to spark some of these names. Amazon to the moon right now. We got a good trade on that one. Let's watch out on Lyft tomorrow as well, because we saw Uber just go absolutely nuts. I was looking vacation time. You want to look at Expedia. That could be a hot name as well. But then tomorrow morning, I don't see too much other than Enbridge. And thank you, Enbridge, for everything you've done.
Well, Randy will be happy.
What's that?
Well, depending on how Magna.
Magna.
Was it
I own
Magna?
as well.
Maybe it wasn't Magna. It was Magna, I think. It kind of. They pulled it away too fast as I was just looking at it. But look, after what I saw happen in Uber, I'm going to respect Lyft to be sure. Just remember, like Uber, good, then dipped, found support at 35, and then absolutely ripped to the upside. So I want to respect this. It's got a flat bottom break. We want to watch this for the afternoon because you can see a lot of flat bottom breaks down here. 1665 on Lyft. We've seen these stocks trend going into earnings. So if it breaks that bottom and starts trending to the downside, this could be on our watch. Everything that reports the following day, to me, is in play as far as I'm concerned. And, win. So we just got win. I said I had too tight of a stop earlier. Sometimes you make a mistake and try to rectify it, get a better entry point. I hit enter. There we go. Get a better entry point. So it wicked me out. I jumped back into it, but said I'll jump in for less and then only add as it's going in the money. So instead of in as it's going down, in as it's going down, stop beneath support, let it wipe out people, me included, higher lows, and then get in. Then you're going with the trend. It breaks VWAP. I should have taken some when it broke in VWAP, so we'll get on the offer above said VWAP, and then see if it gets back to the high of the day. So joining the trend instead of trying to anticipate or make it. 1 minute to go. Thank you guys so much for everything. And I see AMC in the chat asking, why is Google down? So they had a demonstration for their AI product yesterday, Bard.
Wow, it's still going.
It didn't actually go too well. So it did, it was up like everything else, presentation, snafu, and it got destroyed. And today is just more the same. So it's just, whether you think that one hiccup there should cause all this or not, that's just how the market's taking it. It is the weakest name out of big tech for that reason. I got out of the short probably too early, but you know what? You'll always say that. Yep. If you happen to get top or bottom wick as an out and get the perfect out, great. A lot of times it's luck. It's the same way it's bad luck if you make the top or bottom wick. Maybe it means your price level was right. It just, sometimes it happens to you. But yeah, Google's kind of having a bad day.
Yeah, on that note, I just went long on Google. So we actually
95?
lost very, very small amount. We actually were winning on Google and then we lost on it. So we took that 98 long early. We got out 98.30, 98.60. Then it broke 98 and it went to the downside. So it's like really a decent trade for us off that level. So let's see if Google finds a bottom right now. And by the way, you don't need luck or anything like that. If you can watch out, follow me on Twitter. You get the sticky note in there as well. Thanks you for everybody for watching today. Look at Bed Bath & Beyond. Absolutely back in one more time here for that name. So here's a move to the downside. We got 70 cents in the money on Softy as well right now. Wow, so yeah, things are working out pretty good for us, man, right now. So hopefully there's an out. We just got an out on Bed Bath & Beyond. So this has been a great trade so far today. Short the pops, as we've been saying, man, and that's exactly what we did. So far so good here. I want to thank everybody for watching. Thanks Bears versus Bulls. Thanks Prad. Thanks Fahad. I know it's been a hard time
Lucid
with our
11
position board. Lucid at 11 right now as well. Tesla, my trade that I dumped out right where we are right now. So I feel pretty good about it. We just got to fill on something. Oh, that was Bed Bath & Beyond. Wow. We just got a 70 fill there on that name. We're short 95 on Bed Bath & Beyond right now. So you want to talk about that trade coming in for us here as well. So yeah, man, great show. Thank you for watching again. Neil and I are back at 2 p.m. But for now, thanks Neil. Thanks for the great show there. He's on Lucid right now. Thanks, Brendan. Thanks, everybody, for joining us there. Bears vs. Bulls as well. Bye-bye, Bed Bath & Beyond. And bye-bye to everybody here. But stay with us because you're going to get pushed over here. Let's go to Luca and Sharif.
What is up, guys? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. That's Luca. Let's get it started. Luca, what do you got on board?
I am currently looking at Amazon coming back to 100, wondering, do we actually get a flat bottom break at this point? Gave the first bounce, gave the second bounce. I do think that we're actually going to break this here, so I'm going to take this short if we do break 100. It's there's some size there, not too much. Okay, there we go, broken. If we, or maybe a fake break on this one. Okay, yeah, let me just punch out of that one. That was, that was in real time. So basically, what I was looking for is if we break, do we go
Mike.
I'm muted. Okay, yeah. So what's going on, everyone? Hopefully everybody's having a great day. And enjoying the show. Basically what I was saying there is Amazon, gave the bounce the first time at 100, gave the bounce the second time, and I'm kind of reluctant to, hold this break. So I basically took it short, but I didn't want to hold it against me because if we bounce, we could really just go up 20 cents. There was a buyer at VWAP. There was a buyer at 125. There's not really a lot of follow through, a lot of volume. Yesterday, I think, was the first initial break of 100, and it was really, really good. And this time, we're actually, now we're going. But, it's fine because what I was looking for was the break and the flush through quick, like 20 cents, 30 cents, and scalp trade, right? So at this point, maybe we continue lower. I'm looking at the overall market. Do we get a secondary leg down? So essentially, we get this little kind of sideways action and then flush, and now we get the sideways action again, 41.50 rejected, kind of over under, and now we're flushing again. We're probably going to get a 41.40 test, and then for whatever reason, I have a couple lines here, so let's see if these lines act as a little bit of a short-term bounce there. But yeah, basically, no positions on board yet. Waiting for something to kind of resolve here. I do like the 100 level on Amazon, but I do want to see this resolve. Are we going to bounce from here? Are we going to continue? Yeah, maybe let that go a little bit too early.
We got, I think, probably something here.
Yeah, we're getting a nice flush there.
All right, so what is going on? I don't see anything out yet. Let me go to my hot news item to see what is happening here. No, not seeing anything. Let's see, 11 o'clock, announces fourth quarter final results. I don't know if Brendo's got anything. No, I guess just a regular market dump. At least that's how it looks for now, guys. Not really sure what's going on, but we're hitting some interesting levels that we've got marked off here on the futures chart. I talked about it this morning on the morning show. That 41.30 level has been a key, and I'm not talking about an exact level here. I'm talking about a range, plus or minus maybe 5 or 7 points. But what a flush down, coming back into that 41.30-ish in the high-ish range. Let's see if we get a bounce here. I've got this, where is it got locked off here? I've got 30 and 36. Okay, yeah, I mean, just interchangeable zones. I'm in a Tesla long. So I'm trying to work off the relative strength on Tesla, thankfully building my way into this position, taking the majority of the size that I took at this 11 dip. It's now below that. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see if we're going to actually continue to flush here, or do we find an area of support off a previously tested area of support. So let's see what's going on here. I'm also in an NVIDIA long that is a lot more successful at the moment. I get that dip trade off a key support level. Basically, this consolidation area here and this peak here, where'd I get long? I got long at 228.75. Now we're in 229.10, so about like 30 pennies in the money. Let's see if this one holds out or we continue to flush on this market. So one profitable trade, one not so profitable trade, but the idea here is the same on both. We're taking the relatively strong names on the day and we're going long. Yeah, it could be a day to go short for sure. I'm not going to make the counter argument to that, but I've chosen to go long and I'm working with it. What was I going to say basically? Yeah, so NVIDIA up 3% and Tesla up 4.67%. So definitely the strongest of the bunch. We have Microsoft up 1.15. You know, Apple's an anemic 0.5% and Meta down now 1%. So that's not looking good for my swing there as I continue to give back some money on Meta. Let's see if it can find a market bounce anyway. So nursing a couple of positions. Neither of one is doing well at the moment. Now back out of the money on this NVIDIA trade. Building into this position, I'm looking to average in at that 228, which also happens to be VWAP. Let's see if we can find a bit of a bounce there on that. I've been loving this name though. There doesn't really need to be a catalyst for it. It's kind of riding that AI train, that yada yada yada, as Neil likes to call it. And it's not a subject to the whims, you know. I mean, like, it can't really mess up an AI introduction like Google did yesterday. Everybody knows that their GPUs are the ones being used for the calculations for the AI. So I like this name. I want to ride it every day that it looks strong.
Yeah, guys, Tesla, heads up on Tesla coming into the VWAP area here. I really think VWAP bounce could be good, so let's see how it reacts. Just in front of 210 there. It has not been at VWAP yet today after the run-up and breaking of 210. Sort of bounced off the 211 region, then bounced off the 210.50 region. So starting my first position at 210.50, waiting for this to get into 210. Let's see if it wants to kind of bounce, dip and rip. Probably a lot of stops below 210. If I had to guess, but we are getting a little bit of size there, so yeah, let's see if what this thing wants to do. I'm going to add a little bit more in front here, and no stop in play, but we'll see if this wants to bounce. I think if we break 210 and dip down and then quickly reclaim, I think that's like the we're going to fly, right? So I don't want to actually have a stop at VWAP, thinking that VWAP could be the area where the bounce is going to be good. Anybody who missed the 210 long initially, we're getting back into that region. I imagine, you know, with it being up on the day, this could actually be good and continue. So yeah, let VWAP resolve. We'll see what happens with this one and go from there. Disney was a trade. Let me just quickly put this on. Disney was a trade that I was actually surprised to see Disney not run towards 220. So, or sorry, 120, not to run towards 120. I thought off the morning, I was like, yeah, if 116 holds, maybe we like rip back to the highs, be that 119, and then maybe actually get to the 120 area. You know, Disney coming in with hot earnings, obviously. So tried the 116 bounce play, got sold a little bit, sold the rest at the top at 117. And then I said, okay, let me reload. Missed the reload, actually broke up. And then at this point, the fact that we flushed back down, I was like, okay, yeah, maybe 220 is, or sorry, 120 is not going to come into play there. So Disney kind of interesting. Do I think there's going to be an area of a bounce? Not really 100% sure on it, but I think one of the levels that I'm watching is basically where it was yesterday. So that 112 to 113 region, that was the general high from yesterday. So we already bounced off 113, which was a nice sick bounce play. But I do think if we get back down into 113, 112.50, I kind of want to have bids there to see if I can get those fills and then kind of recycle that area. So I'm going to have bids closer to 113 on Disney. And then, yeah, if we do fly up into VWAP, I might try like a little bit of over-under on VWAP. It rejected the first time. You know, maybe it rejects the second time. But again, don't absolutely love it. It is an earnings play. It is up on the day. So, yeah, those are just a couple things to consider on that one. And Google, for sure, weakest name of the bunch, man. I had a couple trades on Google. I think I was going short here. Yeah, these were shorts. And then a little bit of a long scalp play, not bad. And then this was, I don't know what I was thinking here. I really had to go to the washroom, and I just like said, let me just let it go because maybe we bounce, who knows what happens next. But the short was not wrong, and if I remember correctly, there was a pretty big iceberg. You know, as we ran into the 50 period, we sort of flushed, and an iceberg was trailing it down, and so that was my trade, and I was like, hey, if it wicks me out, you know, if it breaks the iceberg and goes up, I'll just get out because I got to go to the washroom here. So, yeah, sometimes, you know, as a day trader, you got to go to the washroom, and it kind of is what it is. Guys, Tesla's giving that nice bounce up here. That is, I cannot complain. So I'm going to actually get some out at 211. I think today we can actually rip back. So yesterday was slow to get to 203. And whoever was in the chat, if you're watching me right now.
I'm with you on this one, dude.
You're long Tesla as
you.
well?
Oh, I'm heavy,
yeah,
heavy.
let's go, man. Tesla. So Tesla, this is the thing. Again, I was like, okay, we didn't get back to VWAP. The initial long on VWAP could be sick. And this is the long that if you catch it the first time and it actually puts you in the money and continues to go, you sort of want to hold on to it because the first VWAP bounce if it's going to be good, this is the one that can actually go back to the top of the range. So I do want to say that and use these kind of areas with a grain of salt, but it's like 212 into like 213, like top of range area. So obviously nothing goes straight up forever, even though you want it to. That was a nice explosive move to the upside. I'm essentially taking 211, 212, 213 to have my average out at like the 212 area. If we get back down, I'll consider re-adding. But again, if it's going to be really good, if any trade's going to be good, it's going to be good the first time. It's going to look exactly like this, where it flies in the money right away. And then, you know, it's just an easy, you know, trade management. Got a sick average on it. Let's see where this one wants to go. As long as it doesn't put me out of the money and break that 209.50, then nothing to worry about there. So yeah, we'll see if this one wants to continue. But essentially, you know, VWAP long. Let's see if it can get back to high a day. Let's see where it wants to go. All things considered, the market did bounce off of this, I want to say, mystery line, because I had it there and I didn't put it there today. It was just there from maybe yesterday or so yeah, it did bounce right off the line. So you know
my life, like I have a line, I don't know why.
You got
like,
a line.
I don't remember what day, what
and,
level, when was it important.
Yeah.
Luca, I have that trouble all the time. Let me just talk quickly about Nvidia.
Yeah, and just very quickly in case I don't want to forget this. Thank you so much, Bloody Master. I'm here, Luca, 210. Hold will be good. The long is not wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, the long is not wrong. Tesla is above 200 now. Whoever smashed that 198 for the swing, do we go to 260? Time will tell, Sharif.
Yeah, I'm down for that, dude. I'll ride that all day. I'm taking profits here, hopefully at 10s, 230 10s. There we go. On this Nvidia trade, a monster, an absolute monster trade for me. Went long 228.75. We're now 230.20. So riding a dollar plus in the money there, taking out little pieces. It's a heavy position. I want to ride this one through. It had a bit of resistance at that 230, but you know, it found its way through. The trouble though is this Tesla position. What I do like is it did hold VWAP quite nicely there, and I was able to add on that dip. I'll add a little bit more if it makes its way down there, but the idea here is to not be the weekend and get shaken out and ride the trend higher. I think basically the same thing that Luca thinks here, that we can ride that 210 possibly a little bit higher. I know he's more scalping. I'm trying to build into this position. So we'll see how she goes down, but I'm riding both high in the sky right now. Stop console wars. Make a line and put notes on it. Yeah, no. So what ends up happening is when I put the note, it stays at the time that I put it. So once I come the next day and we've advanced in time, the note is no longer visible. I actually have to go back and find it, and it's a whole thing. Ozan, Sharif had too much makeup today, if I am asked. Sharif had too much makeup today, if I am asked. Oh, I don't know. Do I really? Okay. Paul, or tomorrow. This guy's hilarious. Okay, what else we got on board? So let's have a look at what Tesla is doing now. There we go. Now riding it into the past 11, into the 25s. That's what I'm waiting for here. Holding on to this area. I'm going to actually put a dip trade at or near 210. Let's go ahead and put that many shares. 210, I want to get maybe like 20. 210, let's say 15s. That's what we'll do. So we'll ride it. We'll sit here at 15. Should we make our way down there, I want to be part of that. Let's go back to this Nvidia trade here. We break through 230, now retracing a little bit below that 75 area, 229.75. I'm not going to add to these. I took a big enough position on that dip. The whole point here was to get the 50-period moving average, but I'm going to ride it through. I think the next level that I'll take profits at is going to be that 230.5. In fact, let's go ahead and put a little bit of an order there, 230, and we'll sit at 49s, and that's how she's going to look there, Luca.
Yeah, guys, heads up on Amazon. So again, when you break a key level to the downside, doesn't matter the level. Obviously, 100 level is more significant than like a 104 level. But obviously, you want to look at the daily and say, where are these levels on the daily? Where do I think things can bounce and offer off of? With the 100 on Amazon, it's just basically a psychological level. So it looks pretty silly that I let the 100 go. But essentially, it happened in real time. The mic was not on. I'm flabbergasted. And I say, you know what? Bounce, bounce, if fake bounce, and there you go. Let's go.
Sorry, bro.
No. Hit it when we do it.
There we go.
Word of the day.
Flabbergasted.
Missing,
Love
getting
it.
out of that 100. Flabbergasted with this one. And, you know, it is what it is, man, because sometimes I think if it's going to be good, I thought that we could really go. But I think learning lesson of the day for Amazon, Yesterday, 100 was fresh. When it broke 100, it gave the flush, and then it gave you the instant 20 cents. Today, because it was a recycled level from yesterday, it broke. It didn't give you the flush. It kind of stalled. It bounced. I looked. I was like, oh, if we bounce from here, we could really go. I don't really love this. What am I doing? Do I have the right size? I was kind of like flabbergasted with it all. And I quickly punched out. Now it does look silly. But essentially, if you get in this situation where you take it like this and you butcher it, don't panic. You can always get back in. Obviously, hopefully you're not multitasking, focusing on your trades.
Yeah,
and then
baby.
when it gets back to 100, which is the example that I want to give right now, when it does get back to 100, watch the 100 level. Because again, if it is a good level, it goes bounce, bounce, break, flat bottom break, hashtag Sharif, and pop back to 100. Where does this pop to? It literally goes to like 94s and then rejects. So in this scenario, maybe you don't know if it's going to go to 99s, 97s, 94s. So, you know, kind of way that you can approach that is you can just offer all the way into 100. Sometimes you see me do that where if it comes back, I'll just throw a bunch of offers out and I'm just basically waiting. Do I think it's going to kind of fill half of them and then go down? Yeah, maybe if it fills them all, then I start to say, wait, why did it fill them all? So again, if you missed the first time, do not panic. You could have got it the second time. I did not. Was focused on Tesla. Hopefully somebody has that re-short there because now we are headed into the low of day. I don't necessarily know where my levels are on Amazon from the daily. I want to sort of play off that 98 level. Maybe it's a level that I don't remember the exact bottom from yesterday, but let me just do this really quickly as I go back to this because this could be, if we're looking for bounces, you know, where do we get the bounce? Maybe, yeah, so 98.80 was yesterday's. And then when Powell spoke, I remember it was 98. So I'm looking at 98. We're obviously $2 away from that, so we're pretty far. But if we get back into that, that's what I'm going to think to really flip long on Amazon and then go for the bounce. For the time being, I'm just going to leave it just because it's kind of rejecting the 100. Now it looks like it could go lower, but let's see how it sort of sets itself up. If we get back to the 50 period, back to that 100 level, I'll consider some shorts, over-unders over there. But yeah, let's see if I remember that, and then if I can actually hit those trades. And yeah, I'll find a few others as well.
Yeah, someone's saying Gene popping. Let's have a look at Gene real quick. Yeah, okay. It's making a bit of a move here, guys. Not like popping, but okay. Reclaiming VWAP, but it's done that often here. Look how many times it's rejected off that same play. I mean, albeit this was before the bell, but you've had that kind of consistency. You even did it here after the bell, around 10:20. So I'm not really super positive on this name. You know how I love my small cappers, but if there's no trade, there's no trade. I don't like it here. It's not my kind of, it's way too wicky for a dollar stock too. Let's just put that plain. You know, you want to see tight price action for these dollar stocks. So I'm going to stay away from that. But I was looking at another small capper here, HPCO. Why I like this? Because it made its move. Yeah, it was a halted on the way up a couple times, and then it made a nice bull flag. You didn't get that continuation bull flag, but what you did get is a nice consolidation sideways where you're not making lower lows. You're above VWAP. You're mostly, for the most part, holding the 50 period quite nicely, and your peaks are not that far apart. Like these peaks, this one is 332, and this one is 325. So they're not that far, at least far spaced apart. And so why that's important is because you want to start looking at how far you need to make a newer high in order to get that trend up again. So we're at 311 right now. I like this one. Sure, it's extended 315% to the high side, but the chart is what the chart is. And so I'm looking possibly to build a small position here and then to look up. And as we get into maybe a more liquid time of day or whenever this one wants to get up to Schneid, it'll get off. So you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm putting my money where my mouth is, and look, we're testing 3 here. I'm going to punch long here. Even if we break 3, I really don't care all that much. My stop, though, guys, will be the break of this trough, which will be 87. So if this one breaks 87, I'm gonzino, and then maybe I'll get it in some other time. But here we go. Quickly, just need to manage some other trades. NVIDIA not coming up to my profit-taking level at 230.50, coming back down to 229 3/4, but still showing its inclination to head to the high side. So don't want to get out of this one too soon. Tesla is, oh geez, I almost got dip trade there. I got greedy. Let's call a spade a spade. I sat at 210.20s. I should have been sitting at 210.30s. I don't get filled. It comes down to my level, but I don't get the fill. So now we're back into 211s, and we're going to ride, hopefully, a VWAP hold and a continuation north. on Tesla. That's the plan. Let's see what it does. Quickly back to my HPCO. I got to enter this stop because I didn't. So where I say I was going to be out, 287. So let's go ahead and put 286, and then we'll ride out here. We're only half position on this one. Okay, so this is not even that big of a deal. And then we'll put here in case it goes bonkers. There we go. We get that set up, and now we're good to go. We can focus on some of these big capper trades.
Yeah, for sure. Somebody's saying, Luca, can you look at Roblox? I hope my position board speaks for itself. I instantly short that. It's at VWAP. It looks like it's just going to fall. I'm going for 10, 20 cents if it can give that to me, and I'll just scalp it out. It's, you know, up 2%, but just kind of chopping around, not super, super exciting, but again, it's sort of stalling just in front of VWAP there. So I'll take the shot. Volume is dead. I think there's a chance that we could fall down to 38 there. Okay, so I'm actually getting that fill. Yeah, I think we actually could get down to 38. What I would actually watch out for, though, and this is another example, if something's up on the day but it's actually flushing, watch out for the even dollar levels, the low of days. Watch out for the flush into the level, the break of the low, and the quick pop back. So if it's down on the day and it's breaking the lows, then maybe it's going to break the lows and continue. So, for example, let's look at Google, because somebody else was asking, Luca, any thoughts on Google? Every time this, first of all, it flushed right off the open. Second of all, when it broke the low of the day, it didn't pop. It actually flushed lower. So it flushed lower. It broke the low of the day again. It flushed lower. Broke the low of the day again. It flushed lower. Whereas Roblox, going back to this one, it could actually go to 38, break the low of the day, and then stop and then pop a little bit, because it's up 2%, whereas Google is down 5%. So this is kind of a rule of thumb as a day trader that I use for myself. I basically watch this. I say, is this where I should take low of day breaks? Where should I be covering if I'm shorting or if I'm long? And I kind of use that as the short term. Just a heads up, guys, I am long Microsoft. I just got this fill in front of 269. I tried the 270. I think this was a long, if I'm not mistaken, and the first 270 long was wrong, even though it wasn't. I wasn't super committed and I had a few other things going. But yeah, 269 long here. Let's see if this wants to hold and give a little bit of a bounce. If we can get back up into the, you know, give a little bit of a bounce there, then I'll take the win. Basically, yeah, 269 was the level, I think, from yesterday. And I know Sean was mentioning that as well. And again, Microsoft not really down in the day. So when it does break the lows, I actually want to take it long for them to pop back. Because I think anybody who thinks, oh, short low of day on Microsoft, at the first sign that this thing pops back, they're like, oh, wait a second, I'm wrong, I have to cover this, and then it instantly rips back to the upside. So the way that I trade these are all the same. I basically watch the level, I get long in front, I wait, do we get a bounce play? If so, take the profit. If we keep selling off, then it's a simple, simple kind of let it go. So we'll see where this one wants to go. I don't want to let it go too soon. Maybe I'll consider adding to this, but let's see how it reacts as it sells. If it gives a pop back, obviously the bounce will not be good, so we'll see where this one wants to go. Market is breaking lower here, so I'm going to add, yeah, market breaking lower. Let me just see where this is. Into 4130-ish. Yeah, this level is not really a hard level on the 269, more so of an area. So not super concerned, but we'll see what happens next with it.
Yeah, we're breaking that level, but still keeping an eye on the 4130-ish area, right? The market's making that low, but it's within that zone. 4136 we just broke. We're at 33s. I'm gonna stay the course on these ones. We'll see what ends up happening. I'm just looking for that ad on Tesla. Let's see if we can get that one. I got that ad. Oh, nicely, I did, and it pops right back up. So much better average price here on Tesla as a result of that dip trade. Look at that bottom candle wick. Let's just see if it holds, though. You know, I don't want to get shaken out because I really do think that we have a support level at that 4130-ish area, and so I want to see if we can get some of these bottoms here. We can definitely profit from them. So we get a nice little ad there on NVIDIA. I got out here accidentally instead of getting in, and so then that's why I got back in. That's why you'll see a couple of green candles there. I wasn't adding in that area. Yeah, so we'll see what NVIDIA does. Well, we're still continuing to flush down, but we're still within that zone. Yeah, you know what I was thinking, dude? I'm thinking, like, until we get a really big economic number, like the CPI coming next week, we're going to kind of be sideways. 4130 to the low, 4100 to the low, right? 4200 maybe if we get a good day to the high side. So kind of to be expected a little bit until we get a positive CPI print, kind of reinforces the narrative that we've got that inflation is easing, or it puts a kibosh to that, and then we retrace a couple of 100 points maybe on the ES. Who knows? But that's what I've been thinking lately, and like that's why I'm not really surprised with the price action that we've got at the moment, Luca.
Yeah, guys, heads up. Tesla's back into that VWAP. So we
Yeah.
did sell off. I off the Microsoft, taking the loser and moving on. Not a big deal. Tesla, potential reload over here, actually. So I watched it, and it broke the highs. And in this particular moment, it should have actually continued to the upside and ripped through the 50 period, but it didn't. It kind of stalled at the 211 just above. It ripped up and then quickly flushed, so I offed it. I'm still holding some of the position, obviously. Now I'm basically flat on the position. My stop is in, at this point, at 210, just below. I think we're going to break. But I do still want to consider the long. I just want to see how 210 reacts. We're so close to it that I just think that there's no way that we don't break it. But then the real trade will be like a break, a dip, and then a reclaim, and then a pop. If that happens, like, we're going to be back at 211 in no time. So I'm basically watching that. I'm gonna kind of queue up that trade as it sets itself up, and we'll see. We shall see. We shall see if this thing wants to break. I mean, it's, you know, you don't come all the way to a specific level and not break. Like, obviously you could, and if it doesn't break that level, I'll be surprised. I mean, that's why I'm still in the trade. So I do hope it goes back up. But again, if it breaks, clears it down, I'll restructure another long as I kind of watch it. This is just myself managing risk on it, and I just think with the market sort of selling off into the level, the first VWAP bounce, if it's going to be awesome, it would have been all the way back at 213. You know, cover, make the money, hold the rest, see if you can get it.
Oh.
Okay, I'm out of that one now, so now I'm going to queue up the next trade to see if we do rip back up, and I will consider the long if this market wants to quickly give a little bit of a bounce. But again, this is more of a scalp trade, so we'll see what happens next. Yeah, long again, and we'll see if it comes back through 210 or if we just like rip all the way into 211.
Yeah, it's a market that's definitely dancing here. Trying not to panic, trying to, you know, think this through. The levels, I like the levels. Stick with the levels. Think this through. Still holding that 41.30 level. That is the close. So keeping an eye on that. That is 41.30 is actually yesterday's close. Technically, so that, you know, to be expected, we're going to have an area of support at that level. All right, so let's see what this NVIDIA trade is doing here. Finding a bit of a balance. NVIDIA's been relatively strong, staying above VWAP, but breaking through the 50 period here. Let's get, if we can get a nice retracement, we're back in the money on this one. What's the average? My average price, 228.94s. So yeah, 20 pennies out of the money again as it wicked up there. Okay, so let's let this one ride. Maybe I'll take some out at 229.40s. Let's go ahead and put an order there for about $1 from where we're at now. 229.40. We'll cover some there. Let's see what that one does. Tesla finding a nice little balance, so that ad ends up being good. It wicks up, you know, this one, it's still staying above VWAP, you know, it didn't hold that exact 210 level, but VWAP seems to be respected at the moment, but we are flirting below the 50 period here on the 1 minute chart, and I definitely want to reclaim that 211. I mean, clearly we broke through it, but we weren't able to stay above it. If we break through it and kind of trend up, multiple candle closes above that level, it shows a nice little trend. But, you know, Tesla rarely gives you that nice little stair step up. It's usually quite violent and abrupt. And, you know, you're kind of caught off guard when it makes that move. That is, of course, unless you have resting orders there ready to trigger. All right, quickly back to NVIDIA. As we go back out of the money on this one, it makes a bigger flush down. So this one, Wiki, super Wiki. I'm wondering if 228 should be an ad. That is VWAP here. So I will actually add another position here at 228, and I'm going to hang out at 228.11 in case we don't. How many times am I going to do that to exit a position instead of entering a position? Okay, so I need to concentrate here because I'm kind of pooping the bed. All right, there we go. We get back into that, and now we'll set up a dip trade at, there we go, 228.11. There we go. Sharif, you can do it if you really put your mind into it. All right, Luca, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. I butchered that one. This was a product of terrible trading, but no problem scalping my way in and out of this one. Yeah, guys, if you have questions, feel free to let me know. I see somebody saying Apple, Microsoft, buy Luca. I'm sure that's a question there. So let's have a look. I'm actually waiting, and I think I missed my opportunity because we did get that market flush. I have an order out, or I had an order out. I'm going to cancel it now. When we were over here, I was hoping that we can actually give a little bit more of a pop to get me short in front of that 153.50 on Apple. It's I didn't really look at it today. I did have one little bit of a scalp trade going into VWAP off the morning, but it's struggling over VWAP. So I'm kind of sad that I missed that. But yeah, the low of day is holding pretty nicely here. So let's see if this wants to actually get back into this region, playing off 150, playing off low of day. yeah, maybe we actually flush down. I'm going to try to buy this at 152.60-ish. So let's try that. Let's try that long there, 152. Let's see if it wants to fill. Again, no stop and play, but we'll just kind of watch that in real time, canceling that short up there. But again, if we could actually get this fill and pop, eyeing the 50 period, let's see if it wants to go from there. Somebody also was asking, Luca, Amazon, can you go over that one again? So I'm not going to get too committed to the longs, and maybe things can change, but let's see how 99 reacts first. I do think we're going to eventually get a 99 test, just kind of trending to the downside. So let's see if it wants to, go sideways a little bit, flush, and then I'll kind of bid in front of, yeah, let's do that. I'm going to bid in front of 99 to see if it wants to fill me down there and then pop, and I'll go for that one, man. And if it breaks 99, I'll just get out of that one. The real level that I like a little bit more is the 98 on that one. That's 98. Heads up on Tesla. It's kind of flushed down through the 210. I wonder if we hold. This is, you know what, guys? We talk about the same names, but again, this is the thing that's doing volume, and this is the area of interest. If you think there's a chance that this goes back, kind of holding the VWAP region, you want to be in around these areas. So yesterday, the below VWAP buys on Tesla were pretty good. I think today it could be good as well, but at the same time, I want to watch. The market wasn't really selling off yesterday the way that it is today, so I want to, it's not really selling off, but, stair step down, next leg down, next leg down. So, yeah, let's see. I do think a clean level on Tesla will be 209 because it sort of rejected once, twice, almost 3 times, then exploded from there. So let's see if this thing wants to bounce right at 209. I'm actually going to, I'm going to take a long right here. And if it breaks 209, I'll just get out of this trade, but I do think there's a good chance that we could 209 quickly rip back to the upside. And if we clear 209.50, so if this candle closes above 209.50 and then we rip through 210, like this is the money fill.
Bots.
So yeah, we'll see where this one wants to go. It's in the money now, but obviously it's Tesla, so things can quickly change. So yeah, let's hold on to this one for now. Let's see if it wants to get back to 210. If we break 209, I'm out because I'm not going to call bottoms. It's pretty selling off. Maybe I can get 208.50. So yeah, we'll watch this one and we'll reevaluate in real time. Somebody's saying, Luca, can you check BABA? Renata, sure, no problem. Let me have a look here. Hopefully you're enjoying the show, having a great time. This kind of looks like it's bottoming out right over here in this area. Maybe worth a look for a dip buy, but it's in a pretty tight range. Sometimes you see Alibaba in a way bigger range than it is today. I would say respect the range that it's in right now. This kind of over 109.50 into 110 seems to be a little bit of resistance. It tested 1, 2, 3 times. Now sort of going down, it's like bounce, 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 bounce. But the thing is it's not really bouncing a lot, right? So let's see if it actually clears the low and then reclaims it, or if it just kind of stalls out here and then goes back to VWAP. I wouldn't even consider a long. I kind of want to long this off pre-market low now that I'm looking at it, but that's closer to 108. So let's see if it can rip down and get closer to 108. Then I'll try a bit on that one as well.
All right, SLQT kind of went by silently here. I didn't catch it because I was looking at all these big cappers, but it made kind of the same move that I'm long on HPCO, which is that big move up. We don't really flush down. We hold above VWAP. I used to call this play like the VWAP hold high of daybreak. It doesn't really usually materialize around this time. It's usually like a past 2 o'clock thing where, retests VWAP on several dips, holds it, maybe breaks it, but quickly reclaims it. And then at that 2 o'clock, 2:30 time slot, it breaks a high of day and it continues forward. And usually my entry point is a dip on VWAP. So usually you get in around there or before there and you hold. So it's kind of doing that same thing. So I don't know if I want to take this trade though, because I'm already committed to that on HPCO. And this one, we're in the money on it. It's great. It didn't make a newer high, but it got to the highs here, held 3. I'm sitting at 324 and 335. We're long 303s. So we'll see what this one does. Out again, by the way, is through that 287 break, 286. So not going to fight the trend on this one. But yeah, the NVIDIA dip trade off VWAP looks good. Looking to see if this one will hold. It's up 3% on the day. I've got a profit taker sitting at that 229.40. Now this one can get moving in a hurry. Was able to scalp a little bit off it here, and then a couple of additions down here near this area where we were close to break even on it. Not very close, actually a little bit off. Tesla is the one that's getting me into all sorts of trouble here. I'm going to have to really reevaluate what I'm going to do on this one, as it's kind of giving up the ghost, but I don't want to beat the weak hand on this one. And then looking at the charts here, a little bit of an interesting area is the area we're approaching here on Tesla. Okay, so we have this peak that we get right before the bell. And that peak is 209 exactly. And now we're coming back into that 209 area. So former resistance area, current support, right? 2010 looked like the better number. Hey, it's nice round, multiples of 5, this and that. But the price action suggested that the 209 was the area. So 209, let's see. We get that dip in and around 209. I don't need to add any more. But if we do round out about this area, yes, it is a break of VWAP, but it respects the price action that we saw currently. And you know what? Yeah, I get the counter argument to that is, oh, it's a pre-market high. It's done on lesser volume. Less importance should be attributed to it, which is absolutely correct. But you know how these things are. They just tend to be self-fulfilling prophecies. We'll see. We're long here. Let's see what she's up to. All right, quickly here, HPCO, absolutely following according to plan. We dropped the cash on that one. Let's take a little bit more out here. There we go. There, this one, just kind of had the feeling with this one. There we go. Let's take a little bit more out. Let's take a little bit more out. There we go. This one's pumping to the high side. How much we got left on this one? We still got a little bit left. We're going to let this one ride. HPCO following the plan. Holds that 3. We make a new high. Scalp, scalp, scalp. High of day break. Yeah. Someone said Camel Crush. Strezla today, Sharif. Yeah, no question about it, dude. Tell me about it. It has been the bane of my existence today, but I just covered that, so I don't get back to that. Quickly, before I send it to my man Luca, we're bouncing nicely off VWAP. Are we on NVIDIA? And we big boyed into that VWAP dip trade, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I think, I don't know what I think here, but I'm basically waiting for a bunch of fills to come through. I'm watching a few things. Heads up on Tesla. It didn't actually break the 209. Something that's a good kind of rule of thumb here is if it's getting to a level, how many times, and especially if you're a day trader, you kind of know what I'm talking about, how many times does it get to a level, an even dollar level, bounce, 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 make like lower highs like on the little wicks and not break and then just turn to the upside and explode? I am super surprised. So I added the first time, that was great. I added the second time. I saw programmed buying come through. It's a part of the process, so this is like a little bit of a scalp trade. Now we're actually exploding to the north side. Yeah, let me take the rest off over here. That was a sick trade. And anytime I see a candle relative to the other candles that is way larger, as a scalper, I'm like, this is where I cover the rest. I think I learned this from Sean when I initially met him, and it's a good rule of thumb. He said, guys, if you see candles that are like this, and they're this size, and then they actually like fly in one way or the other, that's your kind of take profit from a scalp trade perspective. So yeah, we could actually continue to go to the north side. I could probably find a way back into this. Do I think that we're going to break the 50 period, explode, and never come back to 210? No, there's a chance that we actually get back. The same way how we sort of went here, bounced, went back, break the low, dip. We're probably going to get another 210 area test. So this is where I'm going to now try to get, let me try to get the long here. On 210, just closer if we dip down into 210. And then again, it's 210 should hold, and then we should go to the upside. HPCO, I know Sharif was just talking about it. That was a nice kind of move into the high a day. Into a halt. Oh, into a down halt. What? No way. Okay, so I was looking at this 350 level, and I think we didn't have shorts on this name, if I'm not mistaken. So call it hard to locate, hard to borrow. I thought they were going to do a high of day clear out over here. Obviously, a very strong move. Halting once, halting twice, then making its move up, breaking the 3 level, moving into the 350, doing some sideways action. I thought this move over here would do high day clear out and then flush. I guess it didn't, and then it was showing that it kind of was holding for the time being. We get that explosive move to the upside. I hope Sharif's not long this name because he's going to be in. Oh, he is. Oh, damn. Yeah, Sharif, it went into a down halt, 260. Sorry about that, man. But this is the thing. On these small cap names, So good rule of thumb, when you're watching this, I think the float is 3 million, and we can actually do this live for anybody tuning in for the first time and you're learning how to trade. Here's a great thing, flowchecker.com. It's a free website. You basically come here, you go HPCO, and yeah, 3 million, 2 to 3 million float. So it is a low float. And so when you see a low float, when you see a setup, when it goes sideways, and then volume is dying, there's a potential that it could actually do high a day clear out, which basically means you map the high. It's 344. It breaks the high. It does volume, and then it could reverse into a downhaul. So,
what is Tesla doing, baby?
Yeah, Tesla ripped to the upside, man.
Yes.
You know, you have one loss.
Oh, yes.
You have another win, baby. You have another win.
All right, sorry, I just got excited here. All right, so let's manage this. All right, so I had a bit of the position left. Yes, I'm underwater a little bit on it, but for the majority, I'm decent. So this was like, what is that? So that's 1/5 of the position, 20% of the position right there. Okay, but we got 4 outs. It was a half position, to be honest, so not really a big deal. I didn't get out. I'm in the hull. I'm in the hull on the south side. Here's the Nvidia, absolutely pumping. We're long Nvidia 228.82. We're now 229.50s, so I get a little bit out there. Let's go ahead and take a little bit more out here, Luca. Yeah, we get that nice little print. We'll hold on to that one. Stressla, we're like 50 pennies away from being break even on Stressla, but that is not good enough. I'm sorry. Call me greedy, but I'm gonna wait for this one to run to the high side, come what may. But you know, not really come what may. I don't want to elicit the forces of doom here upon my trade, but let's go ahead and sit at 212 for how many shares do we have? Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and take this many out at 212 even. Should we make our way up there, we'll get all this, we'll want to be a part of all that smoke. So happy about this one. Waiting for this HPCO. Let's find out when this bad boy is gonna open up. All right, we're like 4 minutes deep. I think we're like 1 more minute here on HPCO. We should be opening up. Let's find out what she does. So this on the screen here, this red line with that circle, that's my stop that triggered, but it blew right through my stop because I didn't have enough of a spread between the stop price and the limit price. And so that's why you should have a bit of a buffer, an offset between them. So in case this happens, it doesn't blow right through your stop. So lesson learned, I should have known better. Let's go up to Brendo, though. He's at the big desk, and he's there with the Euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, we're just wrapping up the session, wrapping up the day, in fact, for European markets off the highs when all is said and done, but definitely a positive session for most of these. There's a FTSE 300 provisionally closing up 0.67, but positive numbers right across the entire board outside of Sweden and the Swiss market. These two specifically, 1.16 there and 0.95 for Italy and France, led the way the entire day. 0.75 for Germany, it was up more than a full percent. England about 0.9% at the highs there. So we did get a bit of a pullback when all is said and done, but still mostly positive for Europe today, guys.
Thank you so much for that, Brendan. And it's always nice to see Italy up, leading the board there. You know, I was looking at that and I'm like, oh baby. HPCO is open now. I would use that opening price and the halt price as your levels for the short term, which is 262 and 270. You got VWAP overhead over here. Does it have the steam to actually break through VWAP? I have no idea. The lines that I would draw is right here, 290, 3, and VWAP. So 280, 290, and 3 probably runs into some resistance. I don't have shorts on this thing, so I'm not, I'm just going to let it go. But, yeah, maybe 3 rejects, and we'll see what happens there. What am I eating, you ask? It is a Cliff Bar, protein Cliff Bar peanut butter flavor, which is my favorite thing. I love peanut butter. Always keep that peanut butter on me, man. You know the deal there. Yeah, Tesla didn't actually give me the reload, unfortunately.
So funny. You sound like a diabetic patient. I got to keep my insulin on me.
I got to keep that peanut butter on me. Like, let's say I'm walking, I get a little tired, boom, protein peanut butter bar.
Shout out to my dad.
Oh, yeah, Fahad's in the back there saying, I got the protein bar too. Yeah, shout out to protein bars around the world.
Here we go, baby. Let's go. Let's go, NVIDIA. We're waiting at 75 here on NVIDIA. We're going to get printed. We get printed. Nice move up on NVIDIA. Now we take that dollar in the money. We're not going to spend the money because we haven't done it well enough today to be spending the money. So the fact of the matter is we need to do better in order to spend the money. But now I'm actually at break even as this Tesla trade now is starting to pump to the high side. But you know what, dude? I'm not taking it out in front of 212. This one has obviously got the ability to move in a way that some of these big cappers cannot move, especially to to both sides, quite frankly. So I'm going to wait. I want to wait at 212. There we go. 211.50. Their size there is getting eaten up. It blows through. Now we're going to print in the 60s soon. 60s comes and goes, of course, back into the 50s. I'm waiting at 12s, man. I'm in the money now on Tesla. Like, I could punch out here and be break even, but that's not going to work out for me. There you go. Sean hitting that. There you go. Always hype. One of the best hype, man. There we go. So let's wait here at 212. We'll get filled if it makes its way up there, but obviously, a bit of a challenge at the moment. This NVIDIA long, though, is absolutely pumping to the high side. Let's take some more out here. We get a little bit out there. There we go. So NVIDIA now well in the money. We're still holding big boy shares on this one. Let's let it ride.
Yeah, man, nice long there. Nice move to the upside. I am wondering if we pop to the upside, short candidates are Amazon and Google, and then obviously long candidates. NVIDIA very strong. I think notable from yesterday, NVIDIA, that 222 level that was just kind of bouncing off. I know Neil remembers that one. He was all over that. In the afternoon, just kind of barcoding. Sorry, not barcoding, but just sideways action, then ripping to the upside. And look at this thing today. 230, man, 230. I got to show the daily chart on this thing. This is following trend all the way from 150. It is just following trend. Every single dip has been bought up. You had one opportunity over here on January 20th. You had another opportunity over here on January 27th. And this thing is off to the races. I mean, where does it stop? Like, look at this move, man. It's like super extreme up move from 120 into 180. You get the extreme pullback with the rest of the market. This is going into end of year, so obviously you're getting that kind of tax loss selling, and then kind of repositioning back. What an opportunity to buy 150. And I think if you just map this level, 150, psychological level, you're using the area. If it's a swing trade, this thing off to the races up to the north side, breaking through the resistance that I see at 210 on the daily. Next target, 250, and we're $20 away. I would not be surprised to see this thing at 250 at some point. But again, everything has pullbacks. Never FOMO, never chase the highs. Unless you're buying high to sell higher, then not a bad idea. Somebody saying, Luca, do you see a swing good chance on Google? I have no idea, man. I think the fact that this thing sold off so hard. Yeah. So we got to 100 yesterday, and we're above 100. And, this is when the news came out where they said, their AI kind of, we came with the details, kind of messed up or said the wrong information. Big sell-off from 107 all the way down to 98. Then kind of balancing off. Today was the telltale. If this could hold 100 or even 99, then maybe it would have some potential to go back to the upside. But it couldn't, and it just sold off hard. And let me show the daily on this because it sort of speaks volume. It had a little bit of an up move, had the next leg up, was channeling, looked like it was going to break out, and then boom, 2 big red days in a row. Where does this thing find support? I have no idea, but I would almost want to say, I think 96 was that first level, and we're clearly through 96. Where's the next level? Maybe 90, maybe like 93.5, just because that's where this kind of candle closed before it actually got off to the next range. So I would say 93.5. I would almost use 90. And then I would use the bottom like around 86. Now these are daily levels. Intraday things are going to change. I am going to start looking for a bounce play on this thing if we can get into the 93. We're just breaking 94 right now. The low being 93.88. You know what? Yeah, let me go long right now. For a little bit of a move back. I think we could pop like probably 10 cents from here. If we don't, I'll just get out of it. But again, 93.50 is that sort of level that I'm watching for potential bounce on it. And then again, if we do pop, this thing has respected the 50 period all day. Literally sell off, could not even get to VWAP, could not even get to the 50 period, didn't even come close. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one came the closest, selling off again. I think eventually we actually go back to 94.20-ish area. So this is why I'm starting along for a scalp trade. If we get back over 94, I think I'm just going to recycle this level to see how it goes. Sort of spoke myself into it. I see Neil saying, yeah, big level here, 94, 93.75. So let's see what this one wants to do. I'm noticing that I am getting a Alibaba fill in front of 108s here. So let's see where this one wants to go. Do we pop back to the north side? What was support potentially turns to the target for this bounce plate. So basically 108.50. That's my target on that one. Let's see if we can actually get there. And Google, yeah, getting the fill, that was sick, man. So hopefully we get back below. Hopefully we get back below. I like this over-under for the time being. So let me see if I can get more fills here.
Sorry, coughing there. Just couldn't hit the cough button in time. All right. Sorry if I hurt anybody's ear. I apologize. This NVIDIA trade is super volatile. I mean, had I known it was going to retrace all the way back near my entry, I would have gotten everything out at the top here. But a bit of a top here being created, but still above VWAP, still 3% on the day, relatively strong at a day when the market is absolutely flat. So I want to be in this long. I like this continuing actually to hold that 41.30 level. We are on the futures. So that level, you know, it's come into play so many different times. Let's get a more macro view here of this level. So let me get rid of some of these candles. In fact, I'll get rid of all of them. Why not? Remove all trend lines. There we go. So let's go ahead here and put 41.30 anew, which also happens to be yesterday's close. Surprise, surprise. Look at the amount of price action we have through here. When we're below it, we're rejecting off it and back down. When we're above it, we're rejecting on top of it and bouncing back up. So, you know, play it until it doesn't work anymore, right? I mean, look at the multiple tests over here, and then here we have the breakdown. Then when we have the breakdown, we have the retracement right into it. And then here you had that wide, crazy day, and the retracement right back into it. So same thing, different day. Let's play these levels until the trend, you know, there's a concrete change in the trend. At least that's how I feel. NVIDIA continuing to retrace here. I wonder if I should be adding to it at that position as it is coming into a nice little dip. Let's have a look at SPCE, still hanging out at that 210.25, flirting with 211. We're sitting at 212s waiting to get filled. Now we're back at 211 again. This one, you know, looks like it wants to hold a little bit here. It broke below VWAP, but hung on to that 209 like a T. Called that one. That was the pre-market high, and that ended up being former level of resistance, current area of support, recyclable levels, and quite predictable. So let's go with that until it doesn't work anymore. Ayman Mahfoud, I think. Ayman, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Ayman. Sharif, is it okay? It's okay just to quit that Tesla. Well, why? I feel like it's relatively strong. You know, compared to the market, which is relatively flat, building into it. I just don't want to be the weaker hand here. I mean, I'm 50 pennies out of the money, right? Like, I mean, it's not the worst thing that's ever happened. So I like it. It's above VWAP. It's strong on the name. And if I hold it, I think that I can get some decent fills here. And yeah, let's ride it. Let's see what she does. The one that I'm more worried about, though, is this NVIDIA, because I don't want this breaking VWAP. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to recycle this level again. We got in at 228s here, and it was a genius move because then it moved $2.50 to the north side. So I'm going to sit back down here at 228.20 for an add. Let's go ahead and add here at 228. We'll sit at 25s because that's when my birthday is. It's on the 25th, and I always like number 25, so I'm going with it. I'm going to sit there on that one, and we'll see what happens. Back to SPCE, still flirting with that 211, 50 pennies out of the money on this one. I'm going to let this one ride. Luca is downing some food over here. My man didn't have me breakfast.
Protein bar.
There you go.
I ate a lot last night, guys. Follow me on Instagram. I posted pasta, prosciutto. It was good, man. It was awesome. Bears vs. Bulls, feel free to post my Instagram there if you guys want to follow. Post it on my story. Yeah, man, I love food. I love food. So Google is actually giving a pop here. I love this level. I'm really hoping that we come back below. I thought I was gonna get more fills. I sort of messed this up here. I thought I was doing 09s, not 99s, but whatever, no problem. We probably do come back, so I'm watching this level. And again, I am cognizant of the fact that down 5% at any moment, we could flush hard and then continue to sell off. So I'm not going to like really get myself into too much pain, but I think this is the level to kind of recycle this. So I'm sort of bidding below. I think it's kind of wicking off bottom. Maybe I get another fill. But I do think for the bounce play, maybe hold on to some in case we actually get back up 50 cents there. And in case we get back up 50 cents, guys, if you ever wonder why like I do this in the camera, it's because I'm like really looking into, I'm locking in, man, locking into that screen. Yeah, guys, Tesla's flushing back to 210 now as well. So let's see where this one wants to go. Where's the market? Is the market making a low? Not really.
No, it's still holding.
Yeah, let me try to bid Tesla here as well. Okay, beautiful. Getting that Tesla fill. I think we're like, this is good, man. This is the level to have. We probably popped there, so let's see where that one wants to go. Alibaba is not really doing what I thought it could do. So I'm just going to let that one go. I really wanted it to just bounce very quickly. Again, if it comes back, it comes back. Great. If it doesn't, no problem. Okay, so there's the Google fills at the bottom wick there. Yeah, continuing to scalp this level. It's pretty good, man. Pretty good. So we'll see if this wants to pop back again. Coin was getting smoked today, apparently. I didn't look at Coin, but let's have a look very quickly. I know that the next time that I really going to trade Coin is when it's at 100, if it gets there. Wow, down 10%.
What's
so
Bitcoin up to
Here
today?
we are, like, yeah, SSR. Wow, this thing, wow. Okay, talk about getting smoked, man. When you see a big sell-off like this, from 70 to 65, then the rip back to VWAP, I think take your shot at the VWAP rejection for the potential retest of low of day. At this point, you got to look at daily levels if you're thinking buy the dip at any point. Yeah, Tesla's breaking 210, so let me add a little bit more on that Tesla trade, get the average closer to below 210 there. Yeah, maybe 60, just because key level, psychological level. But I would say this level here is pretty interesting. It kind of held before the sell-off, which is, yeah, basically 60. If the bounce is going to be good, my intuition is telling me, you know, not as close to 60, maybe like a 60-51 play. This thing obviously moved from 70 to 60, so when it does a move like that, you don't necessarily want to go 60-01 because then 60 is going to break. You almost want to say to yourself, maybe 60-51, and then you go for the larger bounce back to this kind of intraday level of 63. So, I mean, it is selling off. I don't know, Sharif, if you're looking at Bitcoin at all. I did not have a look at it.
Down 1.5%, Luca. I mean, it's not the worst move on Bitcoin. We're at 22,495 now on BTC. I don't really have the Ethereum chart up, but we're down on the day. But, you know, these equity-linked names tend to have more aggressive moves than the actual coin itself. All right, quickly, someone wants me to look at SLQT, and that I shall do. This one is up 47%. It's a $2.25 stock, and it's held this trend quite nicely. Look how, you know, respectful it has been of VWAP, giving you multiple opportunities to get dip trades nearer, not really off, nearer to VWAP. Right now, kind of making a lower high, so it's an area of concern, which is to be expected. Given the time of the day, we're like 5 minutes away from lunch, from 12 o'clock. A lot of traders are no longer looking at these, but you know, it's going to get some people's attention, the people that are focusing on it, because it is a second leading gapper since the open on the day. So I filter my my scanner earlier before the bell. I have it basically changed since 4 o'clock. Whatever is highest since 4 a.m. I want to know about. And then after 9:30, I want to know what's strongest after 9:30, not what was strongest from 4 a.m. That's kind of how I filter that. So this one is the second since the bell opened. I'm not going to really try to get a dip trade here. This is a good one, so I'm going to start watching this one. I'm not going to get a dip trade here at 215. I'm going to look for maybe a retesting of 2. There is this consolidation area, and the lower range of that is around that $2 area. So that 2, maybe 205, the 50 period's at 205. I like this though. It's a tricky one because it is kind of extended. I wish I had seen it earlier. Maybe even to taking the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. Let's switch to the 5-minute chart. That's a 3. So the first 5-minute candle to make a new high currently would be the break of 227. So if this one was to maybe make a 228 break, we would continue. The risk of that is it's always the risk of a bull trap where it makes a newer high in the 5-minute, you punch in as a result, and then you have a flush back down. So in that case, because it is extended, I would say maybe size in 50% of the position on the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, and then maybe have a dip trade hanging around VWAP, maybe even that 210 area, the bottom end of this range, 210, 213-ish, to get another portion of that trade in. That's how I do it. I wouldn't want to go in full position, full board right away. TSLA finding a bit of a bounce again off that ad that we had that bounces off VWAP, so decent. NVIDIA back in the money as it finds its legs off that 228.40. I don't get filled for my NVIDIA dip trade. I was hanging out at 228.25. I didn't get it. It didn't make its way down there. How close did we get? We got down into the 30s. Okay, so it looks like it missed me by like 10 pennies or so. So that's the game. Let's ride this one. I'm hanging out at 229s. There we go. Pump NVIDIA. Let's go, baby. I'm waiting at 48s or 50s or something like that. I'm waiting at the $0.50, 229.5 to get a fill. This one's starting to pump to the high side again. All of a sudden, we're happy, and NVIDIA's pumping to the high side. Is TSLA? Yes. Oh, we're almost break even on TSLA. We're at 34s now as a result of that little ad. I'm not going to get shaken out of this one. I'm not taking profits until that 12 breaks. I want that newer high. This is what I'm talking about here. Look at that peak. Show me you're going to make me a newer high. And then I'm actually going to wait at 13s and 14s. I'm not getting shaken out of this one.
Yeah, guys, so Google is, I mean, this is the level, man. Look at these. All of these are longs. Don't mind this purple one. I think it's because I had too many offers out, so it recognizes it as a short, but it's not a short. I was just long. But yeah, basically, look at all these longs, man. It is giving you the wick off bottoms.
It looks like a
and
bio.
It's literally like, it's just recycle over and over again. Now, here's the thing. Where do I think this can pop to? Again, you have the 50 period that is potentially going to test. Is it going to test now? It maybe, and maybe it tests without me, which is fine. I love these over-under levels when I can recycle them over and over again. I would say use this general area as a potential. It rips into this area. Obviously not a vertical line. Let's remove that one. Okay, beautiful. So we got 94.30, which it looks like it's going to go to right now. And then you have the 50 period. So this is an area where that would be my best out if I was still in the position. But I think that we keep going down. So I'm like, let me just not change it. It's not broken. Let me not change it. So that was pretty solid, man. Taking multiple wins over and over again. Before we do go back to Tesla, because this one's going to the north side, man. Do we break 212? Your guess is as good as mine. I think we do eventually. But for the time being, we are going to go to Big B at the big desk for happening now.
As we head into lunch hour, guys, let's get you caught up on what's happening now as far as the overall landscape of North American markets. Still green. Still green. We're holding on. Only just, though, 0.17 for the S&P. The Dow, 0.2 right now. The Russell 2000 has gone negative already, leading the way back to the downside. Remember, this was 1 full percent at one point today. 0.2, 0.34 there for the composite and the 100 as far as the NASDAQ is concerned. If you were with us early on, yeah, an IPO on the NASDAQ today, LSDI. 7.5 million shares priced at $4 each. We talked about Disney for you this morning as well. Got you set on that one. Ends up being a pretty good fade back to the downside out of the gate after the gap higher off better than expected earnings for Disney. Robinhood, ouch. Yeah, same story. 4.4 now. Hood, guys, just making a brand new low of the day. If you haven't yet, make sure you take a second, guys. Smash the like and subscribe.
Yeah, if you guys didn't hear my take on Hood this morning with Brendo at the big desk, maybe you should rewind to that like 9 to 9:30 time slot. I had an interesting perspective there. I won't repeat it again. Anyway, Tesla breaking through that 211.5, but hanging out. We're positive on it, but I don't want to take it out here. I mean, just because I was down on it doesn't mean I'm waiting to get positive. No, I'm waiting to make money on the trade. So you know, it may be the wrong decision to make, but
what a short.
We'll see. I'm going to continue to be patient on it, holding Tesla for that 212 cross. Otherwise, I'm not getting it out. NVIDIA continuing to pay the bills, though. This one well in the money, 228.59. Now we're at 229.10s, so this one decent. I'm hanging out here at 50s, but it didn't make its way up to that level, so we'll continue to have to wait. Motor Vlogger. Peep the IV on PayPal, please. Implied volatility. So I'll have a look at what the IV is on PYPL. I'll tell you real quick. The options, the open. Okay, I don't have implied volatility. I have to look at from the different areas. Sorry, give me a second here. Where is the implied? Okay, there we go. 52.3% is the IV. You're the options man. Okay, so he's preoccupied in a trade, so I have to continue. I don't have much to say about implied volatility. It's not something that I analyze, but obviously I know that has something to do with premiums and you know the possible rewards. I'll let Luca comment on that when he's able to. So I'm gonna have to skip that one. I apologize. HPDS, turn a losing trade into a winning trade. Yeah, you know, I get it, dude. I mean, but the thesis hasn't changed. The thesis was 41.30 has been a level on the ES. It's been tried, it's been tested from the upside, from the downside, and it's been holding up. So, and I feel my thesis is we stay within that range until CPI on Tuesday, and that will kind of give the market the catalyst it needs, whether to break to the high side or the downside. Until then, you know, my thesis, we stay in that range, and therefore you go long near the bottoms, you go short near the tops, and you play the trend until the trend is no longer your friend. Tesla still hanging out at 211, breaking down a little bit here, but you know, it's not making a newer high, which makes me concerned. I want that new high. Give me that new high. And I'm not talking about getting high on drugs. I'm talking about the price action, baby, because we want that 212. If we get that 212, we'll get a fill.
Yeah, so again, heads up on Tesla. So this was the long, and I wanted more long below, but I did miss that. I just I punched, I threw the order, I was looking at something else, I missed it. It's no problem because I still had some. Got some out right at the 50 period, so a little bit of a scalp, then holding some, popping. Just a heads up that that 211.50 range is kind of like stalling. So for the most part, it's 211.20 and then it's 211.70. So I'm just basically putting a line in the middle. It pops and then instantly drops back. It pops and then it drops back. So I had the order out. I forgot that I had that, so I got fully out of the position. But again, this is probably something that could easily dip back down. And if we do, I'm going to recycle this area over and over again. So again, as a scalper, just kind of speaking towards my own trades and how I trade, I'll recycle things. I'll get in, I'll get out. I'll find these kind of setups over and over again and rinse and repeat. Google. Let's see if Google wants to. I was actually short Google initially, so I'm going to get short again because this is the move that I was looking for. It's unfortunate. I had the short the first time I covered. It popped. I took it again. I just kind of keystroked into what I didn't want, so I just got out of that. It's funny how like the first time I can't keystroke into more size. The first time when I have the win, no, it's got to be when it's a loss. But all is good, man. This is another example of if you're trading, if you make a mistake with the execution, don't worry, don't let it get to you because there's literally going to be so many other trades that happen throughout the day, and so don't let one little trade that means absolutely nothing stress you out and kind of ruin your day. It literally means nothing. So this is the move that I was referring to before. Now that it actually happened, I can just quickly comment on it. Going into the 50 period, sometimes what you'll see is a magnet effect, especially in the middle of the day. And so it finds a bottom, it rips into the 50, it magnets all the way up, all the way back down quickly. And now at this point, I want to hold this for a little bit to see if we can actually get back into 94. I think the 94 buyers, myself from before being a 94 buyer, the reason I'm scalping it out, I mean, I could hold some again. Let's see if this floats around. But I think if we dip down through 94.20, then these buyers that bought over here are like, okay, let me just get out for break even. So they actually sell it down, and then that'll make the 94 print again. And so again, Google's down on the day. I'm comfortable being in the short. Let's see if this wants to continue to go lower or if it actually wants to then float around. I don't know what's going to happen next. What I'm looking for is a flush lower or maybe a stall and then flush lower. If it goes higher, then it is what it is. I'll just get out of that one. But yeah, sized accordingly now. This time sized accordingly. So
that
yeah,
$50, Luca.
Yeah, let's see where that one goes. Somebody asking Luca, talk about Affirm, please. No problem. I think I had one Affirm trade, and it is down on the day, which is funny because I only went long.
Go.
Yeah. What do you got?
Come
Tesla
on,
going?
Tesla. Go to 12. That $50 was not breaking. Now we're pumping in the 70s. So we're going to get out at that. We're going to get some out at that. There go the 80s. All right, and we're going to see the dot. We're going to see 12 here. Here come the 90s. We're at 90's door. 90's their size on 90. Okay, so we back down to 85. We're well in the money on this one now. The thing is pumping here. So I don't mean to interrupt, but, you know, if we don't give me 12s right now, I'm going to punch you in the face. No, of course not. I'm kidding. But yeah, I really want these 12s, guys. Can you tell? All right, I'll send it back to Luca. If we get filled, we'll talk about it when we're back.
Yeah, so basically going back to Affirm, which whoever was asking about that, I did have a long trade on this. It was playing off the 14. There was a buyer, so it was just a basic scalp trade for myself. But anytime something is down 20% on the day, I kind of want to say you want to favor the shorts, man, and short the pops. Clearly, the double top was a good short area, that 14 level. Once we actually broke down, we flushed into low a day. At this point, I still think short the pops, but maybe over 13 if we get there. Sorry, I'm going to go back to Google because we're flushing, so let me cover a little bit of that. Solid trade, so I did add to that. Took the first fill, we popped, took the second. Now we're actually going back down, so taking the win on that one. Let's see if this one wants to. I still think 94 prints. Like we're selling off quite a bit here. Let me just take some more on this flush. Yeah, solid trade. I just don't want to miss the fills here, and then bid at 94-ish. Yeah, 94 there. Let's see what happens. But yeah, Affirm. Is this? Yeah, I think I kind of like the short of Affirm because again, what I was just saying there. So I'm gonna wait to see if this wants to get towards 13 level. I think anything over 13, the same way how we sort of popped into VWAP and then fell, we popped into the 50 period and then we fell. I'm kind of looking for that pop over 13, sort of magnet into the VWAP level, and then quickly back down and then back into low day. That would be the best setup for the short that I'm looking at. So I'm gonna offer 13.20. Let's see if it actually gets there, and I'll take some fills on that as well. Yeah, Google is, this is why you pay yourself, man. As a scalper, like you can be 30 cents in the money and then it can be back up. I still do think that 94s are coming. So I'm going to be patient with the last portion of this. Let's see if 94 wants to print. My bids are out. Yeah, they are out. Okay, perfect. And yeah, man, Tesla steamrolling to the north side, Sharif. I still hope you're long that.
Absolutely printing. Luca taking it
great.
out. Size here. Sizing up heavy. Size up huge. So there we go. We take a lot out at 12 and beyond. Let's go, baby. Let's print. Whoever was asking me, why are you trying to nurse this trade? Why are you trying to do this and that? I don't mean to say I told you so, but I did tell you so. And there we go, absolutely printing, and I'm out. Locking in everything on Tesla there. That is done. Now I can just nurse this NVIDIA trade. What a trade. Now we definitely get to spend the money on that one. Absolutely done. We slapped Tesla in the face. There we go. Somebody said, Dr. Crusher says, Sharif scares me. I'm smiling 24/7 around here, in case you haven't noticed. I'm giggling all the time. What could be scary about me? Guys, come on, I'm a nice guy. Will Evans, thank you, Sharif and Luca, for that Tessie trade. Absolutely. Adam Deleuze, 212. I know, baby. I know. We printed. I'm out. I know it's running, but it's Stressla, and the money's been made. The money's been locked in. In fact, let's go ahead and have a look here what our NVIDIA trade is doing. Should I just shut her down now? I'm going to shut her down, and there we go. That's the day. It's all over, and I'm no longer in any trades, but a good day.
Yeah, man, don't forget to stay hydrated, Sharif. That's Matt Carnes here.
Sorry.
Oh, the super chat. Yeah, Akash.
Yeah. I mean, come on.
Thank you, Akash. Thank you, but it
killing
is
me
not
up
my
here.
birthday today.
Yeah,
Not
here we
today.
go.
If not
Here we
today,
go.
try again tomorrow.
Here we go.
Thank you for the super chat. Always appreciate it. Guys, Apple is ripping to the north side here. My bid at 52.60 was such a good buy, but it didn't get the fill. Clearly, that was an awesome buy because it didn't actually fill me. I should have crossed up. I had a gut feeling that maybe, but I just thought, like, look at these wick off bottoms, man. It goes 1, 2, 3. And then it doesn't do it the fourth time? Like, are you kidding me? So, like, clearly they're looking at me saying, no, I see where you're buying, Luca. I think I was sitting at 64. I think that's what I was like. I did draw, like, this kind of area from here to here. So I was like, yeah, let me do in the middle. No fill, man. No fill. And now it goes all the way back to VWAP. So, oh, man, that's kind of whatever. Okay, it is what it is. Google, yeah, still waiting there. Tesla, nice move to the upside, man. Without me, that's for sure. I don't want to short this thing at all today. This is strong. Luca, do not short this thing. I'm saying that to myself. Somebody asking, I'll have a look at a few of the symbols in the chat that you guys are talking about. KPRX not really doing that much volume, basically 8 million shares. Very, very sideways. This is one that I think was a mover from the other day. Yeah, starting from 350, moving to the upside. It's very clear to me that I would just map the highs and the lows of the range. So basically, this kind of like 8 level is pretty interesting, and then 6. And I think it's just when it's in the middle, there's really nothing that I see. It is a multi-day like green, but now sort of slowing down. You have probably some short sellers that are eyeing the first red day setup for this thing to fade. But again, the higher the better for like that kind of trade. I would, for myself, it's like 8 to 850. I would love that kind of over, break 8, do volume, that's the short, and then fade it back into 6. I don't think it's going to happen, though, so that's just my thoughts on that one. Someone's saying LTRY, Luca. Sure, LTRY on the NASDAQ, I assume. Okay, here we go, 65-cent stock. This thing, not too exciting, kind of barcoding, but I guess on the daily, you do have the run-up from 40 going into 60, tapping the high this morning at like, 73 cents. I kind of want to zoom out to see if this has a very similar setup to a lot of these sub-dollar stocks. Yeah, okay, so it's the same theme that I see. Resistance, and let me just zoom in just a little bit here. Resistance 80 into $1. So I would say this is your first kind of area of resistance. Then if we break resistance, sometimes these things go 10 cents, sometimes they go 20 cents. Watch the flow, look at the catalyst. Is there volume behind it? Is it actually continuing to go to the upside? It looks like it wants to now make the run towards 80. I've seen these setups before, and I'm just loosely saying 50-cent stocks that break the 50-cent level that were suppressed for so long, making a run back to where they were before, and then they eventually run into some overhead resistance. So again, if there's news on the stock, I'm sure Brendo came at you with this morning. I wasn't looking at it. I heard it very quickly, but essentially I would say look at that 80 cent to $1 range. That's potentially your first level of overhead resistance, and then if it breaks the dollar, maybe you have some stops there, maybe it gets going. But again, I always think 20-30%. It extensions, and then, you know, does it stall? Does it continue? Those are my thoughts there. I'm not going to trade this one. I mean, for a 65-cent stock, 4 million, 5 million shares traded is nothing special. So I will definitely not trade this. But if for whatever reason in like next week this thing's at like $1.50, then doing a bunch of volume, then you know, I'll say yeah, man, I should have swung that in my own account. But yeah, then I'll trade it then. So I'll leave it for now. And then last thing I'll look at very quickly before I go back to a few of the trades that I'm looking at. Somebody's saying, can you look at Billy? This thing down in the day, but again, remember, still up 40 basis points. Still up 40 basis points. I kind of want to say it's in this sort of, I remember the up move that everybody was trading, and this was kind of in November. Now it's channeling over here, and you have the 29 level overhead, which is far away. The interesting levels right now that I see is basically 20, 21, and this low, so 22. So, you know, it's very simple. I'm simplifying it, 22, 21, 20, even dollar levels. But it didn't really trade a lot and spend a lot of time there. So it had the up move. It sort of dipped into that region and quickly popped, channeled, then you had the next leg up. If it's trying to find support, where does it find support? We saw yesterday that it actually it went into 20. So yeah, maybe 21. So maybe 21 is your first level, and then go from there.
Yes, Tesla. Wow. There we go. Here we go.
Yeah, Google covering that.
Coming up into 213 is Tesla 212.60s. Are we going to see 70 soon? We may. 3/4 probably knocking on the door anyway. We hold the $0.50 at least for now, but this one pumping to the high side. Take the relatively strong names and take them off key levels. That's been the play today, and it's worked. So, yeah. That's all that's going on. I don't have any small cappers. I've been keeping my eye on HPCO. It's broken down below VWAP. This is more of a short. If it wants to reclaim, let's use a trade idea stuff today. Let's bring in trade idea. Shout out to my man, Michael Noss. HPCO, let's load her up over here. The Nouse Balls, there we go. So now, basically, you guys can see this here. There we zoom in. We have, this black line is VWAP. You're holding, you make a new high, flush, right down below VWAP. Reclaim VWAP, flush again. I'm not getting in this one long. I don't have shorts for this one, so it's going to be hard to set up, but it's great. I mean, the float's 2.78 million, so you're going to get parabolic moves if that's what you like, right? It's done 71 million shares of volume. That's 150 times our vol, relative volume.
Stop console
right?
wars,
It's crazy. That's a lot, right? It's winning the race over here. It's been winning for a while. I mean, this race is new. In case you guys don't know what this is the race which shows you which one is doing, which one's got the most relative strength at that particular moment. Because, you know, as momentum day traders, we want to know what's relatively strong. So if you like this kind of setup, and, you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do on this platform. I'm still exploring it. Shout out to Michael Noss for taking the time to help me do that. In the chat, if you want to get in this and you want to get 20% off, type in !trade ideas and then TTV20. TTV20 is the coupon code you'll use in the checkout on Trade Ideas website. So use that, check it out. There's a lot of stuff on here. And you know what he did, Luca? Michael Noss?
What?
He made a special indicator for Brendo. Brendo found this indicator online that he wanted to use, and it wasn't available on there. They made it for Brendo.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love the dashboard. I got to say, the dashboard looks really, really good. And Stop Console Wars, I kind of agree. I kind of agree with that one.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, guys, somebody's saying look at Meta. Let's quickly look at Meta. I have a bid out on Meta right now.
I don't want to look at Meta all day, bro.
Yeah.
I've been losing money all day.
Yeah. It's just, what I see here is, look at these dips. Dip, rip. Dip, rip. Dip, rip. Dip. Get me some chips, because this is about to rip again. Let's see what happens next. Hopefully it fills me and goes to the upside. I'm waiting for the bid below 108.50. Reason being is because you're getting the wick off bottoms over there, so we'll see what happens next. Oh, somebody's saying Carvana. Yeah, I was looking at it this morning. I was thinking short, but it didn't really get to 16. I know we have the level map from the other day. 15.50 into 16, and I'm not sure, just bear with me here as I load this, because this is another really good example here. I think the chart's gonna fail me here because every time I load this, not sure why it does this. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, let me load this up. But essentially that 15.50 into 16 area, that is the area on Carvana that was so good. Then we sold off initially. We came back and we just halted up there and then flushed back again. So again, when you see levels, you want to map them, you want to remember them. This thing is down again today. And, you know, I know somebody somewhere is short this name saying, yeah, man, it's going bankrupt, so I'm holding until zero. So congratulations to any of the shorts that are in this name. I am not in the short here, but let's see if this wants to. Let's try this one more time. Okay, beautiful. And let's load 5 minutes.
You don't like the idea of their business model?
No, I don't.
Right?
No, I'm not going to get in too much into the details of that. But 1650, this is the level, and I do love this because it was up there before, and I think we were trading this around 1850, and it gave you that sort of shelf overhead. There was 2,500 lots offered every 25-cent increment on CVNA around February 1st. So when you see on the tape big sellers sitting there, not getting the fill, reloading, I imagine that these are swing trade sellers that are going to ride this all the way down, not so much day trade scalpers moving 2,500 lots for 20-cent moves, right? So that level was the first level. That was the first sign, I think, that this thing was going lower. It finally sold off that day. Then we got up into the 1550 into 16 for that retest. Confirmation short, that was a banger back into the low of day. And then for whatever reason, this was what, yesterday? Yeah, yesterday, this popped up into a halt. And yeah, 1550 into 16 and above, could not spend any time there. So guys, if you're looking at areas, you know, where do I put my stop? Look at how much time price spends in that level. So it literally spent no time above 16, and this was on the 3rd of February, and then it spent no time above 16, and this was yesterday. So when you see that, if the next day pops into the 1550 area, you know, take your shot at the short. This is good, man. You could have kind of built into that. I don't hate that I missed this because it didn't actually get to 16, and I'm sure I know myself. I would have had orders scaled thinking that, okay, let me get the max size at 16. So I would have had like no size on that anyway, so I'm not really going to beat myself up. But look at that fade, man. 1550 back down into the lows. So I would use this kind of low area. It bounced the first time. It bounced the second time. It's sort of making, you know, a lower high, give or take. You know, not really, but give or take. I think if we break that 1250 and 12 level, then, you know, it's done and we go lower. So let me just zoom out a little bit more on this to see if there's any other levels to the downside. Maybe, yeah, 11-ish. So if we break 12, maybe we get 11. If this thing breaks 9, man, this is going back to 6 for sure.
Yeah, right. Someone wants me to have a look at BOIL, which is a nat gas ETF similar to UNG. I've been kind of on that tip lately, trying to figure out when the bubble's gonna, you know, when it's gonna pop back up. Let's switch the time frame here to daily. It's not something that I trade intraday. All right, let's see what she brings up. Come on, BOIL. There we go. So let's zoom out, and we can quickly see here that we are close to an all-time low. We're not at the all-time low. We are at the all-time low on UNG. Sorry, we are at an all-time low. What am I saying? We're not. We broke all-time lows. The level that we wanted to break was at 17 on BOIL. Now we're at basically at 610. At UNG is a little bit different. It doesn't have the kind of the same look. It starts a little bit earlier than this one, and 850 basically is the bottom on UNG, and I've been talking about that one for a while. But this one, you know, I'm not going to buy into weakness on nat gas. It's got to show me that it's trending up. These commodities tend to be very, very trending, more than equities, where there is, like, you know, a lot more fluff, a lot more ups and downs in these equity. Look at that head and shoulders. Wow, on this one. There's the left, the head, and the right. You take the break of the neckline and ride her all the way down. Another head and shoulders bruise up here, and you take that one all the way down. Yeah, these tend to be, you know, wow. You know, and the thing is, in the most textbooks will teach you that head and shoulders are reversal patterns, but I remember reading, and I haven't gotten there yet in the CMT materials, but in John J. Murphy's, his book, The Technical Analysis of Financial Markets, he talks about how head and shoulders patterns can be actual continuation patterns, and here's a perfect example of when they are. There's things to look for whether or not they're continuation or reversals. I don't have the criteria on me. Maybe that I'll look that up for you guys. But yeah, this one, not going to have any part of nat gas until I can see some sort of macro trend develop. Usually that macro trend is preceded by some sort of world event which changes the course of things. Like, for example, if we had an unusually cold winter in Europe this year, I bet you nat gas would have been up, not down. But because we've had an unusually seasonably warm winter and we've had in Canada as well. It's not. So the macro world event always has something to do with that, and I'll wait for something like that. So Asad Mahmoud says Boyle is levered. Sure. I mean, okay, that's cool. Doesn't really change my fundamental look on nat gas. Okay, so SLQT is making a move here. So let's move the trade ideas. Okay, so it's not really making a move actually. It's kind of hanging in around VWAP and it's making lower highs. So even though it tried to reclaim VWAP here, it's still showing that it's not quite ready to go yet. I might be interested in this one if it can reclaim that 227, 230 level, make a new high, and then we'll punch back maybe through that $0.50, but not yet. Up 42% though, it's on a lot of people's radars. Let's check HPCO quick. Nope, that's doing bupkis, not interested in that either. EIGR, what is this? Eiger Biopharmaceuticals. Does it have, okay, so it has, does it have a catalyst here? Okay, yeah, okay. Eiger Gaze as a journal publishes late stage data for COVID therapy. Okay, it's a COVID headline. I mean, I'm not ecstatic about a COVID headline unless it's something to do with long COVID, of which we don't have any treatment for, which would be interesting. That's something to keep an eye out. Treatments for long COVID. I wonder if that would be an interesting catalyst, should and if it when pops up. We'll see who leads the way there. But let's have a look at Eiger's price action. EIGR, is that a NASDAQ stock? Yes, it is. So we'll hit EIG. Oops, come on, dude. EIGR. That's, oh my God, I typed it 8. EIGR. There we go. All right, so this one now up 38% on the day. It was kind of sparsely traded earlier. It had a nice pop, little pop there off the bell, broke below VWAP, kind of double bottomed below VWAP, which was nice. And then you get that aggressive break on a lot of volume. The price action really takes off from there. And it's really held the 20 period here on the 1 minute chart. And the reason I mentioned the 20 period is because it's obviously holding it. So I look to see what kind of indicator or levels it's respecting. And then we kind of base our assessment off from there. So gonna keep an eye on this one. Looks good, up 40% now, 288s. All right, let's have a look at this on the daily to see what levels we can glean. Okay, so right away, the level that's staring at me in the face, let's bring in the trade ideas thing again over here and type in EIGR. There we go. Let's have a look at the daily real quick. Right away, we can tell this is the level, that $4 level. That was the flush. I don't know whether this was earnings or not. I have to go back and look. But yeah, that 377.4 level. We're at 288 at the moment. I'm definitely expecting some resistance in and around that area. But you got, there's big size on Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm being yelled by Sean here. So let's have a look at BBBY quickly. It's a NASDAQ stock. And Q, there we go. Okay, so monster, absolute monster size here sitting at 260. So if the chart will load, please, there we go. So big buyer sitting there. If this gets taken out, it could flush, or you're looking either for a long bounce off at 260 or you're looking for an immediate flush. Right now, a lot of price action. This is done 52, almost 53 million shares. Let's just confirm that real quick here.
Wow.
There we go.
Wow, okay.
There we go. Now we're watching this one. What do you got over there?
Yeah, no, BBBY, man, this is some size here. I'm long. I'm instantly long. I'm also picking up a meta long here, pretty sick. My BP short is basically chilling. It's not going to do too much, so I'm not really too worried about it. But yeah, let's see what BBBY wants to do here, man. I am long this name in front of this size. We'll see if it wants to give it a little bit of a pop there. Going back to meta just to kind of see where we are. Are we actually popping back to the north side? Yeah, maybe we get back over that 50s and see where this thing wants to go. Gonna throw out a couple offers on that one just to make sure I don't miss the fill. And Tesla, guys, I'm in the background literally saying, wow, Tesla, this thing 214. Someone's like, Tesla 214. I go, no way, man, you gotta be kidding me. So yeah, I let that go early and it actually broke the level. And it's kind of funny. It's like, I'm like, oh, this is the level here. So let me just get it out at the level. And then as soon as I get it out, it goes. I know somebody was also asking, yeah, why are you guys not trading Tesla? Oh, we're trading Tesla. Tesla's atop my board right now, and I am all over Tesla. But again, taking shots where they make sense. So this was the VWAP long, a little bit of another VWAP long, kind of scalping it. And yeah, I just didn't hold it for the high of day. But congratulations to anybody that held that for the high of day. Michelle's saying, is it 800,000 shares? So 8,000 lots, and then add 2 zeros. So 8,000, 80,000, 800,000 shares. So 1,000 lots is 100,000 shares. 10,000 lots is 1,000,000 shares. So yeah, 800,000 shares of a $2.60 stock is not obviously the same as 800,000 shares of Amazon, but still notable. I'll take my shot here. We'll see where this one wants to go. I think if we pop, like we bottomed here the first time. We have the size here. Let's see if this thing wants to like pop again. And I think if we pop, where do we pop to? I don't know, maybe 10 cents, maybe 6 cents, give or take. So we'll see. I'll just, this is asymmetrical risk for myself. This is why I'm long. So yeah, we'll see where it wants to go from there. I do want to look back at another, what was I looking at? Amazon and Google as well. These are names, okay, Amazon, I missed the bid. I think I was trying to get 99.11s and it bottoms at 99.13s. Kind of funny, man, but yeah, this thing is just kind of bottoming out. Now we maybe flush back into the 99 level. I'm going to look at that. I got out of BP for break even. That's pretty good there. Yeah, let's look at Amazon. Let's see if we can get down there. I'm going to try a bid down below there. And then Google, yeah, below 94 is still. Sorry?
Microsoft, I had 270 short I had.
Oh yeah, you had. I was long and I didn't do well on the long for the 269 bounce, but it wasn't wrong. I wasn't super committed. Maybe I should have did 268.50. But yeah, okay. So Meta is yeah, giving a little bit more of a flush here. Let's yeah, okay. Market's turning lower. What do I want to do with this one? I want to add to it. I'm going to add to this.
Meta's hemorrhaging over here. Okay. I took a long here in EIGR. I put a dip trade on the break of the 200 period moving, I'm sorry, the 20 period moving average on the 1 minute chart. Woohoo! It just flushed against me. Quarter position here. Let's go ahead and set up another quarter. Where am I going to set up? I'm going to set it up at 72s. Okay, so I'm going to sit here at 72s. That's the top end of this range. So I want to sit there for possible support. It came, where did it come down to? Into 75. So it didn't quite make it down. We're flat on the trade at the moment. I've got a quarter position at 79s. We're at 78s on the bid. Idea here is to wait for that retracement, maybe that 5-minute pullback where you get like 5 consecutive or 6 consecutive 1 red minute candles in a row, and then you kind of break one of those and it makes the first new green candle to make a new high, and you ride that trend. That's what I'm looking for here. It's a decent headline. I was reading the deets of the catalyst there. It's nothing great. It's not long COVID like we talked about. It's a bit of a slow mover. It's an exploratory long. I'm not really committed to the trade, hence the 25% entry. And it's like $2.80 anyway. Tesla continuing to stay stronger and nearer to the highs, 5.75%. While the market is at days low, 41.32 to 41.31 now, we're testing these days low. But I think we're going to go to Brendo, who's at the big board with the leaderboard.
Hey guys, yeah, I'll give you a list of what is moving the most and what is doing the most volume so far this afternoon as we get halfway through the lunch hour period. This board showing you 10,613 U.S. listings, of which about 4,991 in positive territory. Pretty even day, 4,500 to the downside, 1,100 or so basically unchanged. Right now, 185 new highs on the day versus 60 new lows, so a ton of volume being done right across the board. TQ's just about to go over that 100 million mark. Then you get Zila, Tesla number 2 already today, 122 million. And that GMBL with a delisting notice, little 10-cent penny stock, but 141 million shares traded in that. There's Mullen, SQ's Hempaco on here as well, 71 million on the day. Bed Bath & Beyond, Credit Suisse popping up here today. Check, there wasn't much as far as news-related items on that. HPCO, 221%. CSII, little cardiovascular stock in the medical equipment maker, doing decent volume, 8 million, but up about 50% on the day. Pretty active afternoon so far, guys. Take a sec, hit the like, and subscribe if you haven't.
Share, like, and subscribe, guys. We take you into the heart of the market every day. 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. guys. Share, like, and subscribe. We really appreciate you guys. Matt Karn saying, he was basically telling me about why he was interested in nat gas and explaining. He's example the power plant near his house, depending on which is cheaper, they'll bounce between coal, crude, nat gas for power generation. That's cool. I didn't even know such power plants existed. That were multi-use. Awesome. I learn something new every day. The thing that I'm looking at though, because Ontario, the province we live in, is basically trying to scale something called small modular reactors. And these are basically small, expandable nuclear power plants. And you can start small if you have a smaller population. And as your population grows, you can actually add on to it. It's cleaner, it's scalable, and it's relatively, I don't want to say inexpensive, but it's decent in its price. And so that's what I've been looking at. And I've been following uranium for exactly that reason, thinking, you know, that this might be one of the ways that we take clean energy, especially because the startup cost with solar and wind and these other renewables is kind of prohibitive at the moment. We're in an environment where money is not cheap either. So I was looking at some of these other names, and that's why I've been keeping a crucial eye on that. So if you're in the energy business and you have anything to add here that I should know, at me in the chat. I'd love to learn from you guys and see what's up. EIGR, we're in the money on this one. We're in like 5 pennies in the money. Nothing really to write home about. But yeah, UROI, quadruple U, I got all those on my uranium watch list. Thank you for those. I appreciate that. UROI and quadruple U. I see you guys there in the chat. So EIGR, nothing to write home about. Waiting for that 290 break, and then maybe we'll talk more about that. We just broke 41.30 on the market.
Yeah, market is dropping here. I'm getting the bids, but I didn't add to any of these things. I got out of the meta trade, so that was a pretty that was a loser. So I added the first time, stopped out, got back in, kind of stopped out again, taking the L. It's no bounce, not good. But here we are, Amazon. First ad, it's probably breaking 99. So let's see where this one wants to go. Google, this one is now below the low, but still has a chance to bounce. Let's see where this market, if it's going to stall out anywhere. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Let's see where this wants to stall out, if any, or if we're actually going to just like rip to the downside. This is where I said, like, don't get overcommitted to the longs. Like, scalp the longs on names that are down. So again, this is why I haven't added yet to any of these positions. Pretty light on them, so I'm not like really. I'm not really too worried. I'm gonna consider adding if we. Yeah, I'm just gonna give it a couple minutes to see where this wants to go. Gonna chill with it, man. Gonna chill. So 3 longs on board, basically chilling, waiting to see if we do get back to the upside, if we bounce. If not, then yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I don't want to short the lows. If this market continues, this is the thing, man. This is why you got to hold on to some of your trades in the morning if you are short. Because I said it yesterday, I said it the day before. I kind of feel like that's the vibe. My ES chart is red for a reason. But anyways, if we break the 4100 and go to the downside, oh baby, I think we go to 39.50, 39, 38.50. Like I think it's possible. I think it's possible. So I don't know. We'll see. It just feels like the bid is so weak. And anytime we turn down for whatever reason, we nuke, right? We nuke. So yeah, let's see if these where we are on a lot of these names in like the coming weeks. After earnings season, usually the bid gets a little bit weaker, and yeah, things don't look good. So I'm basically holding losers right now, asking myself what to do next. I'm pretty light, so I'm not worried or anything, but I'm just kind of chilling. Like, do I get out of these? I think Meta selling that was maybe not the wrong idea. Yeah, we're like much lower. So maybe we're actually going into 180 there. Probably shouldn't have got overcommitted and added the next time. But it is what it is, man. Yeah, I have no idea what comes next. I'll be chilling, just waiting here to see what's going to happen. This is a perfect time, and let me just get this up and running here. I don't know, Sharif, if you're looking at something.
Yeah, no, someone was asking for my Instagram, the account. I don't really post a lot of stuff on my Insta, to be honest with you, so I don't think you guys are going to benefit from it, but I do plan on changing that. I want to make an account where I post more actively, especially stuff related to the market. So I'll definitely get on that, guys, and I will have that. Nightbot will definitely pump that in the chat. So if you guys are asking for that, I will be there very shortly want to create something like that. So thanks for all the information. Matt Carnes has been pumping here in the chat. I see all your messages. I know I'm not responding to them, but I am reading what you're telling me. I really appreciate the education. I didn't know that that was actually what Duke Energy had been doing. I saw the CEO of Duke Energy on this morning. She was on. Looks like they had a decent quarter. I forget, but she was on. She was speaking. I didn't really get everything she has to say, but really good information. Thank you for that. You guys are not the only. We're not the only one teaching you guys. You guys are teaching us, and we couldn't be more thankful. Okay, so let's get to these futures here, because we did break that critical level that we were bragging about. We were bragging about 41.30. Let's call a spade, and it just shalunked right there.
Shalunked.
All right, Brendo's at the big desk.
Big move down for Nike shares right now, guys. Looks like Adidas is providing some preliminary earnings numbers and pointing specifically to adverse impact from not selling Yeezy. So big move down there for Nike on volume. Again, Adidas providing some preliminary top and bottom 2023 numbers right now.
Yeah, that was bound
Yeah,
to
there you
happen,
go. So I guess if bad information there, it kind of translates over to Nike. That's my take on this. Let's see where this wants to go. Do we get a retest of the moving average? So kind of news events. What? So news events sell off. Do we pop and drop? Let's see where this wants to go. 122.50 was the first kind of rejection over there. So let's see if this thing, what it wants to do around that area. Could be interesting, man. Could be interesting for like that leg down. It already gave the pop. Let's see if I can actually get a fill here and where this thing wants to go for another leg down. I'm going to wait for the fill here on the offer. Maybe I just missed that, actually. Yeah, I probably just missed that. Okay, so that first pop is basically what I was looking for. I was kind of hoping that it would get a little closer to the moving average to sort of risk off a decent level. I have no idea where it's going to stop, but it stopped right at 122.46. So now kind of eyeing itself going towards the low a day there. So yeah, we'll see what happens on that one. Pretty nice move down. I don't really know. Are there any? Let's see if there's any daily levels here. Do we have? Yeah, 120 is obviously the key level here. 120. I would say 120 and maybe where it is now, because yesterday's low was around this area. Let's see if 121.60-ish area holds. If it breaks and goes down, I kind of feel like we could get to 120, especially in a market that's selling off. As you guys can see, I am still holding on to my longs. Only because I'm light on the position, so it's not really like too worrisome. And Google, the level's 93.75-ish, give or take for myself. So it is still above that level, so I'm not really too worried. Amazon is the one that I kind of don't really love. It's down below. Yeah, you know what? Let's just let me just like take the L here on Amazon. I'll recalibrate that if we get back up. I'll revisit it, but I didn't even really pay attention to it, and then we kind of flushed. So it's my own fault there. I'm gonna just take the 20-cent L. Thankfully, light on the position. So yeah, nothing to drive home about. Just very quickly, if you guys are interested in working for a prop floor, feel free to send your resumes to brandon@selectvantage.com. This is the requirement is you need to live in the GTA, so live somewhere close to Toronto. If you are in the U.S. watching the show, unfortunately, you cannot apply to this. I mean, you could try, but it's just a big waste of time, so I would say don't. Yeah, if you are in the GTA, feel free to apply. If it's something that interests you, if you want to join other like-minded people, feel free. A lot of fun here. You know, watching the show is fun. Being on the floor is something else, man. It's something else.
Yeah, no question.
Definitely a lot of excitement there. So again,
Luca.
Brandon@selectvantage.com. That's BRANDON @selectvantage.com.
All right, we just printed heavy boy here on EIGR. We get another piece out. Now we're gonna hold. So we wait for the bull flag continuation. It comes and we print. So that's drop the cash a little bit on that one. Very happy with this one. Here comes 3 though. We knew 3 was going to be a level. So in fact, I think if this one breaks and holds above 3, guys, I'm going to add into this one. Okay. So let's see what this one does. Now we're at 95s. We've taken out 94s and 95s, so I won't be taking any more out here. We're long 82s. So it's not a huge win, but it's a good follow the rule type, you know, like a reinforced good trading habits type win. That's really about. It's not really about the money on this one, to be honest. So up 45%. We're testing 3. We saw 4 as a major level on the daily. So there's going to be a bit of a void in between 3 and 4. That could move quite well. I didn't check the float on this one. Let's have a look at the float. 41 million, not small, but not huge either. So this one can go. It's also a former daily runner, if I'm not mistaken. Let me have a look here. Let's go to the daily on this bad boy. It's had aggressive up and down days, both, in both directions. Let's pull up the daily using this one, and we already got it. I'd like to, Michael Moss, if you're watching, how do I make this full screen on this one here? Because I would really like to know how to make this one bigger. But there you go, guys. You can see the big green candles and the big red candles on this one. Let's zoom out a little. Oh, can't. How do I move it? Okay, well, I'll have to figure this one out. So still things to be learned on my part. There was a big day that we had here. July was a monster day. We moved from 6 all the way up to like 860. So it's a firmer runner. That doesn't mean it's going to run this time, but it makes it more likely. And so that's why I'm keeping my eye on this. I'm going to add above 3 in case you're following this trade, but it's got to get above and stay above 3. All right, let's have a look at this market because, you know, that's all the hype right now. Let's see where we could bottom out at. So here's the hourly chart on the ES March contract. We've now broken through the 41.30 level. That's happened before, and that happened, when did it happen? It happened a couple of days ago, okay? We did break through. We didn't go as low as we are now. We went back into that 41.20. Today's 41.18 is the low. But look at that. This is the hourly candle. The hourly candle doesn't close below that 41.30. Yes, it wicks below it, but it doesn't close below it. And we're not done yet. So let's see if we can retrace here. Let's not declare that the level is invalid. Let's let the candle close, and then we'll talk about it. Yeah, now if we are to break like and head south, there's an interesting kind of double bottom brewing here on the hourly candle. I want to say at 41.08, 41.10. And then the obvious level there after that is 4100. But the majority of the price action that happened a few days ago, February 7th and February 6th, was in and around that 4110, I want to say 4105 area. There was a good price action, and then upward. Between that area and 4130, there was a lot of price action. That's what I was referring to earlier when I said 4130 was important because it was good from the top and from the bottom. We reject 4130 and retrace below here. So let's not write off this level yet. At least I'm not writing it off. And then let's see what goes on the rest of the day. But we are at lows, so it is hard to kind of be positive, especially if you're long, because you continue to print lower lows. So that's the case with that one. Now let's go back to EIGR before I send it to my man Luca. We're knocking on the door of $3, but we're creating a bit of a top here at 290. Where are we? At 297. So there does seem to be some big boy selling coming in at this level. I see that the book here showing some good size at 298, but you know that's 126. That's not that much for a $3 stock. Let's be honest. So I don't know if we got anything here that's really stopping us. We just need to get some buying, Luca.
Yeah, guys, the market is just continuously making lows, man. So I don't know where the bottom's going to be, but I would sort of play off of that low from last time. So like 4105 into 4100, you know, it's easy to just say that's the level because it's just kind of a clean level there, clean level. So yeah, here we go to the downside, guys. You can't even see the ES price because it is just all the way into the floor.
All the way down.
Yeah, let me just drag. Oh, yeah, there you go. Perfect timing on that one. That was my mistake. Yeah, guys, look at that move. All the way from 41.65 into 41.15. Somebody was asking, how's that Google long? It's not. I'm not like super out of the. I'm like 30 cents, but I'm just waiting to add. That's really what I'm trying to do here. If the market reverses, I feel like we rip back. Even though it's down, I just want to kind of play off this idea that it's so down on the day.
NVIDIA.
I want to watch 93.60. If we like dip and then rip back, we probably get a 94 test. So that's sort of what I'm waiting. That's sort of what I'm waiting for. And then somebody was asking again, like on Amazon. Do you have any thoughts on Amazon as well? I just off the long on this one because I was like, whatever. I'm just gonna take the L on Amazon here at 99 because I don't. The plan for the Amazon long was like not to even be in this still, so I honestly don't even know why I was still in this. But it's not really like a huge deal. If anything, Tesla like 210. Yeah, like Tesla 210 area bounce, like VWAP bounce, that'd be sick. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that happens. I don't know. I'm gonna let the market resolve first. I'm basically chilling. I have this one position on board, which is not like I'm not too committed to it. I can add to it. I'm going to wait to see what Tesla wants to do, if it wants to bounce around that 210 area, or if it just breaks. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen next. I'm sort of lost for words here. I'm just trying to find another trade. I kind of want, maybe I want to short Tesla into that level. Yeah, maybe, that's what I'll do. Let me short Tesla here. Small risk off to see if it wants to break the size above. A little bit of size on the offer. It's like slow to fill. If it doesn't fill this size, then it goes down. If it fills the size, then I get stopped out. So yeah, a little position going into VWAP. I think it wants to give a VWAP test. If we break 211.30s, then I'll just be out of the trade. But if we dip down into that 210, I'm going to basically cover the 210 area and then consider like the flip towards the long side then to build the position. I think there's a really good chance that, so the first time we didn't break VWAP and that was a sick VWAP bounce. The second time we gave the dip and the rip. I think the third time we could dip and keep going, especially if the market wants to keep selling off. But if the market bounces back, then the Tesla bounce back is going to be insane. So I think that was actually the cross there. So you know what? Let me just cover that Tesla trade there. I don't want to get too committed to the short because I really want that bounce play long off VWAP. So I'm okay to just cover that. I just saw it go from 211.15s into 90s. So I have a feeling that size just crossed down. And I'm playing off of the size. So it could easily rip back. So I'll take the scalp win on that one. Not bad. And then we'll see if this wants to get back into 210. The level from before was like 210.50. So yeah, let's try a cheeky little long in front of that. And this one I could easily just get stopped out. But let's see if this wants to fill me just in front of 210.50 for then to rip back into 211 and then rip higher and go. And I'm basically anticipating a bounce right now. So anytime, sometimes it's going to happen where you want to anticipate a trade. I'm anticipating a bounce on the overall market and trying to line up with Tesla. Because I'm anticipating this, I'm taking less size. It just is what it is. If I lose on the trade where I'm anticipating a trade, it's like fine. It's fine. So yeah, let's see if I can get this fill. I'm like literally sitting right at the low 60s. So if this wants to fill me, that would be great, Tesla. Okay, there we go. So stop is in. Probably get stopped out. But if I don't, I think the bounce could be sick. So let's go 210, offer 211 for a little bit of a 50-cent scalp win. And then if we break lower, yeah, we break lower, is what it is. So yeah, just going for little scalps around this level. Meta did clear the 180 and bounce back. So yeah, I hope my stop is in for Tesla. Meta broke the 180 and then dipped, and now it's holding 180. So I don't know if it wants to break again or whatnot, but let's just see if this is a little bit of a dip, hold the 180 level, and then rip. Again, everything is dependent on what the market wants to do. The market is selling off, man. It is selling off. Don't worry where the red candles are. The whole thing is red. Okay, we're now red on the day on the overall market. So yeah, man, I guess I'm out of Tesla. So that was that a loss? I guess that was a loss. Yeah, okay, that was a loss. So I take the 10-cent loss on it. I'm okay, man, because I'm sort of anticipating a bounce. I don't want to really like catch bottoms. I think I could probably get closer to like 210 for the VWAP bounce play. So I think, did I just miss that? Hopefully I didn't just miss that.
All right, I just want to mention
Maybe
NVIDIA here.
Yeah, I did miss that.
NVIDIA is absolutely defecating on the bed, bouncing off that 224.92. Can I say Amber Heard? Yeah, Amber hurting the bed. That's so funny. Okay, I'm going to get a lot of hate on the chat for that, but hey, it's out there. It's been said. 225 essentially is the level that it made its way down to. Where did I get out last? This is the Trade Ideas chart, by the way. Excellent chart. Figured out how to make it bigger. There we go. Very clear and nice. But where did I get out there, you ask? Let's have a look. Here, I didn't get the highest peak. There was another higher one. I got out at 229.30. It went up to 229.80. But then look what it did. Absolute pooper all the way down. Retracing now. 225 is holding. It's nice. But yeah, let's see what it does. I mean, I'm not sold on it yet. It's strong. It's still up 1.7% on the day. So you don't want to write it out, especially if we do get a market bounce here. I'm just trying to adjust my window here, fit everything in so that it all works out. I would like this window to go back to the size that I asked it to be initially. I mean, I don't want to have to resize it every time. That seems like a bit of a tough thing to do. Sorry if I disgusted anybody there. I'm just joking, guys. You guys know that we're all tongue-in-cheek here. Anyway, looking for a possible bounce here, keeping my eye on a possible bounce into 41.30. Now, we could end up having the opposite of what I'm anticipating, and here's what I mean by that. Let's go back to the hourly on the ES March contract. Now, look at this. We broke below 41.30 last time, but we stayed above 4100, and then we had a couple of days where we ranged in between 4100 and essentially 41.36 to the high side, okay? In between that range there. And then we broke above it. So that we could end up duplicating the exact same thing where we stay below 4130, but we stay above 4100. So I'm keeping my eye on that 4100, 4100-ish. Definitely going to be looking for longs on these big cappers should we make our way down there. We're 41.13.5 is a low of day. We're hanging out at 17s and 3/4 at the moment. So not yet anyway. I won't be punching into any longs. I'm not that good to be able to figure out where we're gonna bounce from here. Beat Fanatic, the market's involved in a good old-fashioned donkey brook. Donkey brook is the word of the afternoon. You know what? Donkey brook, you're gonna get the word of the day animation. You've earned it with that. Donkey brook, I don't know what donkey brook is, but it sounds funny, so we're gonna go with it.
That's funny.
Yeah, go ahead, Luca.
Yeah, guys, no, somebody was like, Luca got hosed on No, you know what it is? I literally spoke what was gonna happen. I literally said, I'm like, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna short, I'm gonna cover, I'm gonna go long, and then I'm gonna get a VWAP long, but I missed it. It's just, you know what? Anybody who day trades Tesla knows how fast it moves. When you're multitasking, it's obviously very, very difficult, especially when you're trying to get prices and stuff like that. So when I miss the trade, it's all good, man. I don't really care. Huh? Yeah, I'll take a short, sure, thanks. But anyways, yeah, with this trade, it's basically, long story short, good example. Regardless if I win or lose on a trade, I always think there's something to learn from it. So let's do a quick little example here. So waiting for the VWAP bounce play, size on the offer, not filling, take the short scalp, flushes down, that's free money for myself. I'll take that pretty good. Trying the cheeky long over here, and then sort of, I don't want it here anyways. I just want to take this little bit of a risk, so paper cut, no problem. But this sort of distracted me from the better fill. And to be honest, I'm not necessarily sure that I would have bid 40s. So that's why I was bidding 50s, but I probably should have bid 50s, 25s, and even dollars. But again, I thought that there was a real chance that we could actually flush through and then pop. This is because the overall market was selling off. And so the reason I did it like that, I just kind of thought about this in real time. I'm like, yeah, I think we're going to actually break. So if we break through, then I'll have an opportunity to really size in and then go for the bounce. But I know somebody in the chat was like, oh, Luca, nice call on the bounce. Yeah, I'm long Google, but I'm long from before, and it's small size. Don't worry about that. But yeah, basically, somebody was like, oh, nice trade on the bounce play. That's the thing, man. When you see the VWAP bounce good, when you see something up on the day, when you see it breaking key levels to the upside, the first time it's good, the second time it's good, third time it's good, fourth time. I mean, if you traded all of them, win, try it again until it stops working. And then eventually, if it stops, if the fifth time it doesn't work, you're 4 for 5 on that intraday. That's not bad. And if you wanted to scale it in a better way, the way that I would kind of approach it is more size, a little bit less size, a little bit less size, and then the least amount of size. So because we're at 1 o'clock, when I say, when I kind of have these trades going, even if I miss it, I'm like, whatever. It's way less size. I'm not worried. Even with the Google trade, I kind of long and now it's going, and I'm just like, whatever. It's less size. We're getting back to 94s anyways. I think I'm just going to off this right now for basically a break even, and we'll watch to see what wants to happen next on this thing. But yeah, essentially, good rule of thumb. Don't let these kind of, whoops, not wrong one. Don't let these little things distract you. Look for the main trade, and then if you expect it to flush and then pop back and go, wait for that, right? Wait for that. So there's 2 ways that you could structure it. I didn't do as good, but it's no problem. I have basically 200 fills on the day, so I'm sure I'll have 100 more by the time the day ends. And that's a pretty light day, to be honest. So yeah, when I miss a trade, I just remind myself, well, 300 fills today, tomorrow, the next day. I am short Meta. Why? This is not, oh my God. Okay. Was this a view? Oh, this is a perfect. Why am I short this name? Break my heart, Luca. Okay, yeah, no, I should not be in this trade. I should not be in this trade. So let's see where this trade goes. Maybe this is a trade that wins. No, this is a, I look at this and my first instinct is 50 period. Okay, I must have had some kind of instinct on that one. So if it breaks 181, I'll get out of this trade because I shouldn't even be in it. But yeah, guys, don't do this. Don't get into a trade, be like, why am I in this trade? And then be like, let's see where this one goes. But it's, yeah, huh?
He says, that looks great.
It looks good. That's why I pull it up. I go, I shouldn't be in this. But wait a minute. This looks pretty good. So I'm going to hold on to this and see where it goes. It's like the same thing as when somebody's like, oh, Luca, can you pull up, what was it, Roblox from today? Yeah, I just spoke about that. Roblox, I pull it up and I'm like, oh, short. And clearly the short was not wrong. And there's the thing, it did go towards low of day. It broke the low of day and then it popped. So that was that was the example that I was referring to. I forgot to get back to it. It doesn't matter what I think. It's not, I never want to sit here and be like, oh, look, I was right, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't care about that. But more so like, this is like up on the day. So when it actually makes a low, maybe that's like the covers from the VWAP shorts, using the volume to cover that. So yeah, that's kind of a nice little look there, but obviously now much lower on the day. Never really got back to VWAP. So yeah, not too bad with that one. And yeah, Meta I think gave a little bit of a flush. Let me just like get some out of this one here.
Yeah, I'm just really impressed with TSLA today. Absolutely flushing to the downside. Let's bring in again the trade ideas chart here. Look at this. It giving you an absolute perfect opportunity. Oh, what am I doing here? Let's go, come on, TSLA. I'm kind of like that old dude who doesn't really know how to use like the new things, and that's kind of been my problem a little bit lately, the older I get. All right, let's pull this one out so we can see it bigger. There we go. Look at this. Perfect dip trade off VWAP. Get in at that 210.36. I think VWAP was hanging out at 25. I mean, you don't keep your dip order right at VWAP. You always want to front run it a little bit in case it doesn't make its way all the way down. And then, boom, 212 goes right through the roof. How high do we get there? 212, 30, 35 in and out that area. So nice little move there on Tesla. This one giving you an opportunity to recycle that level, and it proves absolutely to be money. So happy that I didn't take that trade, but that I can speak about it. I'm kidding, of course. Yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on Tesla, especially if we start moving into the afternoon and we start recovering from the shellacking we've been taking on the futures here. I'm definitely going to be looking to take TSLA north. It is relatively strong. Now, all right, Imran in the chat wants to know why I keep referring to this mythical, mysterious March contract. All right, so futures works on a contract basis and they roll over. Steph, is it 3-4 months? What is it? Yeah. 4 months? 4 months. Okay, so every quarter. So it's every 3 months. So essentially, every 3 months there's a new contract and it gets traded. Now, it doesn't, there really is no, there's a rollover date, but you can trade the next upcoming contract earlier. Now have a look here at okay, so I gotta make this smaller so you guys can see what I'm talking about because I wanna speak about volume here. So let's just, come on, there we go. So here's what I'm trying to show you guys. I'm trying to show you the volume. So look at this, there's price action over here, right? Let's go to daily. There's price action over here, right? You can see it's moving up and down, but there's really no volume to be speaking of. That's because the current volume overshadows all the previous volume that happened. We'd have to zoom in into this area to actually see the volume. So even though the contract is tradable at that time, it's not being traded by the majority of traders. And then there's technically a rollover date where everyone starts looking at this new contract when the previous one expires, right? And so that's when the majority of the volume will start coming into this contract. So you just got to know which contract we're using and then trade that. Now, there are commodities that have continuous contracts, and that's what the one I look at. I don't want to see what the contract for UNG or for nat gas is currently. I kind of want to see, I want to get an overall picture. So some of these ones, they'll show you, like when you search like nat gas or whatever commodity beans, it'll show you like the contract initiation date, and then it'll show you like one that has an infinity sign beside it. At least my platform does, and that's the continuous contract, and that's the one that I use. So yeah, for my assessment into these commodities. So I hope that helps, Imran, to understand what I mean by the March contract there. It's kind of simple. Now the way to be able to access that is you got to have futures. You got to have access to futures on your broker. Now, I know for my broker, I got to pay extra for that. So that may not be something that you want to do. I know TradingView has delayed. I think the the ES March contract is delayed unless you have a paid account. But you may be able to follow some other indexes, and those are not exactly like the contract. The SPX index is not exactly like the ES March contract. They have different levels, even though they move similarly. So you may be able to get some of the indexes free on TradingView, but I think that the futures contracts you'll have to pay for. Fact check me if I'm wrong on that.
About
What's
this.
up?
Oh my God, I'm like so guys, this is how not to trade. Okay, ready? You get filled. You go, wait a second. Why am I short meta? Then you go, you know what? Let's see where this goes. Then it flushes. You go, okay, I shouldn't be in this trade. Let's let it go. Then it goes even lower, and you say, wow, why didn't I just hold it? So yeah, that was I don't know. I mean, it looked good, so I should have held it. I would have probably taken the trade if I saw it. I could have just left the stop in. I wouldn't have got triggered out. Product of trading, man. That's it. But I think Bob in the chat was like, Luca, because I was saying, yeah, take the L, move on, find another trade. Guys, it's so easy as a trader to take an L and then you say, wait, I want to make it back, blah, 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 all these things. So you can read all these books and they'll all tell you to do the same thing. And you'll be like, that sounds really good in theory. Then you come trading, you get punched in the face, and all of a sudden you're throwing haymakers, wasting your energy for no reason, losing money. No, don't do that. Drink espresso, relax, take a chill pill, and wait for those next good trades to come through. You will, if you're going to lose money, lose it on the trades that really make sense. Lose it on the trades that make sense. Don't just randomly throw it away. I do it from time to time. I'm obviously not perfect, but learn from my mistakes. I'll say that. It's easier to kind of learn from other people's mistakes. So I will say that. Learn from my mistakes. I make dumb mistakes sometimes, man. But yeah, so basically, if you're in a trade and you're not supposed to be in there, evaluate it. Maybe it's a good one, maybe it's not. I did not have the brain power to recognize what this was, nor did I really care. So I took the win and I just move on. And I'm not going to re-short it or go long or anything else. I just basically move on to the next. It has no place in my mind. I'm not giving it any energy. Because why? Because I'm going to find another trade and I got to focus on that one. I'm looking at Google, which is now over the 50 period, but it is kind of slowing down for the time being. And the market sort of gave that little bit of a bounce. I want to say congratulations to everybody that traded Tesla better than I did for that little bit of a pop into 212. That was pretty sick, man. And the 210, the 210.50 area is like the area. So 210.50 to 209.50, it's Tesla. You need to give it room to breathe. Do not do it the way that I did it. That was pretty dumb, honestly. But I did well the first times, and then I'm like, oh yeah, let me try to get cheeky with it. No. Do it right. If you did it well the first time, do it exactly the same way. Let it breathe. If this dips back, I want to try the same thing, but we'll see. I just don't want to, at this point in time, because the market is giving these violent flushes down.
Poopy scoopy.
I want to be very careful with like having too many orders out, because when that flush down happened, I totally forgot about all my bids, and I was long Google, I was long Meta, I was long Amazon. So like they all came through at once, and I was like, okay, wait a second. All these plays that I thought were going to happen at different times, like the Amazon bounce play, guys, was supposed to be like risk off 99. So like it should have been like a 5-cent risk, and then it turned into like a 25-cent loss. So yeah, I'm now reluctant to put a lot of bids on all these names, because yeah, if we just kind of flash down or flash up, I need to be paying attention. So especially now, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm not really expecting crazy moves, but if you think for whatever reason you see a reversal coming through, maybe there could be some longs to be had. So yeah, find institutional levels, find daily levels, play off of those levels, and go from there. We do look at AMC from time to time.
This one's moving aggressively. LSDI just popped up for absolutely no reason there. Is this the IPO that we were talking about earlier? Yeah, it is. This is an IPO. LSDI, it's open. It's been open a while, sorry. It's been open since 10:45, but it really started moving there right at 101, popped up from 325 all the way up to 370, really on like no move. I don't see anything coming up here for it. So in case you're in that one, it is running LSDI, that is, and it's a NASDAQ stock. Sorry to interrupt you, Luca.
Yeah, no worries. Somebody was just asking, do we trade AMC? Oh yeah, go type in Trader TV and type in AMC, and you'll see some real funny videos there. When AMC goes nuts, we trade it all the time. At this point, no. But when was it when everything was going up? And I want to say shout out to Michelle. If you're still watching, I know you're saying, wish me luck, I'm going long ape. I said it under my breath very quietly. Best of luck, man, best of luck. But yeah, when AMC was over 6, it was doing a little bit more volume, and those pops into 7 when BBBY was going up, AMC was going up, GME was going up, ape was going up. I want to map the 7 level. This is another example of look at how long price stays in a certain range. If it doesn't stay in that range for a long period of time, that's your tape teleportation, money fills for the mean reversion back down, in my opinion, from my experience. And so with AMC, it kind of went over 7. It didn't really stay there, and then it flushed instantly. The next day, it spent some time there in the pre-market, right off the open, and then flushed right away. And now at this point, it's sort of below 6 and just kind of going to the downside. I think when it dies down like this, I don't trade it. So right now, it looks really good. I could have said, oh yeah, short it here and cover it here. But I mean, I stay away from it when it's not doing as much volume. But this is like maybe like a day 2 or a day 3 setup. Let me just show the daily because it looks a little bit cleaner. It has the run up, it does a lot of volume, and then it just goes boom, boom, boom to the downside. It probably stops at 5 because that's where it was stalling before. So I would say 550 into 5, you know, short-term support. If we break 5, which I really think that we could break 5 eventually, this thing probably goes back to 4. I know somebody else was asking, Luca, what are your thoughts on BBBY with the kind of current fundamental picture? Where do you think it goes in the near term or the long term? Again, guys, I covered that trade because it just wasn't popping. I don't know if this pop was real. At 12:35, if it popped to 64s, it popped without me because I was actually trying to get 64s, but then I forgot about the order there. So yeah, so I'm like, well, if this was real, I missed my chance. I'm just getting out. The size then eventually filled and broke to the downside. In terms of where do I think BBBY goes, I want to start off by saying, if there's a buyout coming through, if there's an LBO around the corner, they obviously announced that offering so that this thing runs to $7, and then in the aftermarket they say, oh, by the way, we're doing a huge offering of shares and options and stuff, which basically kills the vibe, obviously, for all the longs, and we're back down. I mean, I don't know. The company itself, are they good? What do they sell? It's nothing. Yeah, sorry, I'm just okay. Wait, sorry, don't distract me because I lose my train of thought very quickly. But I think down. I think down until proven otherwise. If for whatever reason an LBO comes through, somebody buys them, then the picture has changed. But every single pop, the shorts have been good. I just think like now it's just in free fall mode. Every day I come into the office, I hear Sean saying, short the pops, or Neil, short the pops on BBBY. And I'm like, oh yeah, just send some stink offers, get those fills, and just ride it to the ground, man. But yeah, at this point, not to say the edge is gone, but it's more so like when it's at 4, you think it could get to 2. That's like a great move. That's a 50% retracement. It didn't happen in one day, but it could, right? But when it's at 250 and then it's slow, you guys are seeing this thing is just, it's dying. It's just literally dying to the downside. But again, shorting the pops into 3, if you got like 294, then you know you could have held it all day. That's giving you 40 cents on a $2-3 stock. That's definitely not bad at all. So there definitely is money to be made on this thing. I think it's just kind of all the way down. I would not be surprised to see BBBY if no buyout, which I don't really think I would be surprised if one comes through. But yeah, if no buyout, this thing probably goes to $1 and then breaks $1, and then maybe see a reverse split at some point in the future. So. Yeah, it's there you go. Sean posting BBBY. I think you were trading it today, right?
I sent it to you in chat too.
Okay, beauty. Yeah, I'll actually pull this up. So this is on Sean's Twitter. He just posted in the chat. But essentially, I mean, look at this, man. It literally doesn't get better than this. Short the pops, cover the flush. Short the pops, cover the flush into the low. I don't know if you have any more positions on board. Oh, yeah, he's still holding some there. That's the thing, man. Where you close that? At the end of the day, 4 o'clock with the print. Take the close, walk away with the money. Yeah, so hopefully, yeah, Paul, it was you who was asking. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of kind of like my take on it. I just think like we fade to the abyss, which is probably $1, and then who knows what happens from there. I'm going to check on a firm because I have an outstanding order, which I probably think is not going to fill. I wanted to short the pops, and okay, so I did miss my opportunity. I wanted 1320. And I guess it only went to 13s. This is another good example. If you think volume is going to come in at an even dollar because it's going to the upside, if you think there's potentially people that put stops at 1301, but you still think the short is good because it's down 20% on the day, watch the tape at the even dollar level. If it pops through 13 and then slamming comes through, people are just like offering, killing it, trying to like offset that volume because they want to initiate the short position. In this case, it doesn't look like it actually broke 13, or maybe it went 1301 and then down. This is essentially, in my opinion, algo action where they wait, they let it break the level, and then they slam it with the shares that they have to offset, and then it just kind of drifts to the downside. So I missed the fill on that. I'm going to cancel. I was just kind of waiting closer to VWAP thinking, I mean, who knows if this goes to 01, 10s, or 20s. So I just say, let me just do 20s because that's where I could really like take it and feel comfortable as opposed to 01s, and then it goes to 20s, and it was a back burner play. So yeah, offer is canceled on that one. And the last bid that I have out here is a Disney bid, which I feel like I'm like right there, and it's just not filling me. Look at that order, man. I put this order in I think over here when I started the show, and it literally got right there. Look at that, man. 113.20, 113.22. Where am I sitting? 113.10. I don't know, man. I don't know why I choose these levels that I choose, but I just feel like if I just go up 10 cents higher, I have the dream of this move into the 114 level. But that's kind of a product of if you have back burner trades, you find your level, you throw out your bids and offers, you patiently wait. If you get them, great. If you don't, no problem. That's why they're back burner bids and offers, and you just cancel them. So now at this point, I don't want that anymore because it already gave you the win the first time and the second time. I don't want to be a part of it the third time and then it actually breaks. This is kind of setting up to look like a little bit of a flat bottom break. And again, Disney with the positive earnings, still up on the day, but at the same time, big sell-off from 118 down to 113. If anything, I do want this to break 113, and I want it like below 113 for like a rip back. So different trade, different volume, 113 in the afternoon, just gonna have to let it go. It is what it is. That's a product of day trading. You have multiple ideas throughout the day. You miss some, you catch some, you get part fills on other ones, you miss the exits on other ones. It is what it is, man. I'm not complaining. I'll just find another trade and move on from there.
All right, so UNG, somebody was asking, UNG's pumping today. Sure, it's up 4.25% on the day, but here's the daily chart. I don't think you guys can see the, so we got to make it a little bit smaller and move it up because you guys got to be able to see this trend line that we've drawn over here. Okay, there we go. So it's a little smaller, but we'll work with that. So this trend line, this orange trend line, that's the all-time low that we just made. It goes back to December 2020, and when you go back even further, we don't get this low. So UNG is the what's it called? The ETF that I'm using. Now, look at when we zoom in. Here comes the problem. We need to see a trend change. It's not good enough that it consolidates at the bottom. We're not going to get long until the trend has changed. Now, what we did was we created a doji reversal candle possibly here, then 2 green days, and then a red day, which basically we haven't reached the high of today. And it didn't even make a new high. So the red day yesterday was big in the sense, hold on, I think that that's incorrect. Let me have a look at the daily. Okay, so here's what I'm seeing. Let's bring this in over here. Here's what I'm seeing on this chart. So the red day we made yesterday actually made a higher high. It was kind of like a bull trap over, what was that day? Tuesday. So Tuesday, we made 2 green candles, and then we made another high Wednesday. And then look, Thursday, we don't even reach. So we're not making a newer high today unless we really pump above that 901 level. So no trend change for me unless this one can pump above 901. Right now, it's at 859. So never say never. If we do get that, then I'm definitely going to have to look for a possible long here by Monday-ish. I wouldn't get into this before the weekend. You never know what could happen on the weekend with these stocks. All right. Now, this EIGR trade, I kind of like neglected a little bit, took the majority of the profits here, then let it run past my my entry point. I've got an interesting area here where I've got a dip trade set up, which is that 272. The whole idea here is to take advantage of the higher end of this, I want to call it peak. It's not really a peak, but it's a move up here. It's kind of like a slanted down bull flag, if I could call it that. If it makes its way down to 272, I want some of that action, maybe even adding a little bit into that 268 where VWAP is. It's up 34%. It broke the 50 period though, so that's kind of like a bearish indicator. It's kind of developing here a head and shoulder-ish pattern on the 1 minute chart. I don't know if that's going to be reflected on the 3. Let's have a look at the 3. Yeah, a little bit, not that much. Probably a little bit clearer on the 1 minute. But anyway, I'll have to reconsider once I look at this a little bit more. I was looking at the UNG chart a little bit more than this one. But yeah, not a big position here at all, guys, so nothing really to worry about. Looking to add into this one, if anything. So that's how that's looking for me at the moment. Now, market-wise, we've been talking a lot about this market. This market is definitely staying towards the lower end of the range there. 41.13.5 is the low. We're at 41.17. We were making our way back up. I'm like, oh, okay, we're going to retrace back to 41.30. Time to punch some of these longs, maybe take Tesla again. Nuh-uh, not yet. We retraced right back down. Now we're consolidating sideways for the better part of like the last 15 minutes or so. We'll see what happens. We've created a new low. We know that 4100 is definitely a low that I'm going to keep my eye on. But I'm still keeping my eye on a possible retracement here, a mean reversion trade back into that 41.30, then maybe reject off 41.30 to close below it, and then we'll see what tomorrow brings. Again, my thesis going into Tuesday is we stay in a range between kind of 4,100 to 4,200, and then maybe we break out or break down above or below those levels depending on how the CPI print comes in. So next Tuesday, that comes to us via 2 o'clock. No, 8:30, excuse me, it's not an interest rate hike. We get CPI at 8:30 in the morning, so we'll probably be broadcasting a little early that day, or do we do like 5 minutes early on
for
CPI
sure.
days?
100%, yeah, 100%.
So we'll be keeping our eye on that. All right, so what else we got going on? Google finding a little bit of a bottom here. Is Google 93.63 is the low on this bad boy, but it's been curling up here and up to 94.30. So finding a little bit of a bounce. It's been sold off quite aggressively, 5% down on the day. It's kind of the opposite of where Tesla is, up 5.25 on the day. Apple's been doing poopy nothing for the last, like, I don't know, a week. It hasn't been doing anything. It hasn't had any catalyst to the upside or the downside. Meta, on the other hand, has been pooping the bed and taking my profits along with it, Luca.
Yeah, guys, a firm heads up, it's over 13. So I gave that whole spiel about, I was waiting for a firm to break 13 so that I could short it, blah, blah, blah. I look away, 2 seconds later, this thing is now above 13. So offer is back in action. I'm waiting at VWAP. Let's see if it wants to rip into VWAP and then fade back down. I'm not going to hold it too far against me if it does continue to go, but I just think VWAP overhead, still a good trade. I let the bid go because it was literally at like 12.75. And then I see Neil in the chat saying a firm 13. I'm like, no, what do you mean? It was just below. And just straight line to the upside. So pretty cool on that one. I'm short Google here as well. I think we probably go back into the 50 period. I want to basically long below it and short above. Very robotic now, so we'll see where this one wants to go. Basically taking fills all the way up and then see if we can get a bunch of fills all the way back down. Someone's saying Disney is moving. Yeah, maybe things are moving after I just go, I'm going to let it go. It's not going to do this and that, blah, blah, blah. The line is, this is the line, man. This is the line that it's holding, but I would really love for it to, like, break this and then come back. Like, trap everybody, pop back up, then go to the upside. Like, that'll give it really steam to go. But it's kind of like respecting this general area. So call this like a wedge or whatever, but it is a falling wedge. And so with it being a falling wedge, we could probably get down and break the low. So again, that's kind of why I canceled the bid on that one. I'm just basically chilling, waiting to see what happens next with it. So yeah, we'll see where that wants to go. And somebody's saying, Alan saying, Luca, from now on, say you were going to let it fake the algos, then go back to it. Yeah, it's maybe I'll say like the opposite. I'll like start saying something else, and then I'll watch the tape to see if these algos are coming in out of nowhere, trying to bamboozle my trades over here. As opposed to saying what I'm going to do, then they go, oh, I know what this guy's going to do. But no, I don't necessarily believe it. That's why I continue to say what I say. Tesla has not really given a dip down, man. Tesla is, it's like continuing to go to the upside. It's sort of stalling at the level that it was stalling at before. So this level of 212
took that long.
is just kind of like stalling. So I mean, maybe we rip to the upside now. Let's see where the market wants to go here. The market is kind of, it already had 1, 2, 3 legs down, give or take, and now we're sort of bottoming out, channeling. Eventually, we're gonna bounce, I think. So I'm not gonna get too committed to any shorts right now. But yeah, we'll see where Tesla wants to go. It's looking like it's at the top end of this range. I kind of want to, let me short this thing right now. And then if we like rip higher instantly, I'm just gonna like get out of it because it's like at that general area where it's either like a make or break. Yeah, we probably go higher, which is fine. I'll just get out of this trade. Yeah. So that's a loser there. And Google popping to the upside. I am gonna watch this. I was waiting for this level right here, which is essentially this level into this level. So basically 94.40 into like 94.50-ish. Let's see if it wants to go a little bit higher to add a little bit more to that one. The Tesla trade, it was kind of funny how that works. I'm like, let me just do it right here.
You took
short.
Well,
the long is good, man. The long is not wrong for sure.
I took it long 2/12/12. I felt there was relative strength on it. I saw Google curling up. The market finding a bit of a bottom, looking to make a newer high here. I scalped out through 40s and 50s. Now I'm sitting at 88 to get filled. We're getting high 70 prints here. So we could be moving up to 80s, but you know, Tesla has a way of making you sweat and wait and like bite your nails. Bradley in the back there was telling me, you got a dirty habit, man. You got to stop biting your nails. When I'm in these positions, sometimes I get a little nervous, but that's how she goes. So we're still printing in the 70s on Tesla. I could just take out the remaining portion here, but I really want to be disciplined and wait for that 80s pop. Not that I really know that it's going to make its way up there. It's just I've chosen this level and I want to stick to it. And it's also well below the peak here. The peak over here, I think we topped out at, where did we top out? 213, mid-50s. So we're still $1 away from the peaks. I assume probably can make it back up there. EIGR I added, like I said I would, on that VWAP dip, and there we go. Where'd I get? I got printed at 72s. Now we're back into 75. So nice little trade. Not the greatest, but you know, we'll see. Now we're holding a small position. We got out of the majority of it over here, added a quarter position over here. If we can ride it through that 286 high and make a high above this peak, I'll be sitting there waiting to get that printed. Back to Tesla, moving back into the 70s again. Yeah, it's going to make me wait. So we'll just I'll just let this one unfold, and 212.12 is where I'm in. So a little bit of room back down to the downside. Should it, you know, flush a little bit? I don't know if I should give it. I don't know if I should give it any more room below my entry point, or should I add at my entry? What should I do here? It's a little bit tricky. Tesla always has a way of, you know, making you worry about your decisions, especially if you're adding to a position or whatever. Anyway, so here we go, back into the 30s on Tesla, getting close into my entry point. So I have a tiny bit of this position left, but we'll see what happens. What else is going on in this world? UNG rejecting. Okay, so I'm gonna have to take this Tesla out. There we go. So now we get break even for the little remaining portion. Ends up being a monster day on Tesla though, so we'll be happy about that. UNG finding a bit of a top at that 863, tracing back down. Anybody trading UNG off these lows? 856 now, so a bit of a retracement back down. Tesla coming back into the 50 period moving average on the 1 minute chart. Really hasn't respected that level. It's been all about VWAP today, to be honest with you. If you bought the dip off VWAP, you printed nicely today. It really has given you multiple opportunities off that level. So interesting to see what it does going into the afternoon. What's up, Justin? Justin Kozak, guys, of Day Trade the World. Hey, creeper. How's it going?
Good, man. How you doing?
Not too bad.
Sick sweater.
Good to see ya. Yeah, Canada. Repping Canada, baby.
Gotta say hello to the fans.
Yes, sir. At Gatorade, too. I hope that's a paid promotion.
Market? What's that?
I hope that's a paid promotion. I'm kidding, of course.
Yes.
No. Okay,
This
of course.
stream brought to you by Gatorade. How's the market today, guys? Good?
Flushing a little bit, dude. Yeah, a little bit to the downside, you know,
down.
hanging out the lows of the futures, but not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, yeah.
Let me know about those costumes.
Yeah, I looked. By the way, guys, this is Justin Kozak, basically running all the Trader TV stuff. He was organizing it. He's like, guys, I can't find it. I go on yesterday. Okay, so okay, I'll talk to you about this after. Obviously, we got to talk about finances, but I found a couple of ones I think they're reasonably priced. I think we should be able to swing it. Okay. It's just my only concern is how we're going to be able to punch in with some of these costumes. They have to have detachable gloves, otherwise we're kind of useless.
Yeah, if they're pretty big, then you're just gonna be hitting everything at the same time.
Get into a huge position on Google.
Right?
200 ton of money and then be fired.
Can't get out.
Yeah.
Can't get out.
Yeah.
Get something without, you know, hands or well, with hands. But
Yeah.
hands
We'll have to figure it out. The logistics of it out. But we promised you guys we're going to do it, and we're going to do it. There's no question about that. I know some people were asking in the chat yesterday. Some people tagged me today. It's going to happen, guys. It's going to happen. We can't cut off the hands if they're rentals, dude. Yeah.
otherwise we're into a lot of money for those things.
Right? Yeah. So we'll
Looks
see.
like a broke Seth Rogen.
Like a broke Seth Rogen. Oh yeah.
That's not
like
nice.
Seth Rogen. First of all, you spelled his
Adnan.
last name wrong. So
Yeah.
it's right off the rip.
Come on, Adnan. You can do better than that. Come on. Be nice to our guests. Let's
Although
go.
I will take a compliment on Seth Rogen.
There you go. There you go.
Dude is amazing. All right.
Good seeing you, Justin. All right, guys. Justin Kozak of used to be Day Trader of the World, now Trader TV. Luca.
Yeah, no, it's kind of funny. I think the first time I came on here, somebody was like, "You look like the Aaron Rodgers from Wish." I think that's what the chat initially said. So I was like,
jokes.
"Hey guys, what's going on? My name's Luca," and this guy looks like he's the Aaron Rodgers of Wish. I was like, "Okay, all right, thank you for that one."
nice.
Yeah, man, it's no, it's funny. It's always a good time coming on. Obviously, it's always much love in the chat. Yeah, ouch. I mean, not really. Yeah, guys, mullet, rocking the mullet. Obviously, rocking the hat, rocking the mullet. Trader TV hat, definitely can't complain. People can be haters. Yeah, it's all good, man. It's a lot of fun. This is what I just say, like, oh, the internet. Like, I go home and sometimes my brother's like, hey, Luca, how was the internet today? I go, well, you know, it was really good. A lot of people love me. And then sometimes I'm like, you know, some people, they just thought I was the Aaron Rodgers from Wish. So yeah, man, it's fun. It's definitely a good experience on that one for sure, for sure. And yeah, Sharif, I don't know if you're looking at anything right now. I'm basically chilling. I think I'm probably going to cover this Google trade. It looks like it's just going way too high. So probably just going to take the L on this and chill for the rest of the day.
Yeah, so Google, Meta, you know, to some extent here, even Apple, I mean, moving a little bit. Microsoft and Amazon seem to be like the lagging bunch here, but Google pumping. I don't want to make the case for Meta because there's no case to be made for it today. It's been weak, down 1.6%, but you know, rejecting that 180 and popping above it, and then you saw that the Apple trade, the Tesla trade that I just took there. You know, taking that relative strength and using any pops in the market to kind of ride that higher, and it's worked. Tesla continuing to push higher here above the 50 period. Maybe I shouldn't have got out that one super quick. Maybe I should reignite my position on Tesla. But before I do that, I should probably look at this Iger trade here, this Bob Iger, E-I-G-R. I just put that together. That's like Bob Iger's last name. That's funny. All right, so this trade is not going to work out. I don't like it. It's going below VWAP here, and we're getting into this area where if we break this 262, I want no part of this. So here we go. Our last ad, and then we're going to put in a stop for that many shares at what level? 261. Oops. What did I just do here? Oh, minutes. There we go. Go back to that. We're going to go 261, and then we're going to be all out at 259. Should it make its way down there? And that will take the decision out of our hands. But I do like this Tesla trade here, but I also like the Google trade as well. Google is just finding a bottom here. It's printing a whole bunch of green candles in a row, and it doesn't care about your feelings. It just reclaimed the 50-period moving average on the 3-minute chart. It's interesting here because the market is not curling up, yet Google is. Even Tesla is not curling up, yet Google is. So I'm concerned a little bit here about what to do. I don't want to take it. It's been weak. It's down 4%. If I take it long here, I'm taking it against the trend. That concerns me. Microsoft, though, guys, at a very important inflection point. We have just retraced to yesterday's close, 266.66. Yes, that ominous number. We've just retraced back into that. We broke it somewhat, but I'm wondering, do we find a bit of a balance here on Microsoft? Because, you know, you saw Sean use that level yesterday, the 267, I believe, level which was the previous day's close. He said buy off that level. It ended up being money. So I'm looking at this level here as a very interesting area, possibly on Softy. If this market can find a bottom and Softy also finds a bottom, I want to pump this one to the high side.
I just went long Google, now 69.
Sean just went long Google at 94.69. So he's long right here, riding that trend up. Google, very relatively strong, printing a whole bunch of green candles to the high side. It doesn't care about your feelings.
Yeah, Google long is long and strong, man. That short was not a good one. Basically covered at the high, but I think iceberg buyer, from what I was kind of seeing there, iceberg buyer sort of following it up. We probably rip into the 95 level, so that's not a bad long there. Tesla, yeah, high, kind of moving here. Who knows, man? Who knows where this thing goes? But yeah, that's like a super move to the upside. Hit the bang. The long is not wrong. Congratulations to all the longs. And yeah, I am basically chilling. Great time for questions, guys, if you have. I am basically relaxed and chilling. And yeah, man, that's basically my thoughts on that one. I'm looking at the chat to see if I missed anything. Luca's quote of 2023, I'm probably just going to take the L and move on. Yeah, great. I think it was Mile High Daddy You who said the Tesla long. Congratulations. I think you had it both times, so it's wonderful to see that. Yeah, VWAP long was not wrong, man. 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and then not coming back. Do we just float to the upside? Maybe. maybe we just can float to the upside. I would say, yeah, just watch the watch this general area, because for whatever reason, it's kind of struggling like in front of 213, and it doesn't really spend a lot of time there. So it's like over, under,
Wow,
over, under, over,
Microsoft.
under. Yeah, what do you got going, Sharif?
I got Microsoft going. We take that. We put our money where our mouth is. 267.18. We take that long. We get some out at 50s. Let's. That's a quarter position. So to be fair, it's not a full position. I'm gonna sit back here at 65s. If we can make our way up to 65s, I want some of that action. Otherwise, you know, I'm probably not gonna let this. Well, here's the thing. Do I let this one go against me? Here's the reason. I like this 262.66 level, 266, sorry, 66 level. Why? Because it's yesterday's close, and I want to use that as a possible area of support. So do I add at that area for a bigger big boy position, or do I cut it for break even? I've taken some out here. I'm waiting to get printed in the mid 60s. We just popped above 50, but you know, Microsoft's been relatively weak, selling off the majority of the day, so I can't expect it. These like very aggressive moves up. I mean, who knows? Maybe they happen, maybe they don't. But I got to be patient with this one. Sean's Law on Google. I've chosen to kind of use this softy possible support level here as my in. But Google now breaking through 95, topping on 94.88, retracing a little bit. But back to softy here. Now we're back in at my level. So I got in 18s. Now we're back into 18s. Do I add at this level, or do I look for dips? There we go, back into the 20s. Here's the deal. I'm going to sit in front of 67. So I'm going to go ahead and add another quarter position at 267. I'm going to set it at 05s. Okay? There we go. So there is a dip trade. If we should make it down there, great. If we don't, we don't. Back in the money on this one. Looking for a possible area of support here. The market not really moving all that aggressively. Hanging out at 41.21 still. You know, it's definitely not back to 41.31. We're looking at 31 though, as I am. I'm looking at 41.30 as a possible area of resistance. It was definitely support before, but we saw how a few days ago it acted as resistance before it was taken on the big news item. So that's what I'm looking for here. I'm looking for Microsoft to continue to pump to the high side, but looks like it's Google with the most momentum at the moment.
Somebody was asking, Luca, can you look at LSDI? Any thoughts on it? So I pull it up. It's not really doing anything too crazy. $3 stock, 1 million shares traded, nothing special. Had a little bit of an up move, but then kind of barcoding and sort of dead, not really doing anything. When you see a $3.50 stock and it has like a 4-cent spread, 5-cent spread, I think that kind of tells it all. Volume is not there. Down 11%. This is, I guess, IPO of the day because it just no data. So open today.
There's another
anytime,
one too, Luca.
Yeah. Well,
NXT. There's
NXT?
Another,
Oh, yeah.
IPO today too. NXT.
Yeah, yeah, man. It's NXT as well. $4. I would say look at the opening price. That's important. And then look where it kind of moves and then stops. And then if there's any size there. With this one, it's very simple. I would say 4 and 3. I don't think anything too special on it. Personally, I would not be trading this. There's just no volume there. Obviously, anytime you want to be a day trade, you want there to be a lot of volume coming through. So yeah, there's that. I know people are mentioning Lucid as well. Let's have a look to see where Lucid is. This thing down 8% on the day and respecting the 50 period just the whole way down. Now kind of, channeling, not really doing anything too crazy. This is the obviously buyout rumor from that other day where this thing just went from like 9 all the way to 18. Yeah. Now breaking down, breaking lows. And where does it stop? I don't know. Maybe at around 10. 10 could be interesting. Maybe where it started the run, so like 975, 10 for a potential bounce. Down 8%. SSR would be triggering 11. I would say 1160 times 0.9, whatever that number is. That is the SSR. Somebody was asking the other day, how do you determine when it's going to trigger SSR? So it's always wherever the closing price is from the previous day, and then a 10% move down from that price. So what you essentially do is you take the close from yesterday, call it 1160, and then just times that by 0.9. That'll give you the SSR price. So yeah, let's do one quick example with this. 11.60 times 0.9, 1044. So is this thing SSR right now? Yeah, it's not SSR right now. It didn't break 1050, but if it prints one price at around 1044, then it will trigger SSR. So for myself, yeah, maybe that could be a good look for a little bit of a bounce play. When things go SSR, you cannot hit the bid as a short seller. You have to just get picked up on the offer. So it's kind of if you think there's going to be no sellers, or if you think sellers are going to be short sellers that are coming in, they can't actually hit the bid. So sometimes, you know, I look for that and say, like, does the 10 level make sense? Is it SSR? Did it come fast enough into that level? I'll give a try for the bounce play. With this one, you know, being at 1:37 in the afternoon, I personally will not be trading it, but could be a good look if it happened, if it kept going down from this point. Like if from here it just kept going straight line down into the SSR, then you actually have the potential for the rip back into the 50 period, which would have given you maybe like a dollar move on that one. So yeah, that's kind of the interesting thing there. And CVNA, somebody's saying CVNA recovering well. Yeah. Are we running to the upside? Oh no, not even, man. This thing I think is dead, man. It's yeah, this is SSR and this thing is dead. I would say it kind of gave a little bit of a flat bottom break at like that 1320-ish area, like right over here, give or take. And if we get back into that region, which kind of lines up with VWAP, shorts are probably, I mean, I would maybe try, I didn't locate on this today, but yeah, maybe try like a short in this region for the move back down into low a day. But yeah, 12 holding, bottom level is that sort of 12 to 1250 area. It kind of went into that area, now back up. I would say watch this general area. Does it pop and then reject right away? If we get over 14, maybe you get that continuation pop to the north side. But again, the real level that I loved from before was like way up here. That trade is now done off the table. It is what it is, man. Somebody's saying CVNA not dead. Yeah, no, I mean, it's moving slowly. I just think like from where it was and the short squeeze, maybe I think it's done for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the cream of the crop. Price action, I think, has passed us. But, you know, it had a big spike the other day, so you never say never. Never say never.
Never say never.
I added at 267.05s on Microsoft, so that little piece I got out here. I trust in this level. I think that we do see some sort of bounce off that 266.66 area. I'm in the money on it, so let's see if we can make our way back up into the 60s, 267, 60s. I'm sitting, I think, at 65s, waiting to get filled, but smaller position, though, to be fair. The market now coming back down again into that 441.17, 41.16 area, kind of within that range of 41.13. I want to say 41.10. It hasn't made a 10 low yet, but like, let's just say 41.10 to 41.30 is going to be a level. That's kind of the working assumption I've got at the moment. 4,100 maybe if we really get going to the south side, but that's to be expected. Anyway, let's softy work here. I want to see what we do at these levels if we continue to make newer lows and break yesterday's close. Yesterday's close is a good level from which to take a drip trade, especially since, you know, you saw your man Sean there take it off that the other day. There we go. Now finding a nice little bounce in softy. Let's see if we can hold this level and kind of reclaim the 50 period. I don't want to stare at it too much. It's not really going to benefit me. All right, EIGR, I added in on that 266 dip. My out on this one is the break of 262. So 262, I'm out. So I'm not giving this one any more room. We reclaim VWAP for now, but we don't make a newer high. To make a newer high, we got to break through that 2 3/4. Print a 276 print here, and then we'll talk about maybe adding to this position if it so allows. All right, as the futures continue to print lower here, Google retraces a little bit off that almost 95.10 high. We're back into the 94.60s. Likewise with Microsoft finding a bit of a retracement area, but I do feel that we may find more support at this this level for Microsoft than we may for some others because of the significance of the level there. So any upward push in the market, I think, may benefit Microsoft more than the others. At least that's my working thesis. The long on Meta does not look good. It is one stair step down after another. In fact, it looks like it's primed for a flat bottom break as the futures just shot down. Did we make a newer low there at 412? 41.12.5. I should have had a resting order there on Microsoft through the break to add at that better level as we absolutely retrace up. But these futures are not done headed to the south side. This might be an interesting add area for me. How many shares do I have of Microsoft? Okay, so then I can add around, let's say, this many shares. We take that long. We get a better dollar cost average. Where's my out? Good question. We've broken through yesterday's close, which I have pegged at 266.66. We wicked down here according to my chart. Let's see what the low on this bad boy was. 266.57, in and around that area. I mean, we could make a lower low and continue to move up because I still do feel we find a bit of a bounce here. So I want to be kind of gregarious. There we go. With how come on, with how I treat this trade, I got to give it a little bit more room, especially because I'm not sized in. I think this one could go here, but it's making me feel bad, Luca.
So you got word of the day, gregarious, and then I'm just gonna sit here and say fond of company, sociable.
Yeah, I got to be nice to this trade. I just meant to be nice, especially what I was trying to say. I got to be nice to this trade. I can't cut it too quickly. Let it run a little bit, but it's gone against me a little bit here, so we'll see. EIGR, bouncing though. So this has proved to be good. It holds VWAP, at least for now. Let's not count our chickens or before they hatch here, because we need to make a new high. I want that 276, and then maybe we can talk about that. That kind of changes the trend a little bit. So that's where we got on that. Quickly back to Microsoft here. We're still holding these lows on Softy, so I'm not ready to throw in the towel on this trade just yet. I think we have seen a little bit of the lows here on Softy. There we go. Nice little bounce, reclaiming. Come on, futures. Come on, Softy. Let's head to the high side, baby. What's our dollar cost average? We got 67.01, so we're break even at the moment. But that's not what we were in trading for, Luca. We're in trading for to make money.
Yeah, man. Tesla coming back into that that VWAP region for anybody looking at it. Yeah, I wonder if it holds this time again. The market sort of going for the lows here, breaking the low, and then kind of reclaiming it, bouncing back up. We're now very, very close. We're now very, very close to the 41.10, 41.05-ish area, which I think that could be the potential bounce area, maybe. I'm not too sure. But again, today, this thing, like, this is like almost like this is what, 55 points to the downside, breaking through the low of the range. I think now I want to kind of zoom out to see where are these like bigger levels here. Sorry?
HPCO, that small capper that's up 300%, just started flying up.
Oh, randomly? So, yeah, the classic. It's like back from the dead, out of nowhere, HPCO all the way down and all the way back up, going for high a day. This thing, it could get spicy if we actually break. Low flow, 2 to 3 million shares. It did that kind of high day clear out and then flush into a halt. Dips down, makes you think it's dead. Back from the dead, all the way to the high.
Undertaker, baby.
If this breaks 350 to the upside, I mean, I don't even know what's going to happen next. But again, anything's possible with these 2 million floats. Tape teleportation, always possible. So yeah, just watch your orders on that one. Guys, I like this level, 4110 to 4100 on the ES. I think maybe that's where you get a potential bounce. It sort of stalled there a little bit. Not stalled, but it was kind of bouncing around there. Bounced again, wicked down, wicked back up. This was on the, when Jerome Powell was speaking. It kind of went up, went down, went back up, held this general area at the high, and now we're getting back there. So, yeah, if we actually break 4,100 and hold and go lower, maybe we can actually get to like 40.80, 40.60-ish. Is it going to happen today? I mean, I don't think so. I almost want to say, like, I don't think so, like, probably not. But, yeah, so maybe that's a good area where we can kind of wick down potential bounce plays. That potentially lines up with a Tesla 210 VWAP or just below. So, yeah, good look on that one if you guys are watching. Yeah, our Perez VIX breaking out. Yeah, anytime VIX breaks out, it's kind of fear gauge for the market. For anybody that doesn't know, the VIX is essentially, it looks at the options market, looks at the implied volatility, kind of packages that up and says this is a fear gauge, right? So, yeah, just keep that in mind. VIX is breaking out there. Thank you, Hayes Records, for the super chat. Saw the sell-off coming. Bitcoin broke 22.4 last night. Yeah, I guess Bitcoin is making the way to the downside. Yeah, man, what a day, man. What a day. I kind of feel like we're going lower.
Yeah,
like just on the overall market.
It,
like I feel
Microsoft is breaking these levels, making me look bad here.
Yeah, like I feel like we're really gonna sell off, but not. I mean, today was a pretty big move. Again, this is kind of like a move from the upper end of the range down into the bottom. I mean, eventually we get a bounce, but then yeah, do we actually break the 4,100 and continue? That's kind of what I'm looking at. Going into tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. Yeah. So we got a potential free fall Friday. if we break the 41, potential, yeah, potential. I don't know if we'll get it, but if we break that 4,100 and sell off, man, yeah, maybe anything's possible. I don't got this daily chart on the ES red for no reason. So, yeah, it's not red for no reason, actually. It's red for a reason. Show the other camera, the one that comes from the top right over there. It's red for a reason.
Let's go, boys.
3, 2, 1.
Not that one.
Not that one. The other one.
Nope.
Not that one. Not that one.
No, the
one
one
more
that
try.
from over here.
There you go. For anybody that doesn't know, my name's Luca. I'm Italian, and I got the Italian flag for my charts here, just to kind of keep it interesting. So, yeah, I think it's kind of cool. That's why the red side is I have the market and then my things over there. So kind of funny on that one. I find that kind of funny. Let's go back to HPCO just to see this very quickly. You got some kind of size coming on the offer and on the bids. This thing is not SSR. I think 350 did not breach to the upside. So again, if this breaks 350 to the upside, I think, yeah, maybe this like goes and like keeps going. So I would just watch that 350. But again, if it goes down, makes you think the shorts are good, clears everybody out, it could do the exact same thing. So anytime you're dealing with a low float, 2 million, 4 million share float, the stock is susceptible to these kind of clear-outs on both sides. So it clears out the bottom, it clears out the top. Algo kind of rinse and repeats. When the volume dries up, they look for exit liquidity. If they're still in the stock and they want to get out of it, maybe they do a high day clear-out, use that volume to exit. It does another down halt, and then they're just done with the stock altogether. So anything's possible. I'm not going to trade it for that reason. It's at 350 right now. Let's see if this thing wants to actually explode to the upside into a halt, or if it wants to do a kind of over-under here. We'll watch this right now. So, yeah, that was fast, man. That was, like, explosively fast. Like, this thing broke 350, went 360, instantly back down. You get the volume spike that comes through. Now the real question is, does it have enough gas to continue? Does it even get back over 350? Or do we now teleport down to, like, 320 and 3? That's not good for longs, but at the same time, I mean, it's holding, which is, like, kind of weird. Maybe they want like one more high. Maybe this thing wants to run to 4. I don't think I looked at the daily on this thing. So let's bring up the daily to see if there's any specific levels. Yeah, maybe 4 is like, oh yeah, okay. This is like, I mean, oh wow. All right, yeah, 350 into 4 is like, is that. The thing with this, 350 into 4 looks like if we break 4, we could really explode and get going. It's up 360% today. Is a candidate that can like run, break $4 and explode to 5 and then go 6, 7. Kind of feels like it. It does kind of feel like it. But I would definitely watch the 350 into 4. If this thing can't break $4, or if it breaks $4 at any point and then flushes right away, I'd be very, very cautious of this. Again, just to repeat the obvious, low float, tape teleportation. Your size is always going to be your risk on these things. The slippage can be dangerous. This thing can just swipe and you can be out of the money like 30 cents in the blink of an eye. So yeah, just keep an eye on that one. Volume is picking up. It's moving now, testing 350 again to the upside. The area is 350 to 390 and then 4 hard level. Does it get to 5? Let me know in the chat if you guys think so. I personally don't think so, but in this type of market, anything is possible. Somebody's saying, Curtis, what's going on, Curtis?
Can I just answer a quick question?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Gain asking me, Sharif, could you explain briefly how you did enter your EIGR trade from beginning? My humble request, sure. So the whole point in here was it was showing up on my scanner as relatively strong, so I wanted to take a pullback, and that's what I did. So eventually it makes the bull flag continuation, then we get here on the dip on the pullback. Then it pops up for the bull flag continuation, we take some out. Then it kind of creates a bit of a head and shoulders trade. So I have a bit of a decision to make here. Is this a reversal pattern where we're going to break below VWAP? The head and shoulders is usually a reversal pattern. Sometimes it's a continuation. But in this case, I looked. I'm like, okay, this is relatively strong. I'm not going to short this. Let me get in at VWAP. So I get in at VWAP. It breaks VWAP. But, you know, there's stop hunting going on. So I add a little bit below the VWAP. And now, look at that. I'm back in the money like 10 pennies on this one. It's a $2 stock. So that 10 pennies is decent. It's slow mover now. It's slowed down. EIGR has 7.16 million shares of volume done. And, you know, it's definitely not, the volume is not being done now. It was done earlier. So the whole point here is take it, it's relatively strong, take it on retracements for the thesis that it's going to continue back up. I liked how it held VWAP here, even though it did break below it by a few pennies, but that's to be expected. So that's really why I got into it. You know, these small cap movers, they're kind of hard to judge how you get into them. You know, I don't really like to punch at the highs. I like to wait for retracements and then follow with the trend to the high side, but that doesn't always work that easily. Nicole Harris saying, Snoop Doggy Dogg, what's HPCO catalyst? I'll let you know. I think I talked about this earlier, but I'll let you know in a second. Moving high, wired cardiovascular system shares moving higher. So this one is Hempco, Smokables company focused on disrupting tobacco with herb and hemp-based alternatives to nicotine cigarettes by manufacturing. Looking for a thing here. There we go. This goes back to the 6th, though, Luca. Congratulations. Globe International congratulates Hempco for its new partnership. Okay, so here's the headline for that. Let's bring that in. Green Globe International congratulates Hempco for its new partnership with Snoop Dogg. So that's basically it. Green Globe congratulates Hempco. New joint venture with entertainment icon and entrepreneur Calvin Broadus, aka Snoop Dogg, and developed the consumer packaged goods line. So it's basically that's the catalyst. It's a couple of day runner. It's not a new thing.
Hit the Snoop Dogg emoji if we have one.
Absolutely. Do we have the smoke weed emoji? But I know he's busy. There he is. My man is never too busy to hit the smoke weed emoji. There you go, guys. Legal in Canada, of course. All right, quickly here to this EIGR trade. We're continuing to pump high on it. Now, like, what are we, 10 pennies, 11 pennies in the money? Let's wait. I'm not going to take this one out. Jameson Barna says, what color shirt is Prad going to wear tomorrow? He's wearing
red, man.
He's going to wear red, of course.
Red,
Free Fall
of course.
Friday.
I think so, yeah.
Dumb question. I mean, sorry, dumb question on my part, not your part. Yeah, I should know that he's going to wear that red shirt. Softy going against us, though, Luca. It doesn't really care about yesterday's closing price. It's decided, no, I'm not interested in these levels that you have earmarked. I feel like going south, making me look bad. In the meantime, we're long 85s. Now we're back into the 40s, so we're 40 pennies out of the money, despite the fact that we have a whole bunch of profit takers here on our chart, none of which are being filled at the moment because it's going the opposite way. Softy, we're going to have to cut this one soon.
Yeah, just quickly, so Curtis in the chat saying, I think it was you who was like, Luca, you love to talk. Can you please talk about SQQQ? 100%. So for anybody that doesn't know, SQQQ is essentially the cheaper leveraged ETF, or not leveraged, but cheaper ETF that tracks the Qs, and the Qs are based on NASDAQ futures, compiled all the NASDAQ stocks in the NASDAQ. So it's basically all the same stuff. So I'll just use the Qs as the proxy to show. And then I'll kind of go back to SQQ to show kind of where that is. So first and foremost, I want to zoom out and say, where is this on the daily? I think market is going to flush. And I want to say that 300 is sort of that level where we broke above 300 and it's been holding and sort of bouncing for the time being. So you can look at the Qs, you can look at the NASDAQ. It's probably the same level, give or take. On the daily, whatever that level is, it's been respecting that for the time being. If we break through 300, through 300 and 300 and through 300. I'm like, what am I saying right now?
That doesn't problem.
That
Usually
doesn't
don't
sound
have
right
that
at
problem.
all. Yeah,
That's the Sharif problem.
If we get like a free fall Friday and we break through and keep going, then I think, yeah, everything could kind of keep going there. We are at key levels on the daily. So for example, the Google 100, the Amazon 100, Apple, 155-ish, 160 area. And the thing is if all these levels reject and then we turn down, these are big components of the NASDAQ. And so that's going to be the reason why things start to go down, because if the leading indicators, or sorry, if the leading weights in those in the ETF start to drop, the ETF is going to drop. So with SQQQ, I'm just going to pull it up. It's going to have, I assume it'll have a different look, because usually when you look at these leverage ETFs, they're just, yeah, no, okay, this is not showing it the same way. But essentially, take these moves with a grain of salt, because depending on how they're structured, maybe they're based on something. Where am I going with this topic here? Pro Shores, Ultra Pro, QQQ. Yeah, so basically, oh no, because I have the TQQQ. That's why. SQ is short. So this is short. This is the inverse. But essentially, if you think, yeah, so flip it around. My bad. I pulled up TQQQ. So SQ is the short, so it is the inverse of the Qs. So everything that I just said on the Qs, if you think that we're going to go lower, then this is obviously going to go higher. And it's sort of at that kind of area.
Holy cow,
You know, because
man.
it's I don't know why this did this. Maybe there was like some type of split action or maybe a reverse split or something. But essentially, if you think the Qs are going to go down, the SQQ is going to go up. It's at that area where we could actually start to fall off. If we break 300 on the Qs, then this is going to go to the upside. So yeah, I would watch for that. In terms of intraday, I'm not really too sure. I don't really trade these. These are good intraday vehicles to trade, but they're, in my opinion, not good vehicles to actually swing and hold overnight. So yeah, SQQQ is the short one. Yeah, exactly. So if you think the market's going to sell off and you want to use the SQQQ as a proxy intraday, I don't hate that idea, but just keep in mind that it's not something that I would personally swing overnight because of the way that it's structured. So yeah, let's just watch that 300 level on the Qs. Let's watch the NASDAQ. Let's watch a lot of these big tech names and if they go down or not. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, we're going to go down or we're going to go up. I think down eventually, but anything is possible, man. Anything's possible.
Yeah, Microsoft is absolutely flushing to the downside here, so we're taking opportunities to add to it, but it feels like a bad idea here. Microsoft and Meta are really starting to move to the downside. It's like a competition of which one wants to go faster. Meta now 178.30. Guys, we started the day. Okay, so where are we got? The day was 187.19. Now we're at 178 on Meta. So this one's really giving up the ghost. Microsoft, likewise, very similar story. We got as high as 274.25. That was right at the bell, right before the bell actually, and now we're down into 265.70. So not a good look here on some of these names. We're not making that kind of move down on the market. We're printing lower lows on Meta and Microsoft, but the market still above that 410 3/4, hanging out at 412. Not a good look for some of these longs though, but we can afford it because it's been a good day. Let's go to EIGR. This one retraces back against me, comes back in to VWAP. So break even on this trade. I'm long 270. Well, I'm up on it by a penny. Not much to write home about, but it does bounce off VWAP. That's kind of the most important part here. We want to see a continuation through, I want to say 280, but that one will have to take its time. Microsoft continuing to print to the downside. See if there's anything going on. Not really. I don't know if anybody's speaking. These seem to be very specific flushes isolated to Meta and Microsoft. So I don't know if they're really I don't know if this is the overall market here that's kind of flushing. We don't really see that. Tesla holding VWAP and Google still strong here on that retracement, coming close back into 95. It looks like we've been topping out at like 95.07s. So a little bit above 95. If we can stay above 95 on Google, I think be a nice little retracement. Maybe finding a little bit of resistance at that 95.50 because that is VWAP. And so, you know, we get a VWAP retracement and then find a little bit of resistance at that level. So we'll see. We'll see what these ones have to bring. I think we got like 20 seconds left on the show, Luca.
Yeah, guys.
It's been an interesting day.
Yeah, it's definitely been interesting. Just to wrap it up, TLT, as somebody in the chat was like, yeah, bonds are tanking. Yeah, look at that. I think maybe a bond auction at 1 o'clock came through, and for whatever reason, from 106.40, this is just kind of 20-year Treasury notes, if I'm not mistaken. But that is a big move down, man. That is a big move down. So yeah, a little bit of cause for concern. The market doesn't like that, lining up with the move down on the overall market. Things are moving lower. I would watch Tesla VWAP. Definitely interesting. It's been good all day, so maybe good again. Had a great time coming on here. Had my espresso. Had my orange juice, and definitely can't complain. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. We didn't ask for any likes today. No. We only have 2.2K. So guys, one more time, hit that like button if you did enjoy the show. You will be transferred over to the next video. Brendan's going to come in hot with the little bit of an update, what happened in the afternoon and the morning, and going over to the big guys at the big desk.
The big kahunas.
The big kahunas. Thank you guys all for tuning in. Again, thank you for hitting the like button. We will be back tomorrow. See you then. Ciao for now.
Same bat channel.
Hey guys, welcome back in. 2 o'clock, couple hours left in an afternoon that we see the market go from very, very green to kick things off today, back to the downside into negative territory, and then some now as tech continues to slide. After leading to start things off in the morning, we were talking about how Microsoft, Apple, Amazon were all showing relative strength in the pre-market.